a voyage to the Pacific Ocean undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779 and 1780. In 3 volumes, published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 1. An eclipse of the moon observed. The island Tubuai discovered. Its situation, extent and appearance. Intercourse with its inhabitants. Their persons, dresses and canoes described. Arrival in Otaheite Bay at Otaheite. Omai's reception and imprudent conduct. Account of Spanish ships twice visiting the island. Interview with the chief of this district, the Ola, or god, of Bora-Bora, a mad prophet. Arrival at Matavai Bay. Having, as before related, taken our final leave of the Friendly Islands, I now resume my narrative of the voyage. In the evening of the 17th of July, at 8 o'clock, the body of Eao bore northeast by north, distant 3 or 4 leagues. The wind was now at east, and blew a fresh gale. With it, I stood to the south, till half an hour past 6 o'clock the next 18. Morning, when a sudden squall from the same direction took our ship aback, and before the ships could be trimmed, on the other tack, the mainsail and the top-gallant sails were much torn. The wind kept between the southwest and 19. Southeast on the 10th and 20th. Afterward it veered to the east, northeast and north. The night between the 20th and 21st, an eclipse of the moon was observed as follows. Being then in the latitude of 22° 53' W south, apparent time. HMS beginning by Mr. King at 0:32:57, Mr. Bligh at 0:33:25, myself at 0:33:35, end by Mr. King at 1:44, Mr. Bligh at 1:44, myself at 1:44. The latitude and longitude are those of the ship, at 8:36 AM being the time when the sun's altitude was taken for finding the apparent time. At the beginning of the eclipse, the moon was in the zenith, so that it was found most convenient to make use of the sextants and to make the observations by the reflected image, which was brought down to a convenient altitude. The same was done at the end, except by Mr. King, who observed with a night telescope. Although the greatest difference between our several observations is more than 50 seconds, it nevertheless appeared to me that 2 observers might differ more than double that time, in both the beginning and end. And though the times are noted to seconds, no such accuracy was pretended to. The odd seconds, set down above, arose by reducing the time, as given by the watch, to apparent time. I continued to stretch to the east-southeast, with the wind at northeast and north, without meeting with anything worthy of note, till 7 o'clock in the evening of the 29th, when we had a sudden and very heavy squall of wind from the north. At this time, we were under single reefed topsails, courses and staysails. 2 of the latter were blown to pieces, and it was with difficulty that we saved the other sails. After this squall, we observed several lights moving about on board the Discovery, by which we concluded that something had given way, and, the next morning, we saw that her main topmast had been lost. Both wind and weather continued very unsettled till noon, this day, when the latter cleared up, and the former settled in the northwest quarter. At this time, we were in the latitude of 28° 6' south, and our longitude was 198° 23' east. Here we saw some pintado birds, being the first since we left the land. Wednesday 30th. Both wind and weather continued very unsettled till noon this day, when the latter cleared up, and the former settled in the northwest quarter. At this time, we were in the latitude of 28 degrees 6 south, and our longitude was 198 degrees 23 east. Here we saw some pintado birds, being the first since we left the land. Thursday 31st. On the 31st, at noon, Captain Clark made a signal to speak with me. By the return of the boat, which I sent on board his ship, he informed me that the head of the mainmast had been discovered to be sprung in such a manner as to render the rigging of another topmast very dangerous, and that therefore he must rig something lighter in its place. He also informed me that he had lost his main top gallant yard, and that he neither had another nor a spar to make one on board. The Resolution's spritsail topsail yard, which I sent him, supplied this want. The next day we got up a jury topmast on which he set a mizzen topsail, and this enabled him to keep way with the Resolution. Friday 8th. The wind was fixed in the western board, that is, from the north round by the west to south, and I steered east and northeast without meeting with anything remarkable, till 11 o'clock in the morning of the 8th of August, when the land was seen bearing north-northeast, 9 or 10 leagues distant. At first, it appeared in detached hills, like so many separate islands, but as we drew nearer, we found that they were all connected and belonged to one and the same island. I steered directly for it, with a fine gale at southeast by south, and at 6:30 o'clock in the afternoon, it extended from north by east to north-northeast-east, distant 3 or 4 leagues. Saturday 9. The night was spent standing off and on, and at daybreak the next morning, I steered for the northwest, or lee side of the island, and as we stood round its south or southwest part, we saw it everywhere guarded by a reef of coral rock, extending in some places a full mile from the land, and a high surf breaking upon it. Some thought that they saw land to the southward of this island, but as that was to the windward, it was left undetermined. As we drew near, we saw people on several parts of the coast, walking or running along shore, and, in a little time, after we had reached the lee side of the island, we saw them launch 2 canoes, into which above a dozen men got and paddled toward us. I now shortened sail, as well to give these canoes time to come up with us, as to sound for anchorage. At the distance of about half a mile from the reef, we found from 40 to 35 fathoms water over a bottom of fine sand. Nearer in, the bottom was strewn with coral rocks. The canoes having advanced to about the distance of a pistol shot from the ship, there stopped. Omai was employed, as he usually had been on such occasions, to use all his eloquence to prevail upon the men in them to come nearer, but no entreaties could induce them to trust themselves within our reach. They kept eagerly pointing to the shore with their paddles and calling to us to go thither, and several of their countrymen who stood upon the beach held up something white, which we considered also as an invitation to land. We could very well have done this, as there was good anchorage without the reef, and a break or opening in it, from whence the canoes had come out, which had no surf upon it, and where, if there was not water for the ships, there was more than sufficient for the boats. But I did not think proper to risk losing the advantage of a fair wind, for the sake of examining an island that appeared to be of little consequence. We stood in no need of refreshments if I had been sure of meeting with them there, and having already been so unexpectedly delayed in my progress to the Society Islands, I was desirous of avoiding every possibility of further retardment. For this reason, after making several unsuccessful attempts to induce these people to come alongside, I made sail to the north and left them, but not without getting from them, during their vicinity to our ship, the name of their island, which they called Tubuai. It is situated in the latitude of 26 degrees 15 south, and in 210 degrees 37 east longitude. Its greatest extent in any direction, exclusive of the reef, is not above 5 or 6 miles. On the northwest side, the reef appears in detached pieces, between which the sea seems to break in upon the shore, Small as the island is, there are hills in it of a considerable elevation. At the foot of the hills is a narrow border of flat land, running quite round it, edged with a white sand beach. The hills are covered with grass or some other herbage, except a few steep rocky cliffs at one part, with patches of trees interspersed to their summits. But the plantations are more numerous in some of the valleys, and the flat border is quite covered with high, strong trees, whose different kinds we could not discern, except some cocoa palms and a few of the Iowa. According to the information of the men in the canoes, their island is stocked with hogs and fowls, and produces the several fruits and roots that are found at the other islands in this part of the Pacific Ocean. We had an opportunity, from the conversation we had with those who came off to us, of satisfying ourselves that the inhabitants of Tubuai speak the Otaheite language, a circumstance that indubitably proves them to be of the same nation. Those of them whom we saw in the canoes were a stout, copper-coloured people, with straight black hair, which some of them wore tied in a bunch on the crown of the head, and others flowing about the shoulders. Their faces were somewhat round and full, but the features, upon the whole, rather flat, and their countenances seemed to express some degree of natural ferocity. They had no covering but a piece of narrow stuff wrapped about the waist and made to pass between the thighs to cover the adjoining parts. But some of those whom we saw upon the beach, where about 100 persons had assembled, were entirely clothed with a kind of white garment. We could observe that some of our visitors in the canoes wore pearl shells hung about the neck as an ornament. Here is the continuation of the transcription. One of them kept blowing with all his might a large conch shell, to which a reed about 3 feet long was fixed. At first, with a continued tone of the same kind, but he afterward converted it into a kind of musical instrument, perpetually repeating 2 or 3 notes with the same strength. What the blowing the conch portended, I cannot say, but I never found it to be a messenger of peace. Their canoes appeared to be about 30 feet long and 2 feet above the surface of the water as they floated. The forepart projected a little and had a notch cut across, as if intended to represent the mouth of some animal. The afterpart rose with a gentle curve to the height of 2 or 3 feet, turning gradually smaller, and, as well as the upper part of the sides, was carved all over. The rest of the sides, which were perpendicular, were curiously encrusted with flat white shells, disposed nearly in concentric semicircles, with the curve upward. One of the canoes carried 7 and the other 8 men, and they were managed with small paddles, whose blades were nearly round. Each of them had a pretty long outrigger, and they sometimes paddled with the 2 opposite sides together so close that they seemed to be one boat with 2 outriggers. The rowers turning their faces occasionally to the stern and pulling that way without paddling the canoes round. When they saw us determined to leave them, they stood up in their canoes and repeated something very loudly in concert, but we could not tell whether this was meant as a mark of their friendship or enmity. It is certain, however, that they had no weapons with them, nor could we perceive with our glasses that those on shore had any. After leaving this island, from the discovery of which future navigators may possibly derive some advantage, I steered to the north, with a fresh gale at east by south, and at daybreak, in the morning of the 12th, we saw the island of Maitea. Soon after, Otaheite made its appearance, and at noon it extended from southwest by west to west-northwest, the point of Otaheite Bay bearing west, about 6 leagues distant. I steered for this bay, intending to anchor there, in order to draw what refreshments I could from the southeast part of the island before I went down to Matavai. From the neighbourhood of which station I expected my principal supply, we had a fresh gale easterly till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when, being about a league from the bay, the wind suddenly died away and was succeeded by baffling light airs from every direction and calms by turns. This lasted about 2 hours. Then we had sudden squalls with rain from the east. These carried us before the bay, where we got a breeze from the land and attempted, in vain, to work in to gain the anchoring place. So that, at last, about 9 o'clock, we were obliged to stand out and to spend the night at sea. When we first drew near the island, several canoes came off to the ship, each conducted by 2 or 3 men. But, as they were common fellows, Omai took no particular notice of them, nor they of him. They did not even seem to perceive that he was one of their countrymen, although they conversed with him for some time. At length, a chief, whom I had known before, named Opti, and Omai's brother-in-law, who chanced to be now at this corner of the island, came on board. Yet there was nothing tender in their meeting. On the contrary, there seemed to be a perfect indifference on both sides, till Omai, having taken his brother down into the cabin, opened the drawer where he kept his red feathers and gave him a few. This being presently known, amongst the rest of the natives upon deck, the face of affairs was entirely turned, and Opti, who would hardly speak to Omai before, now begged that they might be Tayos, friends, and exchange names. Omai accepted of the honour and confirmed it with a present of red feathers, and Opti, by way of return, sent ashore for a hog. But it was evident to every one of us that it was not the man, but his property, they were in love with. Had he not shown them his treasure of red feathers, which is the commodity in greatest estimation at the island, I question much whether they would have bestowed even a cocoa nut upon him. Such was Omai's first reception among his countrymen. I own, I never expected it would be otherwise, but still I was in hopes that the valuable cargo of presents with which the liberality of his friends in England had loaded him would be the means of raising him into consequence and of making him respected and even courted by the first persons throughout the extent of the Society Islands. This could not but have happened had he conducted himself with any degree of prudence. But, instead of it, I am sorry to say that he paid too little regard to the repeated advice of those who wished him well, and suffered himself to be duped by every designing knave. Here is the continuation of the transcription. From the natives who came off to us in the course of this day, we learned that 2 ships had twice been in Otaheite Bay since my last visit to this island in 1774, and that they had left animals there, such as we had on board, but on further inquiry we found they were only hogs, dogs, goats, 1 bull, and the male of some other animal, which, from the imperfect description now given us, we could not find out. They told us that these ships had come from a place called Lima, by which we guessed that Lima, the capital of Peru, was meant, and that these late visitors were Spaniards. We were informed that the first time they came, they built a house and left 4 men behind them, viz. 2 priests, a boy or servant, and a 4th person called Matima, who was much spoken of at this time, carrying away with them when they sailed 4 of the natives, that in about 10 months the same 2 ships returned, bringing back 2 of the islanders, the other 2 having died at Lima, and that, after a short stay, they took away their own people, but that the house which they had built was left standing. The important news of red feathers being on board our ships, having been conveyed on shore by Omai's friends, day had no sooner begun to break next morning than we were surrounded by a multitude of canoes, crowded with people, bringing hogs and fruit to market. At first, a quantity of feathers, not greater than what might be got from a tomtit, would purchase a hog of 40 or 50 pounds weight. But, as almost everybody in the ships was possessed of some of this precious article in trade, it fell, in its value, above 500% before night. However, even then, the balance was much in our favour, and red feathers continued to preserve their superiority over every other commodity. Some of the natives would not part with a hog unless they received an axe in exchange, but nails and beads and other trinkets, which, during our former voyages, had so great a run at this island, were now so much despised that few would deign so much as to look at them. There being but little wind all the morning, it was 9 o'clock before we could get to an anchor in the bay, where we moored with 2 bowers. Soon after we had anchored, Omai's sister came on board to see him. I was happy to observe that, much to the honour of them both, their meeting was marked with expressions of the tenderest affection, easier to be conceived than to be described. This moving scene having closed, and the ship being properly moored, Omai and I went ashore. My first object was to pay a visit to a man whom my friend represented as a very extraordinary personage indeed, for he said that he was the god of Bora-Bora. We found him seated under one of those small awnings, which they usually carry in their larger canoes. He was an elderly man, and had lost the use of his limbs, so that he was carried from place to place upon a hand-barrow. Some called him Ola or Ora, which is the name of the god of Bora-Bora, but his own proper name was Eteri. From Omai's account of this person, I expected to have seen some religious adoration paid to him. But, excepting some plantain trees that lay before him, and upon the awning under which he sat, I could observe nothing by which he might be distinguished from their other chiefs. Omai presented to him a tuft of red feathers tied to the end of a small stick, but, after a little conversation on indifferent matters with this Bora-Bora man, his attention was drawn to an old woman, the sister of his mother. She was already at his feet, and had bedewed them plentifully with tears of joy. I left him with the old lady in the midst of a number of people who had gathered round him, and went to take a view of the house said to be built by the strangers who had lately been here. I found it standing at a small distance from the beach. The wooden materials, of which it was composed, seemed to have been brought hither, ready prepared, to be set up occasionally, for all the planks were numbered. It was divided into 2 small rooms, and in the inner one were a bedstead, a table, a bench, some old hats, and other trifles, of which the natives seemed to be very careful, as also of the house itself, which had suffered no hurt from the weather, a shed having been built over it. There were small holes all around, which served as air holes, and perhaps they were also meant to fire from, with muskets, if ever this should be found necessary. At a little distance from the front stood a wooden cross, on the transverse part of which was cut the following inscription, Christus vincit, and, on the perpendicular part, Carolus III, Imperat, 1774. On the other side of the post, I preserved the memory of the prior visits of the English by inscribing Georgius Tertius Rex, Annis 1767, 1773, 1774, and 1777. The natives pointed out to us, near the foot of the cross, the grave of the commodore of the 2 ships who had died here while they lay in the bay the first time. His name, as they pronounced it, was Oride. Whatever the intentions of the Spaniards in visiting this island might be, they seemed to have taken great pains to ingratiate themselves with the inhabitants, who, upon every occasion, mentioned them with the strongest expressions of esteem and veneration. I met with no chief of any considerable note on this occasion, excepting the extraordinary personage above described. Waheadua, the sovereign of Tiaraboo, as this part of the island is called, was now absent, and I afterwards found that he was not the same person, though of the same name with the chief whom I had seen here during my last voyage. But his brother, a boy of about 10 years of age, who had succeeded upon the death of the elder Waheadua about 20 months before our arrival. We also learned that the celebrated Oberea was dead, but that Otu and all our other friends were living. When I returned from viewing the house and cross erected by the Spaniards, I found Omai holding forth to a large company, and it was with some difficulty that he could be got away to accompany me on board, where I had an important affair to settle. As I knew that Otaheite and the neighbouring islands could furnish us with a plentiful supply of cocoa nuts, the liquor of which is an excellent succedaneum for any artificial beverage, I was desirous of prevailing upon my people to consent to be abridged, during our stay here, of their stated allowance of spirits to mix with water. But as this stoppage of a favourite article, without assigning some reason, might have occasioned a general murmur, I thought it most prudent to assemble the ship's company, and to make known to them the intent of the voyage and the extent of our future operations. To induce them to undertake which, with cheerfulness and perseverance, I took notice of the rewards offered by Parliament to such of His Majesty's subjects as shall first discover a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in any direction whatever in the Northern Hemisphere, and also to such as shall first penetrate beyond the 89th degree of northern latitude. I made no doubt, I told them, that I should find them willing to cooperate with me in attempting, as far as might be possible, to become entitled to one or both of these rewards, but that to give us the best chance of succeeding, it would be necessary to observe the utmost economy in the expenditure of our stores and provisions, particularly the latter, as there was no probability of getting a supply anywhere after leaving these islands. I strengthened my argument by reminding them that our voyage must last at least a year longer than had been originally supposed, by our having already lost the opportunity of getting to the north this summer. I begged them to consider the various obstructions and difficulties we might still meet with, and the aggravated hardships they would labour under if it should be found necessary to put them to short allowance of any species of provisions in a cold climate. For these very substantial reasons, I submitted to them, whether it would not be better to be prudent in time, and rather than to run the risk of having no spirits left when such a cordial would be most wanted, to consent to be without their grog now, when we had so excellent a liquor as that of cocoa nuts to substitute in its place. But that, after all, I left the determination entirely to their own choice. I had the satisfaction to find that this proposal did not remain a single moment under consideration, being unanimously approved of immediately without any objection. I ordered Captain Clark to make the same proposal to his people, which they also agreed to. Accordingly, we stopped serving grog, except on Saturday nights, when the companies of both ships had full allowance of it, that they might drink the healths of their female friends in England, lest these amongst the pretty girls of Otaheite should be wholly forgotten. Thursday, 14th. The next day we began some necessary operations, to inspect the provisions that were in the main and forehold, to get the casks of beef and pork and the coals out of the ground tier, and to put some ballast in their place. The caulkers were set to work to caulk the ship, which she stood in great need of, having at times made much water on our passage from the Friendly Islands. I also put on shore the bull, cows, horses and sheep, and appointed 2 men to look after them while grazing, for I did not intend to leave any of them at this part of the island. Friday 15th and Saturday 16th. During the 2 following days, it hardly ever ceased raining. The natives, nevertheless, came to us from every quarter, the news of our arrival having rapidly spread. Waheadua, though at a distance, had been informed of it, and in the afternoon of the 16th, a chief named Etorea, under whose tutorage he was, brought me 2 hogs as a present from him, and acquainted me that he himself would be with us the day after. Sunday 17th. And so it proved, for I received a message from him the next morning, notifying his arrival and desiring I would go ashore to meet him. Accordingly, Omai and I prepared to pay him a formal visit. On this occasion, Omai, assisted by some of his friends, dressed himself, not after the English fashion, nor that of Otaheite, nor that of Tongatabu, nor in the dress of any country upon earth, but in a strange medley of all that he was possessed of. Thus equipped, on our landing, we first visited Itari, who, carried on a hand-barrow, attended us to a large house, where he was set down, and we seated ourselves on each side of him. I caused a piece of Tongatabu cloth to be spread out before us, on which I laid the presents I intended to make. Presently the young chief came, attended by his mother, and several principal men, who all seated themselves at the other end of the cloth facing us. Then a man who sat by me made a speech consisting of short and separate sentences, part of which was dictated by those about him. He was answered by one from the opposite side, near the chief. Itari spoke next, then Omai, and both of them were answered from the same quarter. These orations were entirely about my arrival and connections with them. The person who spoke last told me, amongst other things, that the men of Rima, that is, the Spaniards, had desired them not to suffer me to come into Otaheite Bay, if I should return any more to the island, for that it belonged to them, but that they were so far from paying any regard to this request that he was authorized now to make a formal surrender of the province of Tiarabu to me and of everything in it, which marks very plainly that these people are no strangers to the policy of accommodating themselves to present circumstances. At length the young chief was directed by his attendants to come and embrace me as a way of confirming this treaty of friendship. The ceremony being closed, he and his friends accompanied me on board to dinner. Omai had prepared a maro, composed of red and yellow feathers, which he intended for Otu, the sovereign of the whole island. And, considering where we were, it was a present of very great value. I said all that I could to persuade him not to produce it now, wishing him to keep it on board till an opportunity should offer of presenting it to Otu with his own hands. But he had too good an opinion of the honesty and fidelity of his countrymen to take my advice. Nothing would serve him but to carry it ashore on this occasion, and to give it to Waheadua, to be by him forwarded to Otu, in order to its being added to the royal maro. He thought by this management that he should oblige both chiefs, whereas he highly disobliged the one whose favour was of the most consequence to him, without gaining any reward from the other. What I had foreseen happened. For Waheadua kept the maro for himself, and only sent to Otu a very small piece of feathers, not the 20th part of what belonged to the magnificent present. Tuesday 19th. On the 19th, this young chief made me a present of 10 or a dozen hogs, a quantity of fruit and some cloth. In the evening we played off some fireworks, which both astonished and entertained the numerous spectators. This day some of our gentlemen in their walks found what they were pleased to call a Roman Catholic chapel. Indeed, from their account, this was not to be doubted, for they described the altar and every other constituent part of such a place of worship. However, as they mentioned, at the same time, that 2 men, who had the care of it, would not suffer them to go in, I thought that they might be mistaken, and had the curiosity to pay a visit to it myself. The supposed chapel proved to be a tupapau, in which the remains of the late Waheadua lay, as it were, in state. It was in a pretty large house, which was enclosed with a low palisade. The tupapau was uncommonly neat, and resembled one of those little houses or awnings belonging to their large canoes. Perhaps it had originally been employed for that purpose. It was covered and hung round with cloth and mats of different colours, so as to have a very pretty effect. There was one piece of scarlet broadcloth, 4 or 5 yards in length, conspicuous among the other ornaments, which, no doubt, had been a present from the Spaniards. This cloth, and a few tassels of feathers, which our gentlemen supposed to be silk, suggested to them the idea of a chapel, for whatever else was wanting to create a resemblance, their imaginations supplied, and if they had not previously known that there had been Spaniards lately here, they could not possibly have made the mistake. Small offerings of fruit and roots seemed to be daily made at this shrine, as some pieces were quite fresh. These were deposited upon a water or altar which stood without the palisades, and within these we were not permitted to enter. 2 men constantly attended, night and day, not only to watch over the place, but also to dress and undress the tupapau. For when I first went to survey it, the cloth and its appendages were all rolled up. But at my request, the two attendants hung it out in order, first dressing themselves in clean white robes. They told me that the chief had been dead 20 months. Friday 22nd. Having taken in a fresh supply of water and finished all our other necessary operations, on the 22nd I brought off the cattle and sheep, which had been put on shore here to graze, and made ready for sea. Saturday 23rd. In the morning of the 23rd, while the ships were unmooring, Omai and I landed to take leave of the young chief. While we were with him, one of those enthusiastic persons whom they call Iatuas, from a persuasion that they are possessed with the spirit of the divinity, came and stood before us. He had all the appearance of a man not in his right senses, and his only dress was a large quantity of plantain leaves wrapped round his waist. He spoke in a low, squeaking voice, so as hardly to be understood, at least not by me. But Omai said that he comprehended him perfectly, and that he was advising Waheyadua not to go with me to Matavai, an expedition which I had never heard he intended, nor had I ever made such a proposal to him. The Iatua also foretold that the ships would not get to Matavai that day. But in this he was mistaken, though appearances now rather favoured his prediction, there not being a breath of wind in any direction. Here's the continuation of the transcription. While he was prophesying, there fell a very heavy shower of rain, which made everyone run for shelter, but himself, who seemed not to regard it. He remained squeaking by us about half an hour, and then retired. No one paid any attention to what he uttered, though some laughed at him. I asked the chief what he was, whether an Iri or Totau, and the answer I received was that he was Tato Eno, that is, a bad man. And yet, notwithstanding this, and the little notice any of the natives seemed to take of the mad prophet, superstition has so far got the better of their reason, that they firmly believe such persons to be possessed with the spirit of the Iatua. Omai seemed to be very well instructed about them. He said that during the fits that came upon them, they knew nobody, not even their most intimate acquaintances, and that, if any one of them happens to be a man of property, he will very often give away every movable he is possessed of, if his friends do not put them out of his reach, and when he recovers, will inquire what had become of those very things, which he had but just before distributed, seeming to have the least remembrance of what he had done, while the fit was upon him. Sunday 24th. As soon as I got on board, a light breeze springing up at east, we got under sail and steered for Matavai Bay, where the Resolution anchored the same evening. But the Discovery did not get in till the next morning, so that half of the man's prophecy was fulfilled. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 2, Interview with Otu, King of the Island, Imprudent Conduct of Omai, Employments on Shore, European Animals Landed, Particulars about a native who had visited Lima, about Udidi, a revolt in Aimeo, war with that island determined upon in a council of chiefs, a human sacrifice on that account, a particular relation of the ceremonies at the great Morai, where the sacrifice was offered, other barbarous customs of this people. About 9 o'clock in the morning, Otu, the king of the whole island, attended by a great number of canoes full of people, came from Opar, his place of residence, and having landed on Matavai Point, sent a message on board expressing his desire to see me there. Accordingly, I landed, accompanied by Omai and some of the officers. We found a prodigious number of people assembled on this occasion, and in the midst of them was the king, attended by his father, his 2 brothers, and 3 sisters. I went up first and saluted him, being followed by Omai, who kneeled and embraced his legs. He had prepared himself for this ceremony, by dressing himself in his very best suit of clothes and behaved with a great deal of respect and modesty. Nevertheless, very little notice was taken of him. Perhaps envy had some share in producing this cold reception. He made the chief a present of a large piece of red feathers and about 2 or 3 yards of gold cloth, and I gave him a suit of fine linen, a gold-laced hat, some tools, and, what was of more value than all the other articles, a quantity of red feathers and one of the bonnets in use at the Friendly Islands. After the hurry of this visit was over, the king and the whole royal family accompanied me on board, followed by several canoes laden with all kinds of provisions in quantity sufficient to have served the companies of both ships for a week. Each of the family owned, or pretended to own, a part, so that I had a present from every one of them, and every one of them had a separate present in return from me, which was the great object in view. Soon after, the king's mother, who had not been present at the first interview, came on board, bringing with her a quantity of provisions and cloth, which she divided between me and Omai. For although he was but little noticed at first by his countrymen, they no sooner gained the knowledge of his riches than they began to court his friendship. I encouraged this as much as I could, for it was my wish to fix him with Otu. As I intended to leave all my European animals at this island, I thought he would be able to give some instruction about the management of them and about their use. Besides, I knew and saw that the farther he was from his native island, he would be the better respected. But, unfortunately, poor Omai rejected my advice and conducted himself in so imprudent a manner that he soon lost the friendship of Otu and of every other person of note in Otaheite. He associated with none but vagabonds and strangers whose sole views were to plunder him. And if I had not interfered, they would not have left him a single article worth carrying from the island. This necessarily drew upon him the ill will of the principal chiefs, who found that they could not procure from anyone in the ships such valuable presents as Omai bestowed on the lowest of the people, his companions. As soon as we had dined, a party of us accompanied Otu to Opara, taking with us the poultry with which we were to stock the island. They consisted of a peacock and hen, which Lord Besborough was so kind as to send me for this purpose a few days before I left London, a turkey cock and hen, 1 gander and 3 geese, a drake and 4 ducks. All these I left at Opara in the possession of Otu, and the geese and ducks began to breed before we sailed. We found there a gander, which the natives told us was the same that Captain Wallis had given to Oberea 10 years before, several goats, and the Spanish bull, whom they kept tied to a tree near Otu's house. I never saw a finer animal of his kind. He was now the property of eatery, and had been brought from Ohaitepeha to this place in order to be shipped for Bora-Bora. But it passes my comprehension how they can contrive to carry him in one of their canoes. If we had not arrived, it would have been of little consequence who had the property of him, as, without a cow, he could be of no use, and none had been left with him. Though the natives told us that there were cows on board the Spanish ships, and that they took them away with them, I cannot believe this, and should rather suppose that they had died in the passage from Lima. The next day, I sent the 3 cows that I had on board to this bull. And the bull, which I had brought, the horse and mare, and sheep, I put ashore at Matavai. Having thus disposed of these passengers, I found myself lightened of a very heavy burden. The trouble and vexation that attended the bringing of this living cargo thus far is hardly to be conceived. But the satisfaction that I felt in having been so fortunate as to fulfill His Majesty's humane design, in sending such valuable animals to supply the wants of 2 worthy nations, sufficiently recompensed me for the many anxious hours I had passed before this subordinate object of my voyage could be carried into execution. As I intended to make some stay here, we set up the 2 observatories on Matavai Point. Adjoining to them, 2 tents were pitched for the reception of a guard and of such people as it might be necessary to leave on shore in different departments. At this station, I entrusted the command to Mr. King, who at the same time attended the observations for ascertaining the going of the timekeeper and other purposes. During our stay, various necessary operations employed the crews of both ships. The Discovery's main mast was carried ashore and made as good as ever. Our sails and water casks were repaired, the ships were caulked, and the rigging all overhauled. We also inspected all the bread that we had on board in casks and had the satisfaction to find that but little of it was damaged. On the 26th, I had a piece of ground cleared for a garden and planted it with several articles, very few of which I believe the natives will ever look after. Some melons, potatoes, and 2 pineapple plants were in a fair way of succeeding before we left the place. I had brought from the Friendly Islands several shaddock trees. These I also planted here, and they can hardly fail of success, unless their growth should be checked by the same premature curiosity which destroyed a vine planted by the Spaniards at Otaheite. A number of the natives got together to taste the first fruit it bore, but as the grapes were still sour, they considered it as little better than poison, and it was unanimously determined to tread it underfoot. In that state, Omai found it by chance and was overjoyed at the discovery, for he had a full confidence that if he had but grapes, he could easily make wine. Accordingly, he had several slips cut from off the tree to carry away with him, and we pruned and put in order the remains of it. Probably, grown wise by Omai's instructions, they may now suffer the fruit to grow to perfection and not pass so hasty a sentence upon it again. We had not been 48 hours at anchor in Matavai Bay before we were visited by our old friends, whose names are recorded in the account of my last voyage. Not one of them came empty-handed, so that we had more provisions than we knew what to do with. What was still more, we were under no apprehensions of exhausting the island, which presented to our eyes every mark of the most exuberant plenty in every article of refreshment. Soon after our arrival here, one of the natives, whom the Spaniards had carried with them to Lima, paid us a visit. In external appearance, he was not distinguishable from the rest of his countrymen. However, he had not forgotten some Spanish words which he had acquired, though he pronounced them badly. Amongst them, the most frequent were "Sí, señor," and when a stranger was introduced to him, he did not fail to rise up and accost him as well as he could. We also found here the young man whom we called Udide, but whose real name is Tahiti. I had carried him from Ulietea in 1773 and brought him back in 1774, after he had visited the Friendly Islands, New Zealand, Easter Island and the Marquesas, and been on board my ship in that extensive navigation about 7 months. He was at least as tenacious of his good breeding as the man who had been at Lima, and "Yes, sir," or "If you please, sir," were as frequently repeated by him as "Sí, señor" was by the other. Otaheite, who is a native of Bora-Bora, had arrived in Otaheite about 3 months before with no other intention that we could learn than to gratify his curiosity or perhaps some other favourite passion, which are very often the only object of the pursuit of other travelling gentlemen. It was evident, however, that he preferred the modes and even garb of his countrymen to ours. For though I gave him some clothes, which our Admiralty Board had been pleased to send for his use, to which I added a chest of tools and a few other articles as a present from myself, he declined wearing them after a few days. This instance, and that of the person who had been at Lima, may be urged as a proof of the strong propensity natural to man, of returning to habits acquired at an early age, and only interrupted by accident. And perhaps it may be concluded that even Omai, who had imbibed almost the whole English manners, will, in a very short time after our leaving him, like Udidi and the visitor of Lima, return to his own native garments. In the morning of the 27th, a man came from Otaheite and told us that 2 Spanish ships had anchored in that bay the night before, and in confirmation of this intelligence, he produced a piece of coarse blue cloth, which, he said, he got out of one of the ships, and which, indeed, to appearance, was almost quite new. He added that Matima was in one of the ships, and that they were to come down to Matavai in a day or 2. Some other circumstances which he mentioned with the foregoing ones gave the story so much the air of truth that I dispatched Lieutenant Williamson in a boat to look into Otaheite Bay, and in the meantime I put the ships into a proper posture of defence. For though England and Spain were in peace when I left Europe, for aught I knew, a different scene might by this time have opened. However, on further inquiry, we had reason to think that the fellow who brought the intelligence had imposed upon us. And this was put beyond all doubt when Mr. Williamson returned next day, who made his report to me that he had been at Otaheite and found that no ships were there now, and that none had been there since we left it. The people of this part of the island, where we now were, indeed told us from the beginning that it was a fiction invented by those of Tiarabou. But what view they could have, we were at a loss to conceive, unless they supposed that the report would have some effect in making us quit the island and, by that means, deprive the people of Otaheite of the advantages they might reap from our ships continuing there, the inhabitants of the 2 parts of the island being inveterate enemies to each other. From the time of our arrival at Matavai, the weather had been very unsettled, with more or less rain every day till the 29th, before which we were not able to get equal altitudes of the sun for ascertaining the going of the timekeeper. The same cause also retarded the caulking and other necessary repairs of the ships. In the evening of this day, the natives made a precipitate retreat, both from on board the ships and from our station on shore. For what reason, we could not at first learn, though, in general, we guessed it arose from their knowing that some theft had been committed and apprehending punishment on that account. At length, I understood what had happened. One of the surgeon's mates had been in the country to purchase curiosities and had taken with him 4 hatchets for that purpose. Having employed one of the natives to carry them for him, the fellow took an opportunity to run off with so valuable a prize. This was the cause of the sudden flight, in which Otu himself and his whole family had joined, and it was with difficulty that I stopped them, after following them 2 or 3 miles. As I had resolved to take no measures for the recovery of the hatchets in order to put my people upon their guard against such negligence for the future, I found no difficulty in bringing the natives back and in restoring everything to its usual tranquillity. Hitherto, the attention of Otu and his people had been confined to us. But next morning, a new scene of business opened by the arrival of some messengers from Aimeo, or, as it is much oftener called by the natives, Morea, with intelligence that the people in that island were in arms, and that Otu's partisans there had been worsted and obliged to retreat to the mountains. The quarrel between the 2 islands, which commenced in 1774, as mentioned in the account of my last voyage, had, it seems, partly subsisted ever since. The formidable armament which I saw at that time and described had sailed soon after I then left Otaheite, but the malcontents of Aimeo had made so stout a resistance that the fleet had returned without effecting much, and now another expedition was necessary. On the arrival of these messengers, all the chiefs, who happened to be at Matavai, assembled at Otu's house, where I actually was at the time, and had the honour to be admitted into their council. One of the messengers opened the business of the assembly in a speech of considerable length, but I understood little of it, besides its general purport, which was to explain the situation of affairs in Aimeo, and to excite the assembled chiefs of Otaheite to arm on the occasion. This opinion was combated by others who were against commencing hostilities, and the debate was carried on with great order, no more than one man speaking at a time. At last they became very noisy, and I expected that our meeting would have ended like a Polish diet. But the contending great men cooled as fast as they grew warm, and order was soon restored. At length, the party for war prevailed, and it was determined that a strong force should be sent to assist their friends in Eimeo. But this resolution was far from being unanimous. Otu, during the whole debate, remained silent, except that, now and then, he addressed a word or two to the speakers. Those of the council, who were for prosecuting the war, applied to me for my assistance, and all of them wanted to know what part I would take. Omai was sent for to be my interpreter, but as he could not be found, I was obliged to speak for myself, and told them, as well as I could, that as I was not thoroughly acquainted with the dispute, and as the people of Eimeo had never offended me, I could not think myself at liberty to engage in hostilities against them. With this declaration they either were or seemed satisfied. The assembly then broke up, but before I left them, Otu desired me to come to him in the afternoon and to bring Omai with me. Accordingly, a party of us waited upon him at the appointed time, and we were conducted by him to his father, in whose presence the dispute with Eimeo was again talked over. Being very desirous of devising some method to bring about an accommodation, I sounded the old chief on that head, but we found him deaf to any such proposal and fully determined to prosecute the war. He repeated the solicitations which I had already resisted about giving them my assistance. On our inquiring into the cause of the war, we were told that some years ago, a brother of Wahiadua of Tiarabu was sent to Eimeo, at the request of Mahena, a popular chief of that island, to be their king. But that he had not been there a week before Mahane, having caused him to be killed, set up for himself in opposition to Tiratabunu, his sister's son, who became the lawful heir, or else had been pitched upon by the people of Otaheite to succeed to the government on the death of the other. Toha, who is a relation of Otu and chief of the district of Tetaha, a man of much weight in the island and who had been commander-in-chief of the armament fitted out against Eimeo in 1774, happened not to be at Matavai at this time, and consequently was not present at any of these consultations. It, however, appeared that he was no stranger to what was transacted, and that he entered with more spirit into the affair than any other chief. For early in the morning of the 1st of September, a messenger arrived from him to acquaint Otu that he had killed a man to be sacrificed to Eatua, to implore the assistance of the god against Eimeo. This act of worship was to be performed at the great Morai at Atahuru, and Otu's presence, it seems, was absolutely necessary on that solemn occasion. That the offering of human sacrifices is part of the religious institutions of this island had been mentioned by Monsieur Bougainville on the authority of the native whom he carried with him to France. During my last visit to Otaheite, and while I had opportunities of conversing with Omai on the subject, I had satisfied myself that there was too much reason to admit that such a practice, however inconsistent with the general humanity of the people, was here adopted. But as this was one of those extraordinary facts, about which many are apt to retain doubts, unless the relator himself has had ocular proof to confirm what he had heard from others, I thought this a good opportunity of obtaining the highest evidence of its certainty by being present myself at the solemnity, and accordingly proposed to Otu that I might be allowed to accompany him. To this he readily consented, and we immediately set out in my boat with my old friend Potato, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Weber, Omai following in a canoe. In our way we landed upon a little island which lies off Tetaha, where we found Toha and his retinue. After some little conversation between the two chiefs on the subject of the war, Toha addressed himself to me, asking my assistance. When I excused myself, he seemed angry, thinking it strange that I, who had always declared myself to be the friend of their island, would not now go and fight against its enemies. Before we parted, he gave to Otu 2 or 3 red feathers tied up in a tuft, and a lean, half-starved dog was put into a canoe that was to accompany us. We then embarked again, taking on board a priest who was to assist at the solemnity. As soon as we landed at Atahuru, which was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Otu expressed his desire that the seamen might be ordered to remain in the boat, and that Mr. Anderson, Mr. Webber and myself might take off our hats as soon as we should come to the morai, to which we immediately proceeded, attended by a great many men and some boys, but not one woman. We found 4 priests and their attendants or assistants waiting for us. The dead body, or sacrifice, was in a small canoe that lay on the beach and partly in the wash of the sea fronting the morai. 2 of the priests with some of their attendants were sitting by the canoe, the others at the morai. Our company stopped about 20 or 30 paces from the priests. Here Otu placed himself, we and a few others standing by him, while the bulk of the people remained at a greater distance. The ceremonies now began. One of the priest's attendants brought a young plantain tree and laid it down before Otu. Another approached with a small tuft of red feathers, twisted on some fibres of the cocoa-nut husk with which he touched one of the king's feet and then retired with it to his companions. One of the priests, seated at the morai, facing those who were upon the beach, now began a long prayer, and, at certain times, sent down young plantain trees, which were laid upon the sacrifice. During this prayer, a man who stood by the officiating priest held in his hands 2 bundles, seemingly of cloth. In one of them, as we afterward found, was the royal maro, and the other, if I may be allowed the expression, was the Ark of the Iatua. As soon as the prayer was ended, the priests at the morai, with their attendants, went and sat down by those upon the beach, carrying with them the 2 bundles. Here they renewed their prayers, during which the plantain trees were taken one by one at different times from off the sacrifice, which was partly wrapped up in cocoa leaves and small branches. It was now taken out of the canoe and laid upon the beach, with the feet to the sea. The priests placed themselves around it, some sitting and others standing, and one or more of them repeated sentences for about 10 minutes. The dead body was now uncovered by removing the leaves and branches and laid in a parallel direction with the seashore. One of the priests then, standing at the feet of it, pronounced a long prayer, in which he was at times joined by the others, each holding in his hand a tuft of red feathers. In the course of this prayer, some hair was pulled off the head of the sacrifice and the left eye taken out, both of which were presented to Otu, wrapped up in a green leaf. He did not, however, touch it, but gave to the man who presented it the tuft of feathers which he had received from Toha. This, with the hair and eye, was carried back to the priests. Soon after, Otu sent to them another piece of feathers, which he had given me in the morning to keep in my pocket. During some part of this last ceremony, a kingfisher making a noise in the trees, Otu turned to me saying, "That is the Itua," and seemed to look upon it as a good omen. The body was then carried a little way with its head toward the morai and laid under a tree near which were fixed 3 broad, thin pieces of wood, differently but rudely carved. The bundles of cloth were laid on a part of the morai, and the tufts of red feathers were placed at the feet of the sacrifice, round which the priests took their stations, and we were now allowed to go as near as we pleased. He who seemed to be the chief priest sat at a small distance and spoke for a quarter of an hour, but with different tones and gestures, so that he seemed often to expostulate with the dead person to whom he constantly addressed himself, and sometimes asked several questions, seemingly with respect to the propriety of his having been killed. At other times he made several demands, as if the deceased either now had power himself or interest with the divinity to engage him to comply with such requests. Amongst which, we understood, he asked him to deliver Aimeo, Mahain its chief, the hogs, women and other things of the island, into their hands, which was indeed the express intention of the sacrifice. He then chanted a prayer, which lasted half an hour, in a whining melancholy tone, accompanied by 2 other priests, and in which Potatu and some others joined. In the course of this prayer, some more hair was plucked by a priest from the head of the corpse and put upon one of the bundles. After this, the chief priest prayed alone, holding in his hand the feathers which came from Toha. When he had finished, he gave them to another, who prayed in like manner. Then all the tufts of feathers were laid upon the bundles of cloth, which closed the ceremony at this place. The corpse was then carried up to the most conspicuous part of the morai, with the feathers, the 2 bundles of cloth, and the drums, the last of which beat slowly. The feathers and bundles were laid against the pile of stones, and the corpse at the foot of them. The priests, having again seated themselves round it, renewed their prayers, while some of the attendants dug a hole about 2 feet deep, into which they threw the unfortunate victim and covered it with earth and stones. While they were putting him into the grave, a boy squeaked aloud, and Omai said to me that it was the Eatua. During this time, a fire having been made, the dog, before mentioned, was produced and killed by twisting his neck and suffocating him. The hair was singed off and the entrails taken out and thrown into the fire, where they were left to consume. But the heart, liver and kidneys were only roasted by being laid on the stones for a few minutes, and the body of the dog, after being besmeared with the blood, which had been collected in a coconut shell and dried over the fire, was, with the liver, etc., carried and laid down before the priests, who sat praying round the grave. They continued their ejaculations over the dog for some time, while 2 men, at intervals, beat on 2 drums very loud, and a boy screamed as before in a loud, shrill voice 3 different times. This, as we were told, was to invite the Eatua to feast on the banquet that they had prepared for him. As soon as the priests had ended their prayers, the carcass of the dog, with what belonged to it, were laid on a water or scaffold about 6 feet high that stood close by, on which lay the remains of 2 other dogs and of 2 pigs which had lately been sacrificed and, at this time, emitted an intolerable stench. This kept us at a greater distance than would otherwise have been required of us. For after the victim was removed from the seaside toward the morai, we were allowed to approach as near as we pleased. Indeed, after that, neither seriousness nor attention were much observed by the spectators. When the dog was put upon the water, the priests and attendants gave a kind of shout, which closed the ceremonies for the present. The day being now also closed, we were conducted to a house belonging to Potato, where we were hospitably feasted and lodged for the night. We had been told that the religious rites were to be renewed in the morning, and I would not leave the place while anything remained to be seen. Being unwilling to lose any part of the solemnity, some of us repaired to the scene of action pretty early, but found nothing going forward. However, soon after, a pig was sacrificed and laid upon the same water with the others. About 8 o'clock, Otu took us again to the morai, where the priests and a great number of men were by this time assembled. The 2 bundles occupied the place in which we had seen them deposited the preceding evening. The 2 drums stood in the front of the morai, but somewhat nearer it than before, and the priests were seated beyond them. Otu placed himself between the 2 drums and desired me to stand by him. The ceremony began as usual with bringing a young plantain tree and laying it down at the king's feet. After this, a prayer was repeated by the priests, who held in their hands several tufts of red feathers and also a plume of ostrich feathers, which I had given to Otu on my first arrival and had been consecrated to this use. When the priests had made an end of the prayer, they changed their station, placing themselves between us and the morai. And one of them, the same person who had acted the principal part the day before, began another prayer, which lasted about half an hour. During the continuance of this, the tufts of feathers were, one by one, carried and laid upon the ark of the Itua. Some little time after, 4 pigs were produced, one of which was immediately killed, and the others were taken to a sty, hard by, probably reserved for some future occasion of sacrifice. One of the bundles was now untied, and it was found, as I have before observed, to contain the maro, with which these people invest their kings, and which seems to answer, in some degree, to the European ensigns of royalty. It was carefully taken out of the cloth in which it had been wrapped up and spread at full length upon the ground before the priests. It is a girdle about 5 yards long and 15 inches broad, and from its name seems to be put on in the same manner as is the common maro, or piece of cloth, used by these people to wrap round the waist. It was ornamented with red and yellow feathers, but mostly with the latter, taken from a dove found upon the island. The one end was bordered with 8 pieces, each about the size and shape of a horseshoe, having their edges fringed with black feathers. The other end was forked, and the points were of different lengths. The feathers were in square compartments, ranged in 2 rows, and otherwise so disposed as to produce a pleasing effect. They had been first pasted or fixed upon some of their own country cloth, and then sewed to the upper end of the pendant which Captain Wallis had displayed and left flying ashore the first time that he landed at Matavai. This was what they told us, and we had no reason to doubt it, as we could easily trace the remains of an English pendant. About 6 or 8 inches square of the maro was unornamented, there being no feathers upon that space, except a few that had been sent by Wahedua, as already mentioned. The priests made a long prayer relative to this part of the ceremony, and, if I mistook not, they called it the Prayer of the Maro. When it was finished, the badge of royalty was carefully folded up, put into the cloth, and deposited again upon the morai. The other bundle, which I have distinguished by the name of the ark, was next opened at one end. But we were not allowed to go near enough to examine its mysterious contents. The information we received was that the Iautua, to whom they had been sacrificing, and whose name is Uro, was concealed in it, or rather, what is supposed to represent him. This sacred repository is made of the twisted fibres of the husk of the cocoa nut, shaped somewhat like a large fid, or sugar loaf, that is, roundish, with one end much thicker than the other. We had very often got small ones from different people, but never knew their use before. By this time, the pig that had been killed was cleaned and the entrails taken out. These happened to have a considerable share of those convulsive motions which often appear in different parts after an animal is killed, and this was considered by the spectators as a very favourable omen to the expedition, on account of which the sacrifices had been offered. After being exposed for some time that those who chose might examine their appearances, the entrails were carried to the priests and laid down before them. While they prayed, another inspected the entrails more narrowly and kept turning them gently with a stick. When they had been sufficiently examined, they were thrown into the fire and left to consume. The sacrificed pig and its liver, etc., were now put upon the water, where the dog had been deposited the day before, and then all the feathers, except the ostrich plume, were enclosed with the Itua in the ark, and the solemnity finally closed. 4 double canoes lay upon the beach before the place of sacrifice all the morning. On the forepart of each of these was fixed a small platform covered with palm leaves tied in mysterious knots, and this also is called a marae. Some cocoa nuts, plantains, pieces of breadfruit, fish, and other things lay upon each of these naval maraes. We were told that they belonged to the Iautua, and that they were to attend the fleet designed to go against Aimeo. The unhappy victim, offered to the object of their worship upon this occasion, seemed to be a middle-aged man, and as we were told, was a totau, that is, one of the lowest class of the people. But after all my inquiries, I could not learn that he had been pitched upon on account of any particular crime committed by him meriting death. It is certain, however, that they generally make choice of such guilty persons for their sacrifice, or else of common low fellows who stroll about from place to place and from island to island without having any fixed abode or any visible way of getting an honest livelihood, of which description of men enough are to be met with at these islands. Having had an opportunity of examining the appearance of the body of the poor sufferer, now offered up, I could observe that it was bloody about the head and face, and a good deal bruised upon the right temple, which marked the manner of his being killed. And we were told that he had been privately knocked on the head with a stone. Those who are devoted to suffer in order to perform this bloody act of worship are never apprised of their fate, till the blow is given that puts an end to their existence. Whenever any one of the great chiefs thinks a human sacrifice necessary on any particular emergency, he pitches upon the victim. Some of his trusty servants are then sent, who fall upon him suddenly and put him to death with a club, or by stoning him. The king is next acquainted with it, whose presence at the solemn rites that follow is, as I was told, absolutely necessary. And indeed, on the present occasion we could observe that Otu bore a principal part. The solemnity itself is called Pur Eri, or Chief's Prayer, and the victim, who is offered up, Ta'ata Tabu, or Consecrated Man. This is the only instance where we have heard the word taboo used at this island, where it seems to have the same mysterious signification as at Tonga, though it is there applied to all cases where things are not to be touched. But at Otaheite, the word Ra serves the same purpose, and is full as extensive in its meaning. The Morai, which undoubtedly is a place of worship, sacrifice and burial at the same time, where the sacrifice was now offered, is that where the supreme chief of the whole island is always buried and is appropriated to his family and some of the principal people. It differs little from the common ones except in extent. Its principal part is a large oblong pile of stones lying loosely upon each other, about 12 or 14 feet high, contracted towards the top, with a square area on each side, loosely paved with pebble stones, under which the bones of the chiefs are buried. At a little distance from the end nearest the sea is the place where the sacrifices are offered, which for a considerable extent is also loosely paved. There is here a very large scaffold or water on which the offerings of fruits and other vegetables are laid. But the animals are deposited on a smaller one already mentioned, and the human sacrifices are buried under different parts of the pavement. There are several other relics which ignorant superstition had scattered about this place, such as small stones raised in different parts of the pavement, some with bits of cloth tied round them, others covered with it. And upon the side of the large pile, which fronts the area, are placed a great many pieces of carved wood, which are supposed to be sometimes the residence of their divinities, and consequently held sacred. But one place, more particular than the rest, is a heap of stones at one end of the large water, before which the sacrifice was offered, with a kind of platform at one side. On this are laid the skulls of all the human sacrifices, which are taken up after they have been several months underground. Just above them are placed a great number of the pieces of wood, and it was also here where the maro and the other bundle, supposed to contain the god Uro, and which I call the Ark, were laid during the ceremony, a circumstance which denotes its agreement with the altar of other nations. It is much to be regretted that a practice so horrid in its own nature and so destructive of that inviolable right of self-preservation which everyone is born with should be found still existing, and such is the power of superstition to counteract the first principles of humanity. Existing among a people in many other respects, emerged from the brutal manners of savage life. What is still worse, it is probable that these bloody rites of worship are prevalent throughout all the wide extended islands of the Pacific Ocean. The similarity of customs and language, which our late voyages have enabled us to trace between the most distant of these islands, makes it not unlikely that some of the most important articles of their religious institutions should agree. And indeed, we have the most authentic information that human sacrifices continue to be offered at the Friendly Islands. When I described the Natche at Tonga Taboo, I mentioned that, on the approaching sequel of that festival, we had been told that 10 men were to be sacrificed. This may give us an idea of the extent of this religious massacre in that island. And though we should suppose that never more than one person is sacrificed on any single occasion, at Otaheite it is more than probable that these occasions happen so frequently as to make a shocking waste of the human race. For I counted no less than 49 skulls of former victims lying before the morai, where we saw one more added to the number. And as none of those skulls had, as yet, suffered any considerable change from the weather, it may hence be inferred that no great length of time had elapsed, since at least this considerable number of unhappy wretches had been offered upon this altar of blood. The custom, though no consideration can make it cease to be abominable, might be thought less detrimental, in some respects, if it served to impress any awe for the divinity or reverence for religion upon the minds of the multitude. But religion, upon the minds of these people, seems to be so far from having any such beneficial influence that though this is a most sacred morai, and where the principal rites of their religion are celebrated, we observed that the greater part of the spectators, and even many of those who were most actively engaged, showed very little reverence for what was doing. So far from being the case, a great number of people had assembled at the morai. On this occasion, they did not seem to show any proper reverence for what was doing or saying during the celebration of the rites. And Omai happening to arrive after they had begun, many of the spectators flocked round him and engaged the remainder of the time in making him relate some of his adventures, which they listened to with great attention, regardless of the solemn offices performing by their priests. Indeed, the priests themselves, except the one who chiefly repeated the prayers, either from their being familiarized to such objects or from want of confidence in the efficacy of their institutions, observed very little of that solemnity which is necessary to give to religious performances their due weight. Their dress was only an ordinary one. They conversed together without scruple, and the only attempt made by them to preserve any appearance of decency was by exerting their authority to prevent the people from coming upon the very spot where the ceremonies were performed, and to suffer us, as strangers, to advance a little forward. They were, however, very candid in their answers to any questions that were put to them concerning the institution, and particularly on being asked what the intention of it was. They said that it was an old custom, and was agreeable to their God, who delighted in, or, in other words, came and fed upon the sacrifices, in consequence of which he complied with their petitions. Upon its being objected that he could not feed on these, as he was neither seen to do it, nor were the bodies of the animals quickly consumed, and that as to the human victim, they prevented his feeding on him, by burying him. But to all this they answered that he came in the night, but invisibly, and fed only on the soul or immaterial part, which according to their doctrine remains about the place of sacrifice until the body of the victim be entirely wasted by putrefaction. It were much to be wished that this deluded people may learn to entertain the same horror of murdering their fellow creatures in order to furnish such an invisible banquet to their God as they now have of feeding corporeally on human flesh themselves. And yet we have great reason to believe that there was a time when they were cannibals. We were told, and indeed partly saw it, that it is a necessary ceremony when a poor wretch is sacrificed for the priest to take out the left eye. This he presents to the king, holding it to his mouth, which he desires him to open, but, instead of putting it in, immediately withdraws it. This they call eating the man, or food for the chief. And perhaps we may observe here some traces of former times when the dead body was really feasted upon. But not to insist upon this, it is certain that human sacrifices are not the only barbarous custom we find still prevailing amongst this benevolent, humane people. For besides cutting out the jawbones of their enemies slain in battle, which they carry about as trophies, they, in some measure, offer their dead bodies as a sacrifice to the Eatua. Soon after a battle, in which they have been victors, they collect all the dead that have fallen into their hands and bring them to the morai, where, with a great deal of ceremony, they dig a hole and bury them all in it, as so many offerings to the gods. But their skulls are never after taken up. Their own great chiefs that fall in battle are treated in a different manner. We were informed that their late king Tutaha, Tubuai Tamaide, and another chief, who fell with them in the battle, fought with those of Tiarabu, were brought to this morai at Atahuru. There their bowels were cut out by the priests before the great altar, and the bodies afterward buried in 3 different places, which were pointed out to us in the great pile of stones that compose the most conspicuous part of this morai. And their common men, who also fell in this battle, were all buried in one hole at the foot of the pile. This, Omai, who was present, told me, was done the day after the battle, with much pomp and ceremony, and in the midst of a great concourse of people, as a thanksgiving offering to the Eatua for the victory they had obtained, while the vanquished had taken refuge in the mountains. There they remained a week or 10 days, till the fury of the victors was over, and a treaty set on foot, by which it was agreed that Otu should be declared king of the whole island, and the solemnity of investing him with the maro was performed at the same morai, with great pomp, in the presence of all the principal men of the country. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 3, Conference with Toha, Heavers described, Omai and Edidi give dinners, fireworks exhibited, a remarkable present of cloth, manner of preserving the body of a dead chief, another human sacrifice, riding on horseback, Otu's attention to supply provisions and prevent thefts, animals given to him. Eatery and the deputies of a chief have audiences. A mock fight of 2 war canoes, naval strength of these islands, manner of conducting a war. The close of the very singular scene, exhibited at the morai, which I have faithfully described in the last chapter, leaving us no other business in Atahuro, we embarked about noon in order to return to Matavai, and, in our way, visited Toha, who had remained on the little island, where we met him the day before. Some conversation passed between Otu and him on the present posture of public affairs, and then the latter solicited me once more to join them in their war against Emeo. By my positive refusal, I entirely lost the good graces of this chief. Before we parted, he asked us if the solemnity at which we had been present answered our expectations, what opinion we had of its efficacy, and whether we performed such acts of worship in our own country. During the celebration of the horrid ceremony, we had preserved a profound silence, but as soon as it was closed, had made no scruple in expressing our sentiments very freely about it to Otu and those who attended him. Of course, therefore, I did not conceal my detestation of it in this conversation with Tauha. Besides the cruelty of the bloody custom, I strongly urged the unreasonableness of it, telling the chief that such a sacrifice, far from making the Eatua propitious to their nation as they ignorantly believed, would be the means of drawing down his vengeance, and that from this very circumstance I took upon me to judge that their intended expedition against Mahaina would be unsuccessful. This was venturing pretty far upon conjecture, but still I thought that there was little danger of being mistaken, for I found that there were 3 parties in the island with regard to this war. One extremely violent for it, another perfectly indifferent about the matter, and the third openly declaring themselves friends to Mahain and his cause. Under these circumstances, of disunion distracting their councils, it was not likely that such a plan of military operations would be settled, as could ensure even a probability of success. In conveying our sentiments to Tauha on the subject of the late sacrifice, Omai was made use of as our interpreter, and he entered into our arguments with so much spirit that the chief seemed to be in great wrath, especially when he was told that if he had put a man to death in England as he had done here, his rank would not have protected him from being hanged for it. Upon this he exclaimed, "Maeno, Maeno, vile, vile," and would not hear another word. During this debate, many of the natives were present, chiefly the attendants and servants of Tauha himself, and when Omai began to explain the punishment that would be inflicted in England upon the greatest man if he killed the meanest servant, they seemed to listen with great attention, and were probably of a different opinion from that of their master on this subject. After leaving Tauha, we proceeded to Opare, where Otu pressed us to spend the night. We landed in the evening, and on our road to his house had an opportunity of observing in what manner these people amuse themselves in their private beavers. About 100 of them were found sitting in a house, and in the midst of them were 2 women, with an old man behind each of them, beating very gently upon a drum, and the women, at intervals, singing in a softer manner than I ever heard at their other diversions. The assembly listened with great attention, and were seemingly almost absorbed in the pleasure the music gave them, for few took any notice of us, and the performers never once stopped. It was almost dark before we reached Otu's house, where we were entertained with one of their public beavers or plays, in which his 3 sisters appeared as the principal characters. This was what they call a hiva rad, which is of such a nature that nobody is to enter the house or area where it is exhibited. When the royal sisters are the performers, this is always the case. Their dress, on this occasion, was truly picturesque and elegant, and they acquitted themselves in their parts in a very distinguished manner, though some comic interludes, performed by 4 men, seemed to yield greater pleasure to the audience, which was numerous. The next morning we proceeded to Matavai, leaving Otu at Opare, but his mother, sisters, and several other women attended me on board, and Otu himself followed me soon after. While Otu and I were absent from the ships, they had been sparingly supplied with fruit and had few visitors. After our return, we again overflowed with provisions and with company. On the 14th, a party of us dined ashore with Omai, who gave excellent fare, consisting of fish, fowls, pork, and puddings. After dinner, I attended Otu, who had been one of the party, back to his house, where I found all his servants very busy, getting a quantity of provisions ready for me. Amongst other articles, there was a large hog, which they killed in my presence. The entrails were divided into 11 portions in such a manner that each of them contained a bit of everything. These portions were distributed to the servants, and some dressed theirs in the same oven with the hog, while others carried off, undressed, what had come to their share. There was also a large pudding, the whole process in making which I saw. It was composed of breadfruit, ripe plantains, taro, and palm or pandanus nuts, each rasped, scraped, or beat up fine, and baked by itself. A quantity of juice, expressed from coconut kernels, was put into a large tray, or wooden vessel. The other articles, hot from the oven, were deposited in this vessel, and a few hot stones were also put in, to make the contents simmer. 3 or 4 men made use of sticks to stir the several ingredients, till they were incorporated one with another, and the juice of the coconut was turned to oil, so that the whole mass, at last, became of the consistency of a hasty pudding. Some of these puddings are excellent, and few that we make in England equal them. I seldom or never dined without one when I could get it, which was not always the case. Otu's hog being baked, and the pudding which I have described being made, they, together with 2 living hogs and a quantity of breadfruit and coconuts, were put into a canoe and sent on board my ship, followed by myself and all the royal family. The following evening, a young ram of the Cape breed that had been lambed and, with great care, brought up on board the ship, was killed by a dog. Incidents are of more or less importance as connected with situation. In our present situation, desirous as I was to propagate this useful race amongst these islands, the loss of the ram was a serious misfortune, as it was the only one I had of that breed, and I had only one of the English breed left. In the evening of the 7th, we played off some fireworks before a great concourse of people. Some were highly entertained with the exhibition, but by far the greater number of spectators were terribly frightened, insomuch that it was with difficulty we could prevail upon them to keep together to see the end of the show. A table rocket was the last. It flew off the table and dispersed the whole crowd in a moment. Even the most resolute among them fled with precipitation. The next day, a party of us dined with our former shipmate, Udide, on fish and pork. The hog weighed about 30 pounds, and it may be worth mentioning that it was alive, dressed and brought upon the table within the hour. We had but just dined when Otu came and asked me if my belly was full. On my answering in the affirmative, he said, "Then come along with me." I, accordingly, went with him to his father's house, where I found some people employed in dressing 2 girls with a prodigious quantity of fine cloth, after a very singular fashion. The one end of a large piece of cloth, of which there were many, was held up over the heads of the girls, while the remainder was wrapped round their bodies, under the armpits. Then the upper ends were let fall and hung down in folds to the ground over the other, so as to bear some resemblance to a circular hoop petticoat. Afterward, round the outside of all, were wrapped several pieces of differently coloured cloth, which considerably increased the size, so that it was not less than 5 or 6 yards in circuit, and the weight of this singular attire was as much as the poor girls could support. To each were hung 2 tams, or breastplates, by way of enriching the whole and giving it a picturesque appearance. Thus equipped, they were conducted on board the ship, together with several hogs and a quantity of fruit, which with the cloth was a present to me from Otu's father. Persons of either sex dressed in this manner are called ati, but, I believe, it is never practised, except when large presents of cloth are to be made. At least I never saw it practised upon any other occasion, nor indeed had I ever such a present before. But both Captain Clark and I had cloth given to us afterward, thus wrapped round the bearers. The next day I had a present of 5 hogs and some fruit from Otu, and 1 hog and some fruit from each of his sisters. Nor were other provisions wanting. For 2 or 3 days, great quantities of mackerel had been caught by the natives within the reef in seines, some of which they brought to the ships and tents and sold. Otu was not more attentive to supply our wants by a succession of presents than he was to contribute to our amusement by a succession of diversions. A day or 2 after this, having gone down to Opare, he treated us with a mock fight of 2 war canoes. His 3 sisters were the actresses, and the dresses they appeared in were new and elegant, that is, more so than what we had usually met with at any of these islands. But the principal object I had in view this day in going to Opare was to take a view of an embalmed corpse, which some of our gentlemen had happened to meet with at that place near the residence of Otu. On inquiry, I found it to be the remains of T, a chief well known to me when I was at this island, during my last voyage. It was lying in a topapau, more elegantly constructed than their common ones, and in all respects similar to that lately seen by us at Otaheite, in which the remains of Wahedua are deposited, embalmed in the same manner. When we arrived at the place, the body was under cover and wrapped up in cloth within the tupapau, but, at my desire, the man who had the care of it brought it out and laid it upon a kind of bier in such a manner that we had as full a view of it as we could wish, but we were not allowed to go within the pales that enclosed the tupapau. After he had thus exhibited the corpse, he hung the place with mats and cloth, so disposed as to produce a very pretty effect. We found the body not only entire in every part, but what surprised us much more was that putrefaction seemed scarcely to be begun, as there was not the least disagreeable smell proceeding from it. Though the climate is one of the hottest, and T had been dead above 4 months. The only remarkable alteration that had happened was a shrinking of the muscular parts of the eyes, but the hair and nails were in their original state and still adhered firmly, and the several joints were quite pliable, or in that kind of relaxed state which happens to persons who faint suddenly. Such were Mr. Anderson's remarks to me, who also told me that on his inquiring into the method of effecting this preservation of their dead bodies, he had been informed that soon after their death they are disemboweled by drawing the intestines and other viscera out at the anus, and the whole cavity is then filled or stuffed with cloth, introduced through the same part. That when any moisture appeared on the skin, it was carefully dried up, and the bodies afterward rubbed all over with a large quantity of perfumed coconut oil, which, being frequently repeated, preserved them a great many months, but that, at last, they gradually moulder away. This was the information Mr. Anderson received. For my own part, I could not learn any more about their mode of operation than what Omai told me, who said that they made use of the juice of a plant which grows amongst the mountains, of coconut oil, and of frequent washing with sea water. I was also told that the bodies of all their great men, who died a natural death, are preserved in this manner, and that they expose them to public view for a considerable time after. At first, they are laid out every day when it does not rain. Afterward, the intervals become greater and greater, and at last they are seldom to be seen. In the evening, we returned from Opara, where we left Otu and all the royal family, and I saw none of them till the 12th, when all but the chief himself paid me a visit. He, as they told me, was gone to Atahuru to assist this day at another human sacrifice which the chief of Tiarabu had sent thither to be offered up at the Morai. This second instance, within the course of a few days, was too melancholy a proof how numerous the victims of this bloody superstition are amongst this humane people. I would have been present at this sacrifice too, had I known of it in time, for now it was too late. From the very same cause, I missed being present at a public transaction, which had passed at Opare the preceding day, when Otu, with all the solemnities observed on such occasions, restored to the friends and followers of the late King Tutaha the lands and possessions which had been withheld from them ever since his death. Probably the new sacrifice was the concluding ceremony of what may be called the reversal of attainder. The following evening, Otu returned from exercising this most disagreeable of all his duties as sovereign, and the next day, being now honoured with his company, Captain Clark and I, mounted on horseback, took a ride round the plain of Matavai, to the very great surprise of a great train of people who attended on the occasion, gazing upon us with as much astonishment as if we had been centaurs. Omai indeed had, once or twice before this, attempted to get on horseback, but he had as often been thrown off before he could contrive to seat himself, so that this was the first time they had seen anybody ride a horse. What Captain Clark and I began was repeated every day while we stayed by one or another of our people, and yet the curiosity of the natives continued still unabated. They were exceedingly delighted with these animals after they had seen the use that was made of them, and as far as I could judge, they conveyed to them a better idea of the greatness of other nations than all the other novelties put together that their European visitors had carried amongst them. Both the horse and mare were in good case and looked extremely well. The next day, Itari, or Oila, the god of Bora-Bora, who had for several days past been in the neighbourhood of Matavai, removed to Opare, attended by several sailing canoes. We were told that Otu did not approve of his being so near our station, where his people could more easily invade our property. I must do O2 the justice to say that he took every method prudence could suggest to prevent thefts and robberies, and it was more owing to his regulations than to our circumspection that so few were committed. He had taken care to erect a little house or two on the other side of the river, behind our post, and two others, close to our tents, on the bank between the river and the sea. In all these places, some of his own people constantly kept watch, and his father generally resided on Matavai Point, so that we were, in a manner, surrounded by them. Thus stationed, they not only guarded us in the night from thieves, but could observe everything that passed in the day, and were ready to collect contributions from such girls as had private connections with our people, which was generally done every morning. So that the measures adopted by him to secure our safety, at the same time, served the more essential purpose of enlarging his own profits. O2 informing me that his presence was necessary at Opare, where he was to give audience to the great personage from Bora-Bora, and asking me to accompany him, I readily consented, in hopes of meeting with something worth our notice. Accordingly, I went with him in the morning of the 16th, attended by Mr. Anderson. Nothing, however, occurred on this occasion that was either interesting or curious. We saw Itari and his followers present some coarse cloth and hogs to O2, and each article was delivered with some ceremony and a set speech. After this, they and some other chiefs held a consultation about the expedition to Aimeo. Itari at first seemed to disapprove of it, but at last his objections were overruled. Indeed, it appeared next day that it was too late to deliberate about the measure, and that Toha, Potato, and another chief had already gone upon the expedition with the fleet of Atahuru. For a messenger arrived in the evening with intelligence that they had reached Aimeo, and that there had been some skirmishes without much loss or advantage on either side. In the morning of the 18th, Mr. Anderson, myself, and Omai went again with O2 to Opare and took with us the sheep which I intended to leave upon the island, consisting of an English ram and ewe and 3 Cape ewes, all of which I gave to O2. As all the 3 cows had taken the bull, I thought I might venture to divide them and carry some to Uliatea. With this view, I had them brought before us and proposed to Eteri that if he would leave his bull with O2, he should have mine and one of the 3 cows, adding that I would carry them for him to Uliatea, for I was afraid to remove the Spanish bull, lest some accident should happen to him, as he was a bulky, spirited beast. To this proposal of mine, Itari at first made some objections, but at last agreed to it, partly through the persuasion of Omai. However, just as the cattle were putting into the boat, one of Itari's followers valiantly opposed any exchange whatever being made. Finding this, and suspecting that Itari had only consented to the proposed arrangement for the present moment to please me, and that, after I was gone, he might take away his bull, and then O2 would not have one, I thought it best to drop the idea of an exchange, as it could not be made with the mutual consent of both parties, and finally determined to leave them all with O2, strictly enjoining him never to suffer them to be removed from Opare, not even the Spanish bull, nor any of the sheep, till he should get a flock of young ones, which he might then dispose of to his friends and send to the neighbouring islands. This being settled, we left Eteri and his party to ruminate upon their folly, and attended O2 to another place, hard by, where we found the servants of a chief, whose name I forgot to ask, waiting with a hog, a pig, and a dog, as a present from their master to the sovereign. These were delivered with the usual ceremonies, and with a harangue in form, in which the speaker, in his master's name, inquired after the health of O2, and of all the principal people about him. This compliment was echoed back in the name of O2 by one of his ministers, and then the dispute with Aimeo was discussed, with many arguments for and against it. The deputies of this chief were for prosecuting the war with vigour, and advised O2 to offer a human sacrifice. On the other hand, a chief, who was in constant attendance on O2's person, opposed it, seemingly, with great strength of argument. This confirmed me in the opinion that O2 himself never entered heartily into the spirit of this war. He now received repeated messages from Toha, strongly soliciting him to hasten to his assistance. We were told that his fleet was, in a manner, surrounded by that of Mahaina, but that neither the one nor the other durst hazard an engagement. After dining with O2, we returned to Matavai, leaving him at Opare. This day, and also the 19th, we were very sparingly supplied with fruit. O2, hearing of this, he and his brother, who had attached himself to Captain Clark, came from Opare between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening with a large supply for both ships. This marked his humane attention more strongly than anything he had hitherto done for us. The next day, all the royal family came with presents, so that our wants were not only relieved, but we had more provisions than we could consume. Having got all our water on board, the ships being caulked, the rigging overhauled, and everything put in order, I began to think of leaving the island, that I might have sufficient time to spare for visiting others in this neighbourhood. With this view, we removed from the shore our observatories and instruments and bent the sails. Early the next morning, O2 came on board to acquaint me that all the war canoes of Matavai and of the 3 other districts adjoining were going to Opare to join those belonging to that part of the island, and that there would be a general review there. Soon after, the squadron of Matavai was all in motion, and after parading a while about the bay, assembled ashore, near the middle of it. I now went in my boat to take a view of them. Of those with flags, on which they fight, or what they call their war canoes, there were about 60, with near as many more of a smaller size. I was ready to have attended them to Opare, but soon after a resolution was taken by the chiefs that they should not move till the next day. I looked upon this to be a fortunate delay, as it afforded me a good opportunity to get some insight into their manner of fighting. With this view, I expressed my wish to O2 that he would order some of them to go through the necessary manoeuvres. 2 were accordingly ordered out into the bay, in one of which O2, Mr. King and myself embarked, and Omai went on board the other. When we had got sufficient sea room, we faced and advanced upon each other and retreated by turns, as quick as our rowers could. During this, the warriors on the flags flourished their weapons and played 100 antic tricks, which could answer no other end, in my judgment, than to work up their passions and prepare them for fighting. O2 stood by the side of our stage and gave the necessary orders when to advance and when to retreat. In this, great judgment and a quick eye, combined together, seemed requisite to seize every advantage that might offer, and to avoid giving any advantage to the adversary. At last, after advancing and retreating from each other, at least a dozen times, the 2 canoes closed, head to head, or stage to stage. And, after a short conflict, the troops on our stage were supposed to be all killed, and we were boarded by Omai and his associates. At that very instant, O2 and all our paddlers leaped overboard, as if reduced to the necessity of endeavouring to save their lives by swimming. If Omai's information is to be depended upon, their naval engagements are not always conducted in this manner. He told me that they sometimes begin with lashing the 2 vessels together, head to head, and then fight till all the warriors are killed on one side or the other. But this close combat, I apprehend, is never practised, but when they are determined to conquer or die. Indeed, one or the other must happen, for all agree that they never give quarter, unless it be to reserve their prisoners for a more cruel death the next day. The power and strength of these islands lie entirely in their navies. I never heard of a general engagement on land, and all their decisive battles are fought on the water. If the time and place of conflict are fixed upon by both parties, the preceding day and night are spent in diversions and feasting. Toward morning they launch the canoes, put everything in order, and with the day begin the battle, the fate of which generally decides the dispute. The vanquished save themselves by a precipitate flight, and such as reach the shore fly with their friends to the mountains. For the victors, while their fury lasts, spare neither the aged, women nor children. The next day they assemble at the Morai to return thanks to the Eatua for the victory, and to offer up the slain as sacrifices, and the prisoners also, if they have any. After this, a treaty is set on foot, and the conquerors, for the most part, obtain their own terms, by which particular districts of land, and sometimes whole islands, change their owners. Omai told us that he was once taken a prisoner by the men of Bora-Bora and carried to that island, where he and some others would have been put to death the next day, if they had not found means to escape in the night. As soon as this mock fight was over, Omai put on his suit of armour, mounted a stage in one of the canoes, and was paddled all along the shore of the bay, so that everyone had a full view of him. His coat of mail did not draw the attention of his countrymen so much as might have been expected. Some of them, indeed, had seen a part of it before, and there were others again who had taken such a dislike to Omai from his imprudent conduct at this place that they would hardly look at anything, however singular, that was exhibited by him. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 4, The Day of Sailing Fixed, Peace Made with Aimeo, Debates about it, and Otu's conduct blamed, a solemnity at the Morai on the occasion, described by Mr. King, observations upon it, instance of Otu's art, Omai's war canoe, and remarks upon his behaviour. Otu's present, and message to the King of Great Britain. Reflections on our manner of traffic, and on the good treatment we met at Otaheite. Account of the expedition of the Spaniards. Their fictions to deprecate the English, wishes expressed that no settlement may be made. Omai's jealousy of another traveller. Early in the morning of the 22nd, Otu and his father came on board to know when I proposed sailing. For having been informed that there was a good harbour at Aimeo, I had told them that I should visit that island on my way to Huaheine, and they were desirous of taking a passage with me and of their fleet sailing at the same time to reinforce Toha. As I was ready to take my departure, I left it to them to name the day, and the Wednesday following was fixed upon, when I was to take on board Otu, his father, mother, and in short the whole family. These points being settled, I proposed setting out immediately for Opare, where all the fleet fitted out for the expedition was to assemble this day and to be reviewed. I had but just time to get into my boat, when news was brought that Toha had concluded a treaty with Mahena and had returned with his fleet to Atahuru. This unexpected event made all further proceedings in the military way quite unnecessary, and the war canoes, instead of rendezvousing at Opar, were ordered home to their respective districts. This alteration, however, did not hinder me from following Otu to Opar, accompanied by Mr. King and Omai. Soon after our arrival, and while dinner was preparing, a messenger arrived from Aimeo and related the conditions of the peace, or rather of the truce, it being only for a limited time. The terms were disadvantageous to Otaheite, and much blame was thrown upon Otu, whose delay in sending reinforcements had obliged Toha to submit to a disgraceful accommodation. It was even currently reported that Toha, resenting his not being supported, had declared that, as soon as I could leave the island, he would join his forces to those of Tiarabu and attack Otu at Matavai or Opare. This called upon me to declare, in the most public manner, that I was determined to espouse the interest of my friend against any such combination, and that whoever presumed to attack him should feel the weight of my heavy displeasure when I returned again to their island. My declaration probably had the desired effect, and if Toha had any such hostile intention, we soon heard no more of the report. Otu's father highly disapproved of the peace, and blamed Toha very much for concluding it. This sensible old man wisely judged that my going down with them to Eimeo must have been of singular service to their cause, though I should take care evermore in the quarrel, and it was upon this that he built his arguments and maintained that Otu had acted properly by waiting for me, though this had prevented him giving assistance to Toha as soon as he expected. Our debates at Opare on this subject were hardly ended before a messenger arrived from Toha, desiring Otu's attendance the next day at the Morai in Atahuru to give thanks to the gods for the peace he had concluded. At least such was Omai's account to me of the object of this solemnity. I was asked to go, but being much out of order, was obliged to decline it. Desirous, however, of knowing what ceremonies might be observed on so memorable an occasion, I sent Mr. King and Omai and returned on board my ship, attended by Otu's mother, his 3 sisters, and 8 more women. At first, I thought that this numerous train of females came into my boat with no other view than to get a passage to Matavai. But when we arrived at the ship, they told me they intended passing the night on board for the express purpose of undertaking the cure of the disorder I complained of, which was a pain of the rheumatic kind, extending from the hip to the foot. I accepted the friendly offer, had a bed spread for them upon the cabin floor, and submitted myself to their directions. I was desired to lay myself down amongst them. Then, as many of them as could get around me began to squeeze me with both hands, from head to foot, but more particularly on the parts where the pain was lodged, till they made my bones crack, and my flesh became a perfect mummy. In short, after undergoing this discipline about a quarter of an hour, I was glad to get away from them. However, the operation gave me immediate relief, so that I submitted to another rubbing before I went to bed, and it had so good an effect that I found myself pretty easy all the night after. My female physicians repeated their prescription the next morning before they went ashore, and again in the evening when they returned on board, after which I found the pains entirely removed, and the cure being perfected, they took their leave of me the following morning. This they call Romay, an operation which, in my opinion, far exceeds the flesh brush or anything of the kind that we make use of externally. It is universally practiced amongst these islanders, being sometimes performed by the men, but more generally by the women. If at any time one appears languid and tired and sits down by any one of them, they immediately begin to practice the Romay upon his legs, and I have always found it to have an exceedingly good effect. In the morning of the 25th, Otu, Mr. King and Omai returned from Atahuru, and Mr. King gave me the following account of what he had seen. Soon after you left me, a second messenger came from Toha to Otu with a plantain tree. It was sunset when we embarked in a canoe and left Opare. About 9 o'clock, we landed at Tetaha, at that extremity which joins to Atahuru. Before we landed, the people called to us from the shore, probably to tell us that Toha was there. The meeting of Otu and this chief, I expected, would afford some incident worth observation. Otu and his attendants went and seated themselves on the bench close to the canoe in which Toha was. He was then asleep, but his servants having awaked him and mentioning Otu's name, immediately a plantain tree and a dog were laid at Otu's feet, and many of Toha's people came and talked with him, as I conceived, about their expedition to Eimeo. After I had, for some time, remained seated close to Otu, Toha neither stirring from his canoe nor holding any conversation with us, I went to him. He asked me if Toot was angry with him. I answered no, that he was his tayo, and that he had ordered me to go to Atahuru to tell him so. Omai now had a long conversation with this chief, but I could gather no information of any kind from him. On my returning to Otu, he seemed desirous that I should go to eat, and then to sleep. Accordingly, Omai and I left him. On questioning Omai, he said The reason of Toha's not stirring from his canoe was his being lame, but that presently Otu and he would converse together in private. This seemed true, for in a little time those we left with Otu came to us. And about 10 minutes after, Otu himself arrived, and we all went to sleep in his canoe. The next morning the Ava was in great plenty. One man drank so much that he lost his senses. I should have supposed him to be in a fit from the convulsions that agitated him. 2 men held him and kept plucking off his hair by the roots. I left this spectacle to see another more affecting. This was the meeting of Toha and his wife, and a young girl whom I understood to be his daughter. After the ceremony of cutting their heads and discharging a tolerable quantity of blood and tears, they washed, embraced the chief, and seemed unconcerned. But the young girl's sufferings were not yet come to an end. Teridiri arrived, and she went with great composure to repeat the same ceremonies to him which he had just performed on meeting her father. Toha had brought a large war canoe from Eimeo. I inquired if he had killed the people belonging to her, and was told that there was no man in her when she was captured. We left Tetaha about 10 or 11 o'clock, and landed close to the marae of Atahuru a little after noon. There lay 3 canoes, hauled upon the beach opposite the marae, with 3 hogs exposed in each. Their sheds or awnings had something under them which I could not discern. We expected the solemnity to be performed the same afternoon, but as neither Toha nor Potatu had joined us, nothing was done. A chief from Eimeo came with a small pig and a plantain tree and placed them at Otu's feet. They talked some time together, and the Eimeo chief often repeating the words, "Worry, worry, false." I supposed that Otu was relating to him what he had heard, and that the other denied it. The next day, Wednesday, Toha and Potatu, with about 8 large canoes, arrived and landed near the morai. Many plantain trees were brought on the part of different chiefs to Otu. Toha did not stir from his canoe. The ceremony began by the principal priest bringing out the maro, wrapped up, and a bundle shaped like a large sugar loaf. These were placed at the head of what I understood to be a grave. Then 3 priests came and sat down opposite, that is at the other end of the grave, bringing with them a plantain tree, the branch of some other tree, and the sheath of the flower of the cocoa-nut tree. The priests, with these things in their hands, separately repeated sentences, and, at intervals, 2, and sometimes all 3 sung a melancholy ditty, little attended to by the people. This praying and singing continued for an hour. Then, after a short prayer, the principal priest uncovered the maro, and Otu rose up and wrapped it about him, holding at the same time in his hand a cap or bonnet composed of the red feathers of the tail of the tropic bird mixed with other feathers of a dark colour. He stood in the middle space, facing the 3 priests, who continued their prayers for about 10 minutes. When a man, starting from the crowd, said something which ended with the word Heva, and the crowd echoed back to him 3 times Iri. This, as I had been told before, was the principal part of the solemnity. The company now moved to the opposite side of the great pile of stones, where is what they call the King's Marae, which is not unlike a large grave. Here the same ceremony was performed over again and ended in 3 cheers. The maro was now wrapped up and increased in its splendour by the addition of a small piece of red feathers, which one of the priests gave Otu when he had it on, and which he stuck into it. From this place the people went to a large hut, close by the marae, where they seated themselves in much greater order than is usual among them. A man of Tiarabu then made an oration, which lasted about 10 minutes. He was followed by an Atahuru man. Afterward, Potato spoke with much greater fluency and grace than any of them, for in general they spoke in short, broken sentences, with a motion of the hand that was rather awkward. Tuteo, Otu's orator, spoke next, and after him, a man from Ameo. 2 or 3 more speeches were made, but not much attended to. Omai told me that the speeches declared that they should not fight, but all be friends. As many of the speakers expressed themselves with warmth, possibly there were some recriminations and protestations of their good intentions. In the midst of their speaking, a man of Atahuru got up, with a sling fastened to his waist and a large stone placed upon his shoulder. After parading near a quarter of an hour, in the open space, repeating something in a singing tone, he threw the stone down. This stone and a plantain tree that lay at Otu's feet were, after the speeches ended, carried to the morai. And one of the priests, and Otu with him, said something upon the occasion. On our return to Opare, the sea breeze having set in, we were obliged to land, and had a pleasant walk through almost the whole extent of Tetaha to Opare. A tree with 2 bundles of dried leaves suspended upon it marked the boundary of the 2 districts. The man who had performed the ceremony of the stone and sling came with us. With him, Otu's father had a long conversation. He seemed very angry. I understood he was enraged at the part Toha had taken in the Aimeo business. From what I can judge of this solemnity, as thus described by Mr. King, it had not been wholly a thanksgiving, as Omai told us, but rather a confirmation of the treaty, or perhaps both. The grave, which Mr. King speaks of, seems to be the very spot where the celebration of the rites began, when the human sacrifice, at which I was present, was offered, and before which the victim was laid after being removed from the seaside. It is at this part of the marae also that they first invest their kings with the maro. Omai, who had been present when Otu was made king, described to me the whole ceremony when we were here, and I find it to be almost the same as this that Mr. King has now described, though we understood it to be upon a very different occasion. The plantain tree, so often mentioned, is always the first thing introduced, not only in all their religious ceremonies, but in all their debates, whether of a public or private nature. It is also used on other occasions, perhaps many more than we know of. While Toha was at Ameo, 1 or more messengers came from him to Otu every day. The messenger always came with a young plantain tree in his hand, which he laid down at Otu's feet before he spoke a word, then seated himself before him and related what he was charged with. I have seen 2 men in such high dispute that I expected they would proceed to blows. Yet on one laying a plantain tree before the other, they have both become cool and carried on the argument without further animosity. In short, it is, upon all occasions, the olive branch of these people. The war with Aimeo, and the solemn rites which were the consequence of it, being thus finally closed, all our friends paid us a visit on the 26th, and, as they knew that we were upon the point of sailing, brought with them more hogs than we could take off their hands. For having no salt left to preserve any, we wanted no more than for present use. The next day I accompanied Otu to Opare, and before I left it I looked at the cattle and poultry, which I had consigned to my friend's care at that place. Everything was in a promising way, and properly attended unto. 2 of the geese and 2 of the ducks were sitting, but the pea and turkey hens had not begun to lay. I got from Otu 4 goats, 2 of which I intended to leave at Uliatea, where none had as yet been introduced, and the other 2 I proposed to reserve for the use of any islands I might meet with in my passage to the north. A circumstance which I shall now mention of Otu will show that these people are capable of much address and art to gain their purposes. Amongst other things, which at different times I had given to this chief, was a spying glass. After having it in his possession 2 or 3 days, tired of its novelty and probably finding it of no use to him, he carried it privately to Captain Clark and told him that, as he had been his very good friend, he had got a present for him which he knew would be agreeable. "But," says Otu, "you must not let Toot know it, because he wants it, and I would not let him have it." He then put the glass into Captain Clark's hands, at the same time assuring him that he came honestly by it. Captain Clark at first declined accepting it, but O2 insisted upon it and left it with him. Some days after, he put Captain Clark in mind of the glass, who, though he did not want it, was yet desirous of obliging O2, and thinking that a few axes would be of more use at this island, produced 4 to give him in return. O2 no sooner saw this than he said, "Toot offered me 5 for it." "Well," says Captain Clark, "if that be the case, your friendship for me shall not make you a loser, and you shall have 6 axes. These he accepted, but desired again that I might not be told what he had done. Our friend Omai got one good thing at this island for the many good things he gave away. This was a very fine double-sailing canoe, completely equipped and fit for the sea. Some time before, I had made up for him a suit of English colours, but he thought these too valuable to be used at this time, and patched up a parcel of colours, such as flags and pendants, to the number of 10 or a dozen, which he spread on different parts of this vessel, all at the same time, and drew together as many people to look at her as a man of war would, dressed in a European port. These streamers of Omai were a mixture of English, French, Spanish and Dutch, which were all the European colours that he had seen. When I was last at this island, I gave to O2 an English jack and pendant, and to Toha a pendant, which I now found they had preserved with the greatest care. Omai had also provided himself with a good stock of cloth and cocoa-nut oil, which are not only in greater plenty, but much better at Otaheite than at any of the Society Islands, insomuch that they are articles of trade. Omai would not have behaved so inconsistently and so much unlike himself as he did in many instances, but for his sister and brother-in-law, who, together with a few more of their acquaintance, engrossed him entirely to themselves, with no other view than to strip him of everything he had got. And they would undoubtedly have succeeded in their scheme if I had not put a stop to it in time by taking the most useful articles of his property into my possession. But even this would not have saved Omai from ruin if I had suffered these relations of his to have gone with, or to have followed us to, his intended place of settlement, Otaheite. This they had intended, but I disappointed their further views of plunder by forbidding them to show themselves in that island while I remained in the neighbourhood, and they knew me too well not to comply. On the 28th, O2 came on board and informed me that he had got a canoe which he desired I would take with me and carry home as a present from him to the Iri Rahi no Pretain, it being the only thing, he said, that he could send worth His Majesty's acceptance. I was not a little pleased with O2 for this mark of his gratitude. It was a thought entirely his own, not one of us having given him the least hint about it, and it showed that he fully understood to whom he was indebted for the most valuable presents that he had received. At first I thought that this canoe had been a model of one of their vessels of war, but I soon found that it was a small Ivaha, about 16 feet long. It was double, and seemed to have been built for the purpose, and was decorated with all those pieces of carved work which they usually fix upon their canoes. As it was too large for me to take on board, I could only thank him for his good intention, but it would have pleased him much better if his present could have been accepted. We were detained here some days longer than I expected, by light breezes from the west and calms by turns, so that we could not get out of the bay. During this time, the ships were crowded with our friends and surrounded by a multitude of canoes, for not one would leave the place till we were gone. At length, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 29th, the wind came at east, and we weighed anchor. As soon as the ships were under sail, at the request of O2, and to gratify the curiosity of his people, I fired 7 guns, loaded with shot, after which all our friends, except him and 2 or 3 more, left us with such marks of affection and grief as sufficiently showed how much they regretted our departure. Otu being desirous of seeing the ship sail, I made a stretch out to sea, and then in again, when he also bid us farewell, and went ashore in his canoe. The frequent visits we have lately paid to this island seem to have created a full persuasion that the intercourse will not be discontinued. It was strictly enjoined to me by Otu to request in his name the Iri Rahi no Pretain to send him by the next ships red feathers and the birds that produce them, axes, 6 muskets with powder and shot, and by no means to forget horses. I have occasionally mentioned my receiving considerable presents from Otu and the rest of the family without specifying what returns I made. It is customary for these people, when they make a present, to let us know what they expect in return, and we find it necessary to gratify them, so that what we get by way of present comes dearer than what we get by barter. But as we were sometimes pressed by occasional scarcity, we could have recourse to our friends for a present or supply, when we could not get our wants relieved by any other method, and therefore, upon the whole, this way of traffic was full as advantageous to us as to the natives. For the most part, I paid for each separate article as I received it, except in my intercourse with Otu. His presents generally came so fast upon me that no account was kept between us. Whatever he asked for that I could spare, he had whenever he asked for it, and I always found him moderate in his demands. If I could have prevailed upon Omai to fix himself at Otaheite, I should not have left it so soon as I did. For there was not a probability of our being better or cheaper supplied with refreshments at any other place than we continued to be here, even at the time of our leaving it. Besides, such a cordial friendship and confidence subsisted between us and the inhabitants as could hardly be expected anywhere else. And it was a little extraordinary that this friendly intercourse had never once been suspended by any untoward accident, nor had there been a theft committed that deserves to be mentioned. Not that I believe their morals in this respect to be much mended, but am rather of opinion that their regularity of conduct was owing to the fear the chiefs were under of interrupting a traffic which they might consider as the means of securing to themselves a more considerable share of our commodities than could have been got by plunder or pilfering. Indeed, this point I settled at the first interview with their chiefs after my arrival. For observing the great plenty that was in the island and the eagerness of the natives to possess our various articles of trade, I resolved to make the most of these 2 favourable circumstances and explained myself, in the most decisive terms, that I would not suffer them to rob us, as they had done upon many former occasions. In this, Omai was of great use, as I instructed him to point out to them the good consequences of their honest conduct, and the fatal mischiefs they must expect to suffer by deviating from it. It is not always in the power of the chiefs to prevent robberies. They are frequently robbed themselves, and complain of it as a great evil. Otu left the most valuable things he had from me in my possession till the day before we sailed, and the reason he gave for it was that they were nowhere so safe. Since the bringing in of new riches, the inducements to pilfering must have increased. The chiefs, sensible of this, are now extremely desirous of chests. They seemed to set much value upon a few the Spaniards had left amongst them, and they were continually asking us for some. I had one made for Otu, the dimensions of which, according to his own directions, were 8 feet in length, 5 in breadth, and about 3 in depth. Locks and bolts were not a sufficient security, but it must be large enough for 2 people to sleep upon, by way of guarding it in the night. It will appear a little extraordinary that we, who had a smattering of their language, and Omai besides, for an interpreter, could never get any clear account of the time when the Spaniards arrived, how long they stayed, and when they departed. The more we inquired into this matter, the more we were convinced of the inability of most of these people to remember or note the time when past events happened, especially if it exceeded 10 or 20 months. It, however, appeared by the date of the inscription upon the cross and by the information we received from the most intelligent of the natives that 2 ships arrived at Otaheite in 1774, soon after I left Matavai, which was in May the same year. They brought with them the house and livestock before mentioned. Some said that, after landing these things, and some men, they sailed in quest of me and returned in about 10 days. But I have some doubt of the truth of this, as they were never seen, either at Huaheine or at Uliatea. The livestock they left here consisted of 1 bull, some goats, hogs, and dogs, and the male of some other animal, which we afterward found to be a ram, and at this time was at Bora-Bora, whither the bull was also to have been transported. The hogs are of a large kind, have already greatly improved the breed originally found by us upon the island, and, at the time of our late arrival, were very numerous. Goats are also in tolerable plenty, there being hardly a chief of any note that has not got some. As to the dogs that the Spaniards put ashore, which are of 2 or 3 sorts, I think they would have done the island a great deal more service if they had hanged them all instead of leaving them upon it. It was to one of them that my young ram fell a victim. When these ships left the islands, 4 Spaniards remained behind. 2 were priests, 1 a servant, and the 4th made himself very popular among the natives, who distinguished him by the name of Matima. He seems to have been a person who had studied their language, or at least to have spoken it so as to be understood, and to have taken uncommon pains to impress the minds of the islanders with the most exalted ideas of the greatness of the Spanish nation, and to make them think meanly of the English. He even went so far as to assure them that we no longer existed as an independent nation, that Bretagne was only a small island, which they, the Spaniards, had entirely destroyed, and for me, that they had met with me at sea, and with a few shot had sent my ship and every soul in her to the bottom, so that my visiting Otaheite at this time was, of course, very unexpected. All this and many other improbable falsehoods did this Spaniard make these people believe. If Spain had no other views in this expedition but to depreciate the English, they had better have kept their ships at home, for my returning again to Otaheite was considered as a complete confutation of all that Matima had said. With what design the priest stayed, we can only guess. If it was to convert the natives to the Catholic faith, they have not succeeded in any one instance, but it does not appear that they ever attempted it. For if the natives are to be believed, they never conversed with them, either on this or on any other subject. The priests resided constantly in the house at Otaheite, but Matima roved about, visiting most parts of the island. At length, after he and his companions had stayed 10 months, 2 ships came to Otaheite, took them on board, and sailed again in 5 days. This hasty departure shows that whatever design the Spaniards might have had upon this island, they had now laid it aside. And yet, as I was informed by O2 and many others, before they went away, they would have the natives believe that they still meant to return, and to bring with them houses, all kinds of animals, and men and women who were to settle, live, and die on the island. O2, when he told me this, added that if the Spaniards should return, he would not let them come to Matavai Fort, which, he said, was ours. It was easy to see that the idea pleased him, little thinking that the completion of it would, at once, deprive him of his kingdom and the people of their liberties. This shows with what facility a settlement might be made at Otaheite, which, grateful as I am for repeated good offices, I hope will never happen. Our occasional visits may, in some respects, have benefited its inhabitants, but a permanent establishment amongst them, conducted as most European establishments amongst Indian nations, have unfortunately would, I fear, give them just cause to lament, that our ships had ever found them out. Indeed, it is very unlikely, that any measure of this kind should ever be seriously thought of, as it can neither serve the purposes of public ambition nor of private avarice. And, without such inducements, I may pronounce that it will never be undertaken. I have already mentioned the visit that I had from one of the two natives of this island, who had been carried by the Spaniards to Lima. I never saw him afterwards, which I rather wondered at, as I had received him with uncommon civility. I believe, however, that Omai had kept him at a distance from me by some rough usage, jealous that there should be another traveller upon the island who might vie with himself. Our touching at Tenerife was a fortunate circumstance for Omai, as he prided himself in having visited a place belonging to Spain, as well as this man. I did not meet with the other, who had returned from Lima, but Captain Clark, who had seen him, spoke of him as a low fellow and as a little out of his senses. His own countrymen, I found, agreed in the same account of him. In short, these two adventurers seemed to be held in no esteem. They had not indeed been so fortunate as to return home with such valuable acquisitions of property as we had bestowed upon Omai. And with the advantages he reaped from his voyage to England, it must be his own fault if he should sink into the same state of insignificance. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 5. Arrival at Eimeo. 2 harbours there and an account of them. Visit from Mahain, chief of the island. His person described. A goat stolen and sent back with the thief. Another goat stolen and secreted. Measures taken on the occasion. Expedition across the island. Houses and canoes burnt. The goat delivered up and peace restored. Some account of the island, etc. As I did not give up my design of touching at Eimeo at daybreak on the morning of the 30th of September after leaving Otaheite, I stood for the north end of the island, the harbour, which I wished to examine, being at that part of it. Omai, in his canoe, having arrived there long before us, had taken some necessary measures to show us the place. However, we were not without pilots, having several men of Otaheite on board and not a few women. Not caring to trust these guides, I sent 2 boats to examine the harbour, and on their making the signal for safe anchorage, we stood in with the ships and anchored close up to the head of the inlet in 10 fathoms water over a bottom of soft mud and moored with a hawser fast to the shore. This harbour, which is called Talu, is situated upon the north side of the island, in the district of Obonahu, or Punahu. It runs in south, or south by east, between the hills, above 2 miles. For security and goodness of its bottom, it is not inferior to any harbour that I have met with at any of the islands in this ocean, and it has this advantage over most of them, that a ship can sail in and out with the reigning trade wind, so that the access and recess are equally easy. There are several rivulets that fall into it. The one at the head is so considerable as to admit boats to go 1/4 of a mile up, where we found the water perfectly fresh. Its banks are covered with the puru tree, as it is called by the natives, which makes good firing, and which they set no value upon, so that wood and water are to be got here with great facility. On the same side of the island and about 2 miles to the eastward is the harbour of Pararo, much larger within than that of Talu. But the entrance, or opening in the reef, for the whole island is surrounded with a reef of coral rock, is considerably narrower, and lies to leeward of the harbour. These 2 defects are so striking that the harbour of Talu must always have a decided preference. It is a little extraordinary that I should have been 3 times at Otaheite before, and once sent a boat to Eimeo, and yet not know that there was a harbour in it. Whereas, there are not only the 2 mentioned, but 1 or 2 more on the south side of the island. But these last are not so considerable as the 2 we have just described, and of which a sketch has been made for the use of those who may follow us on such a voyage. We had no sooner anchored than the ships were crowded with the inhabitants, whom curiosity alone brought on board, for they had nothing with them for the purposes of barter. But the next morning, this deficiency was supplied. Several canoes then arrived from more distant places, which brought with them abundance of breadfruit, coconuts, and a few hogs. These they exchanged for hatchets, nails, and beads, for red feathers were not so much sought after here as at Otaheite. The ship being a good deal infested with rats, I hauled her within 30 yards of the shore, as near as the depth of water would allow, and made a path for the rats to get to the land by fastening pieces of wood to the cables. It is said that this experiment has sometimes succeeded, but I believe we got clear of very few of the numerous tribe that haunted us in this manner. In the morning of the 2nd, Mahain, the chief of the island, paid us a visit. He approached the ship with great caution, and it required some persuasion to get him on board. Probably he was under some apprehension of ill treatment from us, as friends of the Otaheitans, these people not being able to comprehend how we can be friends with anyone without adopting, at the same time, their enmity against his enemies. Mahain was accompanied by his wife, who, as I was informed, is sister to Oamo of Otaheite, of whose death he had heard an account while we were at this island. I made presents to both of them, of such things as they seemed to set the highest value upon, and after staying about half an hour, they went away. Not long after, they returned with a large hog, which they meant as a return for my presents, but I made them another present to the full value of it. After this, they paid a visit to Captain Clark, the chief, who, with a slow fellow, has made himself in a manner independent of Otaheite, is between 40 and 50 years old. He is bald-headed, which is rather an uncommon appearance in these islands at that age. He wore a kind of turban and seemed ashamed to show his head. But whether they themselves considered this deficiency of hair as a mark of disgrace, or whether they entertained a just idea of our considering it as such, I cannot say. We judged that the latter supposition was the truth, from this circumstance, that they had seen us shave the head of one of their people, whom we had caught stealing. They therefore concluded that this was the punishment usually inflicted by us upon all thieves, and one or two of our gentlemen, whose heads were not over-strengthened with hair, we could observe lay under violent suspicions of being thieves. In the evening, Omai and I mounted on horseback and took a ride along the shore to the eastward. Our train was not very numerous, as Omai had forbidden the natives to follow us, and they complied, the fear of punishment getting the better of their curiosity. Toha had stationed himself in this harbour, and though his war lasted only a few days, marks of its devastation were everywhere to be seen. The trees were stripped of their fruits, and all the houses in the neighbourhood had been pulled down and burned. Having employed the forenoon profitably in getting up all our empty casks, to air their insides, which we found necessary to save them from the efforts of a small insect to destroy them, we hauled the ship off into the stream on the 6th in the morning, intending to put to sea the next day. But an accident happened that prevented it, and gave me a good deal of trouble. We had sent our goats ashore in the daytime to graze, with 2 men to look after them. Notwithstanding which precaution, the natives had contrived to steal one of them this evening. The loss of this goat would have been of little consequence if it had not interfered with my views of stocking other islands with those animals. But this being the case, it became necessary to recover it, if possible. The next morning, we got intelligence that it had been carried to Mahain, the chief, who was, at the time, at Pararo Harbour. 2 old men offered to conduct any of my people, whom I might think proper to send to him, to bring back the goat. Accordingly, I dispatched them in a boat, charged with a threatening message to Mahain if the goat was not immediately given up to me, and also the thief. It was only the day before that this chief had requested me to give him 2 goats, but, as I could not spare them, unless at the expense of other islands, that might never have another opportunity of getting any, and had besides heard that there were already 2 upon this island, I did not gratify him. However, To show my inclination to assist his views in this respect, I desired Tubuai, an Otaheite chief who was present, to beg O2 in my name to send 2 of these animals to Mahane, and by way of ensuring a compliance with this request, I sent to O2 by this chief a large piece of red feathers equal to the value of the 2 goats that I required. I expected that this arrangement would have been satisfactory to Mahane and all the other chiefs of the island, but the event showed that I was mistaken. Not thinking that anyone would dare to steal a second goat at the very time I was taking measures to recover the first, the goats were put ashore again this morning, and in the evening a boat was sent to bring them on board. As our people were getting them into the boat, one was carried off undetected. It being immediately missed, I made no doubt of recovering it without much trouble, as there had not been time to carry it to any considerable distance. 10 or 12 of the natives set out soon after, different ways, to bring it back or to look for it. For not one of them would own that it was stolen, but all tried to persuade us that it had strayed into the woods, and indeed I thought so myself. I was convinced to the contrary, however, when I found that none of those who went in pursuit of it returned, so that their only view was to amuse me until their prize was beyond my reach, and night coming on put a stop to all further search. About this time, the boat returned with the other goat, bringing also one of the men who had stolen it, the first instance of the kind that I had met with amongst these islands. The next morning, I found that most of the inhabitants in the neighbourhood had moved off, carrying with them a corpse which lay on a tupapau opposite the ship, and that Mahina himself had retired to the most distant part of the island. It seemed now no longer doubtful that a plan had been laid to steal what I had refused to give, and that though they had restored one, they were resolved to keep the other, which was a she-goat and big with kid. I was equally fixed in my resolution that they should not keep it. I therefore applied to the 2 old men who had been instrumental in getting back the first. They told me that this one had been carried to Watea, a district on the south side of the island, by Hamoa, the chief of that place, but that, if I would send anybody for it, it would be delivered up. They offered to conduct some of my people across the island, but on my learning from them that a boat might go and return the same day, I sent one with 2 petty officers, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Shuttleworth, one to remain with the boat in case she could not get to the place, while the other should go with the guides and 1 or 2 of our people. Late in the evening the boat returned, and the officers informed me that after proceeding as far in the boat as rocks and shoals would permit, Mr. Shuttleworth, with 2 marines and 1 of the guides, landed and travelled to Watea, to the house of Hamoa, where the people of the place amused them for some time by telling them that the goat would soon be brought, and pretended they had sent for it. It, however, never came, and the approach of night obliged Mr. Shuttleworth to return to the boat without it. I was now very sorry that I had proceeded so far, as I could not retreat with any tolerable credit, and without giving encouragement to the people of the other islands we had yet to visit, to rob us with impunity. I asked Omai and the 2 old men what methods I should next take, and they, without hesitation, advised me to go with a party of men into the country and shoot every soul I should meet with. This bloody counsel I could not follow, but I resolved to march a party of men across the island, and at daybreak the next morning set out with 35 of my people, accompanied by one of the old men, by Omai, and 3 or 4 of his attendants. At the same time, I ordered Lieutenant Williamson, with 3 armed boats, around the western part of the island to meet us. I had no sooner landed with my party than the few natives who still remained in the neighbourhood fled before us. The first man that we met with upon our march ran some risk of his life, for Omai, the moment he saw him, asked me if he should shoot him. So fully was he persuaded that I was going to carry his advice into execution. I immediately ordered both him and our guide to make it known that I did not intend to hurt, much less to kill, a single native. These glad tidings flew before us like lightning and stopped the flight of the inhabitants, so that no one quitted his house or employment afterward. As we began to ascend the ridge of hills over which lay our road, we got intelligence that the goat had been carried that way before us, and, as we understood, could not, as yet, have passed the hills. We marched up in great silence, in hopes of surprising the party who were bearing off the prize. But when we had got to the uppermost plantation on the side of the ridge, the people there told us that what we were in search of had indeed been kept there the first night, but had been carried the next morning to Watea by Hamoa. We then crossed the ridge without making any further inquiry, till we came within sight of Watea, where some people showed us Hamoa's house and told us that the goat was there, so that I made no doubt of getting it immediately upon my arrival. But when I reached the house, to my very great surprise, the few people we met with denied that they had ever seen it or knew anything about it. Even Hamoa himself came and made the same declaration. On our first coming to the place, I observed several men running to and fro in the woods with clubs and bundles of darts in their hands, and Omai, who followed them, had some stones thrown at him, so that it seemed as if they had intended to oppose any step I should take by force, but on seeing my party was too strong, had dropped the design. I was confirmed in this notion by observing that all their houses were empty. After getting a few of the people of the place together, I desired Omai to expostulate with them on the absurdity of the conduct they were pursuing, and to tell them that from the testimony of many on whom I could depend, I was well assured that the goat was in their possession, and therefore insisted upon its being delivered up, otherwise I would burn their houses and canoes. But notwithstanding all that I or Omai could say, they continued to deny their having any knowledge of it. The consequence was that I set fire to 6 or 8 houses, which were presently consumed, with 2 or 3 war canoes that lay contiguous to them. This done, I marched off to join the boats, which were about 7 or 8 miles from us, and in our way we burned 6 more war canoes without anyone attempting to oppose us. On the contrary, many assisted, though probably more out of fear than goodwill. In one place, Omai, who had advanced a little before, came back with information that a great many men were getting together to attack us. We made ready to receive them, but instead of enemies, we found petitioners with plantain trees in their hands, which they laid down at my feet, and begged that I would spare a canoe that lay close by, which I readily complied with. At length, about 4 in the afternoon, we got to the boats that were waiting at Warrarade, the district belonging to Tiaratabunu. But this chief, as well as all the principal people of the place, had fled to the hills, though I touched not a single thing that was their property, as they were the friends of O2. After resting ourselves here about an hour, we set out for the ships, where we arrived about 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time, no account of the goat had been received, so that the operations of this day had not produced the desired effect. Early the next morning, I dispatched one of Omai's men to Mahane with this peremptory message that if he persisted in his refusal, I would not leave him a single canoe upon the island, and that he might expect a continuation of hostilities as long as the stolen animal remained in his possession. And that the messenger might see that I was in earnest before he left me, I sent the carpenter to break up 3 or 4 canoes that lay ashore at the head of the harbour. The planks were carried on board as materials for building a house for Omai at the place where he intended to settle. I afterward went, properly accompanied, to the next harbour, where we broke up 3 or 4 more canoes and burnt an equal number, and then returned on board about 7 in the evening. On my arrival, I found that the goat had been brought back about half an hour before, and, on inquiry, it appeared that it had come from the very place where I had been told, the day before by the inhabitants, that they knew nothing of it. But in consequence of the message I sent to the chief in the morning, it was judged prudent to trifle with me no longer. Thus ended this troublesome and rather unfortunate business, which could not be more regretted on the part of the natives than it was on mine. and it grieved me to reflect that, after refusing the pressing solicitations of my friends at Otaheite to favour their invasion of this island, I should, so soon, find myself reduced to the necessity of engaging in hostilities against its inhabitants, which, perhaps, did them more mischief than they had suffered from Toha's expedition. The next morning, our intercourse with the natives was renewed, and several canoes brought to the ships breadfruit and coconuts to barter, from which it was natural for me to draw this conclusion, that they were conscious it was their own fault if I had treated them with severity, and that the cause of my displeasure being removed, they had full confidence that no further mischief would ensue. About 9 o'clock, we weighed anchor with a breeze down the harbour, but it proved so faint and variable that it was noon before we got out to sea, when I steered for Huaheine, attended by Omai in his canoe. He did not depend entirely upon his own judgment, but had got on board a pilot. I observed that they shaped as direct a course for the island as I could do. At Eimeo, we abundantly supplied the ships with firewood. We had not taken in any at Otaheite, where the procuring this article would have been very inconvenient, there not being a tree at Matavai, but what is useful to the inhabitants. We also got here a good store of refreshments, both in hogs and vegetables, that is, breadfruit and coconuts, little else being in season. I do not know that there is any difference between the produce of this island and of Otaheite, but there is a very striking difference in their women that I can by no means account for. Those of Eimeo are of low stature, have a dark hue, and, in general, forbidding features. If we met with a fine woman among them, we were sure, upon inquiry, to find that she had come from some other island. The general appearance of Eimeo is very different from that of Otaheite. The latter, rising in one steep hilly body, has little low land, except some deep valleys and the flat border that surrounds the greatest part of it toward the sea. Eimeo, on the contrary, has hills running in different directions, which are very steep and rugged, leaving, in the interspaces, very large valleys and gently rising grounds about their sides. These hills, though of a rocky disposition, are in general covered almost to their tops with trees, but the lower parts, on the sides, are frequently only covered with fern. At the bottom of the harbour where we lay, the ground rises gently to the foot of the hills which run across nearly in the middle of the island. But its flat border, on each side, at a very small distance from the sea, becomes quite steep. This gives it a romantic cast, which renders it a prospect superior to anything we saw at Otaheite. The soil about the low grounds is a yellowish and pretty stiff mould, but upon the lower hills it is blacker and more loose, and the stone that composes the hills is, when broken, of a bluish colour but not very compact texture, with some particles of glimmer interspersed. These particulars seem worthy of observation. Perhaps the reader will think differently of my judgment when I add that near the station of our ships were two large stones, or rather rocks, concerning which the natives have some superstitious notions. They consider them as Iatuas, or divinities, saying that they are brother and sister, and that they came by some supernatural means from Uliatea. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 6. Arrival at Huaheine, Council of the Chiefs, Omai's offerings and speech to the chiefs, his establishment in this island agreed to, a house built and garden planted for him, singularity of his situation, measures taken to ensure his safety, damage done by cockroaches on board the ships, a thief detected and punished, fireworks exhibited, animals left with Omai, his family, weapons and inscriptions on his house, his behaviour on the ships leaving the island, summary view of his conduct and character, account of the two New Zealand youths. Having left Eimeo, with a gentle breeze and fine weather, at daybreak the next morning we saw Huaheine, extending from southwest by west, half-west to west by north. At noon, we anchored at the north entrance of O'Hara Harbour, which is on the west side of the island. The whole afternoon was spent in warping the ships into a proper berth and mooring. Omai entered the harbour just before us, in his canoe, but did not land. Nor did he take much notice of any of his countrymen, though many crowded to see him. But far more of them came off to the ships, so many that we could hardly work on account of their numbers. Our passengers presently acquainted them with what we had done at Eimeo, and multiplied the number of houses and canoes that we had destroyed by 10 at least. I was not sorry for this exaggerated account, as I saw that it made a great impression upon all who heard it, so that I had hopes it would induce the inhabitants of this island to behave better to us than they had done during my former visits. While I was at Otaheite, I had learned that my old friend Ori was no longer the chief of Huaheine, and that, at this time, he resided at Uliatea. Indeed, he never had been more than regent during the minority of Tahiti, the present Eri Rahi, but he did not give up the regency until he was forced. His 2 sons, Opuni and Toha, were the first who paid me a visit, coming on board before the ship was well in the harbour and bringing a present with them. Their arrival brought all the principal people of the island to our ships on the next morning, being the 13th. This was just what I wished, as it was high time to think of settling Omai. And the presence of these chiefs, I guessed, would enable me to do it in the most satisfactory manner. He now seemed to have an inclination to establish himself at Uliatea, and if he and I could have agreed about the mode of bringing that plan to bear, I should have had no objection to adopt it. His father had been dispossessed by the men of Bora-Bora when they conquered Uliatea of some land in that island, and I made no doubt of being able to get it restored to the son in an amicable manner. For that purpose, it was necessary that he should be on good terms with those who were now masters of the island. But he was too great a patriot to listen to any such thing, and was vain enough to suppose that I would reinstate him in his forfeited lands by force. This made it impossible to fix him at Uliatea, and pointed out to me Huaheine as the proper place. I therefore resolved to avail myself of the presence of the chief men of the island and to make this proposal to them. After the hurry of the morning was over, we got ready to pay a formal visit to Tahiti, meaning then to introduce Omai's business. Omai very properly on this occasion dressed himself and prepared a handsome present for the chief himself and another for his eatua. Indeed, after he had got clear of the gang that surrounded him at Otaheite, he behaved with such prudence as to gain respect. Our landing drew most of our visitors from the ships, and they, as well as those that were on shore, assembled in a large house. The concourse of people on this occasion was very great, and amongst them there appeared to be a greater proportion of personable men and women than we had ever seen in one assembly at any of these new islands. Not only the bulk of the people seemed in general much stouter and fairer than those of Otaheite, but there was also a much greater number of men who appeared to be of consequence in proportion to the extent of the island, most of whom had exactly the corpulent appearance of the chiefs of Wateo. We waited some time for Tahiti, as I would do nothing till the Eri Rahi came. But when he appeared, I found that his presence might have been dispensed with, as he was not above 8 or 10 years of age. Omai, who stood at a little distance from this circle of great men, began with making his offering to the gods, consisting of red feathers, cloth, etc. Then followed another offering, which was to be given to the gods by the chief, and after that several other small pieces and tufts of red feathers were presented. Each article was laid before one of the company, who, I understood, was a priest, and was delivered with a set speech or prayer, spoken by one of Omai's friends, who sat by him, but mostly dictated by himself. In these prayers, he did not forget his friends in England, nor those who had brought him safe back. The Eri Rahi, No Pretain, Lord Sandwich, Toot, and Tati were mentioned in every one of them. When Omai's offerings and prayers were finished, the priest took each article, in the same order in which it had been laid before him, and after repeating a prayer, sent it to the marae, which, as Omai told us, was at a great distance, otherwise the offerings would have been made there. These religious ceremonies having been performed, Omai sat down by me, and we entered upon business, by giving the young chief my present, and receiving his in return, and, all things considered, they were liberal enough on both sides. Some arrangements were next agreed upon as to the manner of carrying on the intercourse between us, and I pointed out the mischievous consequences that would attend their robbing us, as they had done during my former visits. Omai's establishment was then proposed to the assembled chiefs. He acquainted them that he had been carried by us into our country, where he was well received by the great king and his Eries, and treated with every mark of regard and affection, while he stayed amongst us. That he had been brought back again, enriched by our liberality, with a variety of articles, which would prove very useful to his countrymen, and that, besides the 2 horses which were to remain with him, several other new and valuable animals had been left at Otaheite, which would soon multiply, and furnish a sufficient number for the use of all the islands in the neighbourhood. He then signified to them that it was my earnest request, in return for all my friendly offices, that they would give him a piece of land to build a house upon, and to raise provisions for himself and his servants. Adding that, if this could not be obtained for him in Huahane, either by gift or by purchase, I was determined to carry him to Ulietia and fix him there. Perhaps I have here made a better speech for my friend than he actually delivered, but these were the topics I dictated to him. I observed that what he concluded with, about carrying him to Ulietia, seemed to meet with the approbation of all the chiefs, and I instantly saw the reason. Omai had, as I have already mentioned, vainly flattered himself that I meant to use force in restoring him to his father's lands in Ulietia, and he had talked idly and without any authority from me on this subject to some of the present assembly, who dreamed of nothing less than a hostile invasion of Ulietia, and of being assisted by me to drive the Bora-Bora men out of that island. It was of consequence, therefore, that I should undeceive them, and in order to this, I signified, in the most peremptory manner, that I neither would assist them in such an enterprise, nor suffer it to be put in execution while I was in their seas, and that, if Omai fixed himself in Ulietea, he must be introduced as a friend, and not forced upon the Bora-Bora men as their conqueror. This declaration gave a new turn to the sentiments of the council. One of the chiefs immediately expressed himself to this effect: that the whole island of Huahane and everything in it were mine, and that, therefore, I might give what portion of it I pleased to my friend. Omai, who, like the rest of his countrymen, seldom sees things beyond the present moment, was greatly pleased to hear this, thinking, no doubt, that I should be very liberal and give him enough. But to offer what it would have been improper to accept, I considered as offering nothing at all, and therefore I now desired that they would not only assign the particular spot, but also the exact quantity of land which they would allot for the settlement. Upon this, some chiefs, who had already left the assembly, were sent for, and after a short consultation amongst themselves, my request was granted by general consent, and the ground immediately pitched upon, adjoining to the house where our meeting was held. The extent, along the shore of the harbour, was about 200 yards, and its depth, to the foot of the hill, somewhat more. But a proportional part of the hill was included in the grant. This business being settled to the satisfaction of all parties, I set up a tent ashore and established a post, and erected the observatories. The carpenters of both ships were also set to work to build a small house for Omai, in which he might secure the European commodities that were his property. At the same time, some hands were employed in making a garden for his use, planting shaddocks, vines, pineapples, melons, and the seeds of several other vegetable articles, all of which I had the satisfaction of observing to be in a flourishing state before I left the island. Omai now began seriously to attend to his own affairs, and repented heartily of his ill-judged prodigality while at Otaheite. He found at Huahane a brother, a sister, and a brother-in-law, the sister being married. But these did not plunder him, as he had lately been by his other relations. I was sorry, however, to discover that, though they were too honest to do him any injury, they were of too little consequence in the island to do him any positive good. They had neither authority nor influence to protect his person or his property, and, in that helpless situation, I had reason to apprehend that he ran a great risk of being stripped of everything he had got from us as soon as he should cease to have us within his reach to enforce the good behaviour of his countrymen by an immediate appeal to our irresistible power. A man who is richer than his neighbours is sure to be envied by numbers who wish to see him brought down to their own level. But in countries where civilization, law and religion impose their restraints, the rich have a reasonable ground of security. And besides, there being in all such communities a diffusion of property, no single individual needs fear that the efforts of all the poorer sort can ever be united to injure him exclusively of others who are equally the objects of envy. It was very different with Omai. He was to live among those who are strangers in a great measure to any other principle of action besides the immediate impulse of their natural feelings. But what was his principal danger? He was to be placed in the very singular situation of being the only rich man in the community to which he was to belong. And having, by a fortunate connection with us, got into his possession an accumulated quantity of a species of treasure which none of his countrymen could create by any art or industry of their own, while all coveted a share of this envied wealth, it was natural to apprehend that all would be ready to join in attempting to strip its sole proprietor. To prevent this, if possible, I desired him to make a proper distribution of some of his movables to 2 or 3 of the principal chiefs, who, being thus gratified themselves, might be induced to take him under their patronage and protect him from the injuries of others. He promised to follow my advice, and I heard with satisfaction before I sailed that this very prudent step had been taken. Not trusting, however, entirely to the operation of gratitude, I had recourse to the more forcible motive of intimidation. With this view, I took every opportunity of notifying to the inhabitants that it was my intention to return to their island again after being absent the usual time, and that if I did not find Omai in the same state of security in which I was now to leave him, all those whom I should then discover to have been his enemies might expect to feel the weight of my resentment. This threatening declaration will probably have no inconsiderable effect. For our successive visits of late years have taught these people to believe that our ships are to return at certain periods, and while they continue to be impressed with such a notion, which I thought it a fair stratagem to confirm, Omai has some prospect of being permitted to thrive upon his new plantation. While we lay in this harbour, we carried ashore the bread remaining in the breadroom, to clear it of vermin. The number of cockroaches that infested the ship at this time is incredible. The damage they did us was very considerable, and every method devised by us to destroy them proved ineffectual. These animals, which at first were a nuisance like all other insects, had now become a real pest, and so destructive that few things were free from their ravages. If food of any kind was exposed, only for a few minutes, it was covered with them, and they soon pierced it full of holes resembling a honeycomb. They were particularly destructive to birds which had been stuffed and preserved as curiosities, and, what was worse, were uncommonly fond of ink, so that the writing on the labels fastened to different articles was quite eaten out, and the only thing that preserved books from them was the closeness of the binding, which prevented these devourers from getting between the leaves. According to Mr. Anderson's observations, they were of 2 sorts, the Blatta orientalis and Blatta germanica. The former of these had been carried home in the ship from her former voyage, where they withstood the severity of the hard winter in 1776, though she was in dock all the time. The others had only made their appearance since our leaving New Zealand, but had increased so fast that they now not only did all the mischief mentioned above, but had even got amongst the rigging, so that when a sail was loosened, thousands of them fell upon the decks. The Orientalists, though in infinite numbers, scarcely came out but in the night, when they made everything in the cabins seem as if in motion from the particular noise in crawling about. And besides their disagreeable appearance, they did great mischief to our bread, which was so bespattered with their excrement that it would have been badly relished by delicate feeders. The intercourse of trade and friendly offices was carried on between us and the natives, without being disturbed by any one accident, till the evening of the 22nd, when a man found means to get into Mr. Bailey's observatory and to carry off a sextant unnoticed. As soon as I was made acquainted with the theft, I went ashore and got Omai to apply to the chiefs to procure restitution. He did so, but they took no steps toward it, being more attentive to a heaver that was then acting until I ordered the performers of the exhibition to desist. They were now convinced that I was in earnest and began to make some inquiry after the thief, who was sitting in the midst of them, quite unconcerned, so much so that I was in great doubt of his being the guilty person, especially as he denied it. Omai, however, assuring me that he was the man, I sent him on board the ship and there confined him. This raised a general ferment among the assembled natives, and the whole body fled in spite of all my endeavours to stop them. Having employed Omai to examine the prisoner, with some difficulty he was brought to confess where he had laid the sextant, but as it was now dark, he could not find it until daylight the next morning, when it was brought back unhurt. After this, the natives recovered from their fright and began to gather about us as usual. And as to the thief, he appeared to be a hardened scoundrel, so I punished him more severely than I had done any culprit before. Besides having his head and beard shaved, I ordered both his ears to be cut off, and then dismissed him. This, however, did not deter him from giving us further trouble, for in the night between the 24th and 25th, a general alarm was spread, occasioned, as was said, by one of our goats being stolen by this very man. On examination, we found that all was safe in that quarter. Probably, the goats were so well guarded that he could not put his design into execution, but his hostilities had succeeded against another object, and it appeared that he had destroyed and carried off several vines and cabbage plants in Omai's grounds, and he publicly threatened to kill him and to burn his house as soon as we should leave the island. To prevent the fellow from doing me and Omai any more mischief, I had him seized and confined on board the ship with a view of carrying him off the island, and it seemed to give general satisfaction to the chiefs that I meant thus to dispose of him. He was from Bora-Bora, but there were too many of the natives here ready to assist him in any of his designs whenever he should think of executing them. I had always met with more troublesome people in Otaheite than in any other of the neighbouring islands, and it was only fear and the want of opportunities that induced them to behave better now. Anarchy seemed to prevail among them. Their nominal sovereign, the Eri Rahi, as I have before observed, was but a child, and I did not find that there was any one man or set of men who managed the government for him, so that, whenever any misunderstanding happened between us, I never knew, with sufficient precision, where to make application in order to bring about an accommodation or to procure redress. The young chief's mother would, indeed, sometimes exert herself, but I did not perceive that she had greater authority than many others. Omai's house being nearly finished, many of his movables were carried ashore on the 26th. Amongst a variety of other useless articles was a box of toys, which, when exposed to public view, seemed greatly to please the gazing multitude. But as to his pots, kettles, dishes, plates, drinking mugs, glasses, and the whole train of our domestic accommodations, hardly any one of his countrymen would so much as look at them. Omai himself now began to think that they were of no manner of use to him, that a baked hog was more savoury food than a boiled one, that a plantain leaf made as good a dish or plate as pewter, and that a cocoa nut shell was as convenient a goblet as a blackjack. and therefore he very wisely disposed of as many of these articles of English furniture for the kitchen and pantry as he could find purchasers for amongst the people of the ships, receiving from them in return hatchets and other iron tools, which had a more intrinsic value in this part of the world, and added more to his distinguishing superiority over those with whom he was to pass the remainder of his days. In the long list of the presents bestowed upon him in England, fireworks had not been forgotten. Some of these we exhibited in the evening of the 28th, before a great concourse of people who beheld them with a mixture of pleasure and fear. What remained after the evening's entertainment were put in order and left with Omai, agreeably to their original destination. Perhaps we need not lament it as a serious misfortune that the far greater share of this part of his cargo had been already expended in exhibitions at other islands or rendered useless by being kept so long. Between midnight and 4 in the morning of the 30th, the Bora-Bora man, whom I had in confinement, found means to make his escape out of the ship. He carried with him the shackle of the bilbo bolt that was about his leg, which was taken from him as soon as he got on shore by one of the chiefs, and given to Omai, who came on board very early in the morning to acquaint me that his mortal enemy was again let loose upon him. Upon inquiry, it appeared that not only the sentry placed over the prisoner, but the whole watch upon the quarter-deck, where he was confined, had laid themselves down to sleep. He seized the opportunity to take the key of the irons out of the binnacle drawer, where he had seen it put, and set himself at liberty. This escape convinced me that my people had been very remiss in their night duty, which made it necessary to punish those who were now in fault and to establish some new regulations to prevent the like negligence for the future. I was not a little pleased to hear afterward that the fellow who escaped had transported himself to Otaheite in this, seconding my views of putting him a second time in irons. As soon as Omai was settled in his new habitation, I began to think of leaving the island, and got everything off from the shore this evening, except the horse and mare and a goat big with kid, which were left in the possession of our friend, with whom we were now finally to part. I also gave him a boar and 2 sows of the English breed, and he had got a few of his own. The horse covered the mare while we were at Otaheite, so that I consider the introduction of a breed of horses into these islands as likely to have succeeded by this valuable present. The history of Omai will perhaps interest a very numerous class of readers more than any other occurrence of a voyage, the objects of which do not, in general, promise much entertainment. Every circumstance, therefore, which may serve to convey a satisfactory account of the exact situation in which he was left, will be thought worth preserving. And the following particulars are added to complete the view of his domestic establishment. He had picked up at Otaheite 4 or 5 tutu. The 2 New Zealand youths remained with him, and his brother and some others joined him at Voyage, so that his family consisted already of 8 or 10 persons, if that can be called a family, to which not a single female as yet belonged. Nor, I doubt, was likely to belong, unless its master became less volatile. At present, Omai did not seem at all disposed to take unto himself a wife. The house which we erected for him was 24 feet by 18 and 10 feet high. It was composed of boards, the spoils of our military operations at Eimeo, and in building it, as few nails as possible were used, that there might be no inducement, from the love of iron, to pull it down. It was settled that immediately after our departure he should begin to build a large house after the fashion of his country, one end of which was to be brought over that which we had erected, so as to enclose it entirely for greater security. In this work some of the chiefs promised to assist him, and if the intended building should cover the ground which he marked out, it will be as large as most upon the island. His European weapons consisted of a musket, bayonet and cartridge box, a fowling piece, 2 pairs of pistols, and 2 or 3 swords or cutlasses. The possession of these made him quite happy, which was my only view in giving him such presents, for I was always of opinion that he would have been happier without firearms and other European weapons than with them. As such implements of war, in the hands of one whose prudent use of them I had some grounds for mistrusting, would rather increase his dangers than establish his superiority. After he had got on shore everything that belonged to him and was settled in his house, he had most of the officers of both ships 2 or 3 times to dinner, and his table was always well supplied with the very best provisions that the island produced. Before I sailed, I had the following inscription cut upon the outside of his house: Georgius Tertius, Rex, 2 Novembris, 1777. Resolution, Jack Cook, PR. Discovery, Car. Clark, PR. On the 2nd of November, at 4 in the afternoon, I took the advantage of a breeze, which then sprang up at east and sailed out of the harbour. Most of our friends remained on board till the ships were under sail, when, to gratify their curiosity, I ordered 5 guns to be fired. They then all took their leave, except Omai, who remained till we were at sea. We had come to sail by a hawser fastened to the shore. In casting the ship, it parted, being cut by the rocks, and the outer end was left behind, as those who cast it off did not perceive that it was broken, so that it became necessary to send a boat to bring it on board. In this boat, Omai went ashore, after taking a very affectionate farewell of all the officers. He sustained himself with a manly resolution, till he came to me. Then his utmost efforts to conceal his tears failed, and Mr. King, who went in the boat, told me that he wept all the time in going ashore. It was no small satisfaction to reflect that we had brought him safe back to the very spot from which he was taken, and yet such is the strange nature of human affairs that it is probable we left him in a less desirable situation than he was in before his connection with us. I do not by this mean that because he has tasted the sweets of civilized life, he must become more miserable from being obliged to abandon all thoughts of continuing them. I confine myself to this single disagreeable circumstance, that the advantages he received from us have placed him in a more hazardous situation with respect to his personal safety. Omai, from being much caressed in England, lost sight of his original condition, and never considered in what manner his acquisitions, either of knowledge or of riches, would be estimated by his countrymen at his return, which were the only things he could have to recommend him to them now, more than before, and on which he could build either his future greatness or happiness. He seemed even to have mistaken their genius in this respect, and in some measure to have forgotten their customs. Otherwise, he must have known the extreme difficulty there would be in getting himself admitted as a person of rank, where there is, perhaps, no instance of a man's being raised from an inferior station by the greatest merit. Rank seems to be the very foundation of all distinction here, and of its attendant, power, and so pertinaciously, or rather blindly adhered to, that, unless a person has some degree of it, he will certainly be despised and hated if he assumes the appearance of exercising any authority. This was really the case in some measure with Omai, though his countrymen were pretty cautious of expressing their sentiments while we remained among them. Had he made a proper use of the presents he brought with him from England, this, with the knowledge he had acquired by travelling so far, might have enabled him to form the most useful connections. But we have given too many instances in the course of our narrative of his childish inattention to this obvious means of advancing his interest. His schemes seemed to be of a higher, though ridiculous nature, indeed I might say meaner, for revenge, rather than a desire of becoming great, appeared to actuate him from the beginning. This, however, may be excused, if we consider that it is common to his countrymen. His father was, doubtless, a man of considerable property in Uliatea when that island was conquered by those of Bora-Bora, and with many others sought refuge in Otaheite, where he died and left Omai, with some other children, who by that means became totally dependent. In this situation he was taken up by Captain Furneaux and carried to England. Whether he really expected, from his treatment there, that any assistance would be given him against the enemies of his father and his country, or whether he imagined that his own personal courage and superiority of knowledge would be sufficient to dispossess the conquerors of Uliatea, is uncertain. but from the beginning of the voyage, this was his constant theme. He would not listen to our remonstrances on so wild a determination, but flew into a passion if more moderate and reasonable counsels were proposed for his advantage. Nay, so infatuated and attached to his favourite scheme was he that he affected to believe these people would certainly quit the conquered island as soon as they should hear of his arrival at Otaheite. As we advanced, however, on our voyage, he became more sensible of his error, and by the time we reached the Friendly Islands, had even such apprehensions of his reception at home that, as I have mentioned in my journal, he would fain have stayed behind at Tongatabu under Finu's protection. At these islands, he squandered away much of his European treasure very unnecessarily, and he was equally imprudent, as I also took notice of above, at Tiarabu, where he could have no view of making friends, as he had not any intention of remaining there. At Matavai, he continued the same inconsiderate behaviour till I absolutely put a stop to his profusion, and he formed such improper connections there that Otu, who was at first much disposed to countenance him, afterward openly expressed his dislike of him on account of his conduct. It was not, however, too late to recover his favour, and he might have settled to great advantage in Otaheite, as he had formerly lived several years there, and was now a good deal noticed by Toha, whose valuable present of a very large double canoe we have seen above. The objection to admitting him to some rank would have also been much lessened if he had fixed at Otaheite, as a native will always find it more difficult to accomplish such a change of state amongst his countrymen than a stranger who naturally claims respect. But Omai remained undetermined to the last, and would not, I believe, have adopted my plan of settlement in Huahine if I had not so explicitly refused to employ force in restoring him to his father's possessions. Whether the remains of his European wealth, which, after all his improvident waste, was still considerable, will be more prudently administered by him, or whether the steps I took, as already explained, to ensure him protection in Huahine shall have proved effectual, must be left to the decision of future navigators of this ocean, with whom it cannot but be a principal object of curiosity to trace the future fortunes of our traveller. At present I can only conjecture that his greatest danger will arise from the very impolitic declarations of his antipathy to the inhabitants of Bora-Bora. For these people, from a principle of jealousy, will, no doubt, endeavour to render him obnoxious to those of Huahine, as they are at peace with that island at present, and may easily affect their designs, many of them living there. This is a circumstance which, of all others, he might most easily have avoided. For they were not only free from any aversion to him, but the person mentioned before, whom we found at Tiarabu as an ambassador, priest, or god, absolutely offered to reinstate him in the property that was formerly his father's. But he refused this peremptorily, and, to the very last, continued determined to take the first opportunity that offered of satisfying his revenge in battle. To this, I guess, he is not a little spurred by the coat of mail he brought from England, clothed in which, and in possession of some firearms, he fancies that he shall be invincible. Whatever faults belonged to Omai's character, they were more than overbalanced by his great good nature and docile disposition. During the whole time he was with me, I very seldom had reason to be seriously displeased with his general conduct. His grateful heart always retained the highest sense of the favours he had received in England, nor will he ever forget those who honoured him with their protection and friendship during his stay there. He had a tolerable share of understanding, but wanted application and perseverance to exert it, so that his knowledge of things was very general and, in many instances, imperfect. He was not a man of much observation. There were many useful arts as well as elegant amusements amongst the people of the Friendly Islands which he might have conveyed to his own, where they probably would have been readily adopted as being so much in their own way. But I never found that he used the least endeavour to make himself master of anyone. This kind of indifference is, indeed, the characteristic foible of his nation. Europeans have visited them at times for these 10 years past. Yet we could not discover the slightest trace of any attempt to profit by this intercourse, nor have they hitherto copied after us in any one thing. We are not therefore to expect that Omai will be able to introduce many of our arts and customs among them, or much improve those to which they have been long habituated. I am confident, however, that he will endeavour to bring to perfection the various fruits and vegetables we planted, which will be no small acquisition. But the greatest benefit these islands are likely to receive from Omai's travels will be in the animals that have been left upon them, which probably they never would have got had he not come to England. When these multiply, of which I think there is little doubt, Otaheite and the Society Islands will equal, if not exceed, any place in the known world for provisions. Omai's return, and the substantial proofs he brought back with him of our liberality, encouraged many to offer themselves as volunteers to attend me to Pretain. I took every opportunity of expressing my determination to reject all such applications. But, notwithstanding this, Omai, who was very ambitious of remaining the only great traveller, being afraid lest I might be prevailed upon to put others in a situation of rivalling him, frequently put me in mind that Lord Sandwich had told him no others of his countrymen were to come to England. If there had been the most distant probability of any ship being again sent to New Zealand, I would have brought the 2 youths of that country home with me, as both of them were very desirous of continuing with us. Tiarua, the eldest, was an exceedingly well-disposed young man, with strong natural sense and capable of receiving any instruction. He seemed to be fully sensible of the inferiority of his own country to these islands, and resigned himself, though perhaps with reluctance, to end his days in ease and plenty in Otaheite. But the other was so strongly attached to us that he was taken out of the ship and carried ashore by force. He was a witty, smart boy, and on that account much noticed on board. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage. Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 7. Arrival at Uliatia, astronomical observations, a marine deserts and is delivered up. Intelligence from Omai. Instructions to Captain Clark. Another defection of a midshipman and a seaman. 3 of the chief persons of the island confined on that account. A design to seize Captains Cook and Clark discovered. The 2 deserters brought back and the prisoners released. The ship's sail. Refreshments received at Uliatea. Present and former state of that island. Account of its dethroned king and of the late regent of Otaheite. November. The boat which carried Omai ashore, never to join us again, having returned to the ship with the remainder of the hawser, we hoisted her in and immediately stood over for Uliatea, where I intended to touch next. At 10 o'clock at night, we brought to till 4 the next morning, when we made sail round the south end of the island for the harbour of Ohamaneno. We met with calms and light airs of wind from different directions by turns, so that at noon we were still a league from the entrance of the harbour. While we were thus detained, my old friend Oreo, chief of the island, with his son, and Putu, his son-in-law, came off to visit us. Being resolved to push for the harbour, I ordered all the boats to be hoisted out and sent them ahead to tow, being assisted by a slight breeze from the southward. This breeze failed too soon and was succeeded by one from the east, which blew right out of the harbour, so we were obliged to come to anchor at its entrance at 2 o'clock and to warp in, which employed us until night set in. As soon as we were within the harbour, the ships were surrounded with canoes filled with people who brought hogs and fruit to barter with us for our commodities. So, wherever we went, we found plenty. The next morning, I moored the ship head and stern close to the north shore at the head of the harbour, hauled up the cables on deck and opened one of the ballast ports. From this, a slight stage was made to the land, being at a distance of about 20 feet, with a view to get clear of some of the rats that continued to infest us. The Discovery moored alongside the south shore for the same purpose. While this work was going forward, I returned Oreo's visit. The present I made him on the occasion consisted of a linen gown, a shirt, a red-feathered cap from Tangatabu, and other things of less value. I then brought him and some of his friends on board to dinner. We set up the observatories and got the necessary instruments on shore. The 2 following days we observed the sun's azimuths, both on board and ashore, with all the compasses, in order to find the variation. And in the night we observed an occultation of Capricorni by the moon's dark limb. Mr. Bailey and I agreed in fixing the time of its happening at 6 minutes and 54 seconds and a half past 10 o'clock. Mr. King made it half a second sooner. Mr. Bailey observed with the achromatic telescope belonging to the board of longitude. Mr. King with the reflector belonging to the board, and I made use of my own reflector of 18 inches. There was also an immersion of Capricorni behind the moon's dark limb some time before, but it was observed by Mr. Bailey alone. I attempted to trace it with a small achromatic, but found its magnifying power not sufficient. Nothing worthy of note happened until the night between the 12th and 13th, when John Harrison, a marine who was sentinel at the observatory, deserted, carrying with him his musket and accoutrements. Having in the morning got intelligence of which way he had moved off, a party was sent after him, but they returned in the evening after an ineffectual inquiry and search. The next day, I applied to the chief to interest himself in this matter. He promised to send a party of his men after him and gave me hopes that he would be brought back the same day. But this did not happen, and I had reason to suspect that no steps had been taken by him. At this time, a great number of the natives were about the ships, and some thefts were committed. The consequence of this being dreaded by them, very few visitors came near us the next morning. The chief himself joined in the alarm, and he and his whole family fled. I thought this a good opportunity to oblige them to deliver up the deserter, and having got intelligence that he was at a place called Hamoa, on the other side of the island, I went there with 2 armed boats, accompanied by one of the natives, and in our way we found the chief, who also embarked with me. I landed about 1.5 miles from the place with a few people and marched quickly up to it, lest the sight of the boats should give the alarm and afford him time to escape to the mountains. But this precaution was unnecessary, for the natives there had got information of my coming and were prepared to deliver him up. I found Harrison with the musket lying before him, sitting down between 2 women, who the moment I entered the house rose up to plead in his behalf. As it was highly proper to discourage such proceedings, I frowned upon them and bid them begone. Upon this, they burst into tears and walked off. Paha, the chief of the district, now came with a plantain tree and a suckling pig, which he would have presented to me as a peace offering. I rejected it and ordered him out of my sight. Having embarked with the deserter on board the first boat that arrived, I returned to the ships. After this, harmony was again restored. The fellow had nothing to say in his defence, but that the natives had enticed him away, and this might in part be true, as it was certain that Paha, and also the 2 women mentioned above, had been at the ship the day before he deserted. As it appeared that he had remained at his post until within a few minutes of the time when he was to have been relieved, the punishment that I inflicted upon him was not very severe. Though we had separated from Omai, we were still near enough to have intelligence of his proceedings, and I had desired to hear from him. Accordingly, about a fortnight after our arrival at Uliatea, he sent 2 of his people in a canoe who brought me the satisfactory news that he remained undisturbed by the people of the island and that everything went well with him, except that his goat had died while kidding. He accompanied this message with a request that I would send him another goat and 2 axes. Being happy to have this additional opportunity of serving him, the messengers were sent back to Huahane with the axes and 2 kids, male and female, which were spared for him out of the Discovery. The next day, I delivered to Captain Clark instructions on how to proceed in case of being separated from me after leaving these islands, and it may not be improper to give them a place here. By Captain James Cook, commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Resolution. Whereas the passage from the Society Islands to the northern coast of America is of considerable length, both in distance and in time, and as a part of it must be performed in the very depth of winter, when gales of wind and bad weather must be expected and may possibly occasion a separation, you are to take all imaginable care to prevent this. But if, notwithstanding all our efforts to keep company, you should be separated from me, you are first to look for me where you last saw me. Not seeing me in 5 days, you are to proceed, as directed by the instructions of their lordships, a copy of which you have already received, for the coast of New Albion, in the latitude of 45°. In that latitude, and at a convenient distance from the land, you are to cruise for me 10 days. Not seeing me in that time, you are to put into the first convenient port in or to the north of that latitude, to recruit your wood and water and to procure refreshments. During your stay in port, you are constantly to keep a good lookout for me. It will be necessary, therefore, to make choice of a station situated as near the seacoast as possible, the better to enable you to see me when I shall appear in the offing. If I do not join you before the 1st of next April, you are to put to sea and proceed northward to the latitude of 56°, in which latitude and at a convenient distance from the coast, never exceeding 15 leagues, you are to cruise for me until the 10th of May. Not seeing me in that time, you are to proceed northward and endeavour to find a passage into the Atlantic Ocean through Hudson's or Baffin's Bays, as directed by the above-mentioned instructions. But if you should fail in finding a passage through either of the said bays, or by any other way, as the season of the year may render it unsafe for you to remain in high latitudes, you are to repair to the harbour of St. Peter and St. Paul in Kamchatka in order to refresh your people and pass the winter. But nevertheless, if you find that you cannot procure the necessary refreshments at the said port, you are at liberty to go where you shall judge most proper, taking care before you depart to leave with the governor an account of your intended destination to be delivered to me upon my arrival. And in the spring of the ensuing year, 1779, you are to repair back to the above-mentioned port, endeavouring to be there by the 10th of May or sooner. If, on your arrival, you receive no orders from or account of me so as to justify your pursuing any other measures than what is pointed out in the aforementioned instructions, your future proceedings are to be governed by them. You are also to comply with such parts of said instructions as have not been executed and are not contrary to these orders. And in case of your inability, by sickness or otherwise, to carry these and the instructions of their lordships into execution, you are to be careful to leave them with the next officer in command, who is hereby required to execute them in the best manner he can. Given under my hand, on board the Resolution, at Ulietea, the 18th day of November, 1777. J. Cook. While we lay moored to the shore, we heeled and scrubbed both sides of the bottoms of the ships. At the same time, we fixed some tin plates under the bends, first taking off the old sheathing and putting in a piece unsheathed, over which the plates were nailed. These plates I had from the ingenious Mr. Pelham, Secretary to the Commissioners for victualling His Majesty's Navy, with a view of trying whether tin would answer the same end as copper on the bottoms of ships. Soon after, I was informed that a midshipman and a seaman, both belonging to the Discovery, were missing. Soon after, we learned from the natives that they had gone away in a canoe the preceding evening, and were, at this time, at the other end of the island. As the midshipman was known to have expressed a desire to remain at these islands, it seemed pretty certain that he and his companion had gone off with this intention. Captain Clark set out in quest of them with 2 armed boats and a party of marines. His expedition proved fruitless, for he returned in the evening without having gotten any certain intelligence of where they were. From the conduct of the natives, Captain Clark seemed to think that they intended to conceal the deserters, and, with that view, had amused him with false information the whole day, directing him to search for them in places where they were not to be found. The captain judged right, for the next morning we were told that our runaways were at Otaheite. As these two were not the only persons in the ships who wished to end their days at these favourite islands in order to put a stop to any further desertion, it was necessary to get them back at all events. That the natives might be convinced I was in earnest, I resolved to go after them myself, having observed from repeated instances that they seldom offered to deceive me with false information. Accordingly, I set out the next morning with 2 armed boats, being accompanied by the chief himself. I proceeded as he directed, without stopping anywhere, until we came to the middle of the east side of Otaheite. There we put ashore, and Oreo dispatched a man ahead of us with orders to seize the deserters and keep them until we should arrive with the boats. But when we got to the place where we expected to find them, we were told that they had quitted this island and gone over to Bora-Bora the day before. I did not think it proper to follow them there, but returned to the ships, fully determined, however, to have recourse to a measure that I guessed would oblige the natives to bring them back. In the night, Mr. Bailey, Mr. King and I observed an immersion of Jupiter's third satellite. It happened by the observation of Mr. Bailey at 2 37 Mem 54s, Mr. King at 2 37 Mem 24s, and myself at 2 37 Mem 44s in the morning. Mr. Bailey and Mr. King observed with Dollond's 3.5 feet achromatic telescope with the greatest magnifying power. I observed with a 2 feet Gregorian reflector made by Bird. Soon after daybreak, the chief, his son, daughter and son-in-law came on board the Resolution. The 3 last I resolved to detain until the 2 deserters should be brought back. With this view, Captain Clark invited them to go on board his ship, and as soon as they arrived there, he confined them in his cabin. The chief was with me when the news reached him. He immediately acquainted me with it, supposing that this step had been taken without my knowledge and consequently without my approval. I instantly undeceived him, and then he began to have apprehensions as to his own situation, and his looks expressed the utmost perturbation of mind. But I soon made him easy as to this by telling him that he was at liberty to leave the ship whenever he pleased, and to take such measures as he should judge best to get our 2 men back. If he succeeded, his friends on board the Discovery would be delivered up. If not, I was determined to carry them away with me. I added that his own conduct, as well as that of many of his people, in not only assisting these 2 men to escape, but in being even at this very time assiduous in enticing others to follow them, would justify any step I could take to put a stop to such proceedings. This explanation of the motives upon which I acted, and which we found means to make Oreo and his people fully comprehend, seemed to recover them, in a great measure, from that general consternation into which they were at first thrown. But if relieved from apprehensions about their own safety, they continued under the deepest concern for those who were prisoners. Many of them went under the Discovery's stern in canoes to bewail their captivity, which they did with long and loud exclamations. Poedua, for so the chief's daughter was called, resounded from every quarter, and the women seemed to vie with each other in mourning her fate, with more significant expressions of their grief than tears and cries, for there were many bloody heads upon the occasion. Oreo himself did not give way to unavailing lamentations, but instantly began his exertions to recover our deserters by dispatching a canoe to Bora-Bora, with a message to Apuni, the sovereign of that island, acquainting him with what had happened and requesting him to seize the 2 fugitives and send them back. The messenger, who was no less a man than the father of Puto, Oreo's son-in-law, before he set out, came to receive my commands. I strictly enjoined him not to return without the deserters, and to tell Apuni from me that if they had left Bora-Bora, he must send canoes to bring them back, for I suspected that they would not long remain in one place. The consequence of the prisoners was so great that the natives did not think proper to trust to the return of our people for their release. Or at least, their impatience was so great that it hurried them to make an attempt which might have involved them in still greater distress had it not been fortunately prevented. Between 5 and 6 o'clock in the evening, I observed that all their canoes in and about the harbour began to move off as if some sudden panic had seized them. I was ashore, abreast of the ship at the time, and inquired in vain to find out the cause, until our people called to us from the Discovery and told us that a party of the natives had seized Captain Clark and Mr. Gore, who had walked out a little way from the ships. Surprised with the boldness of this plan of retaliation, which seemed to counteract me so effectively in my own way, there was no time to deliberate. I instantly ordered the people to arm, and in less than 5 minutes, a strong party under the command of Mr. King was sent to rescue our 2 gentlemen. At the same time, 2 armed boats and a party under Mr. Williamson went after the flying canoes to cut off their retreat to the shore. These several detachments were hardly out of sight before an account arrived that we had been misinformed, upon which I sent and called them all back. It was evident, however, from several corroborating circumstances that the design of seizing Captain Clark had really been in agitation among the natives. Nay, they made no secret in speaking of it the next day. But their first and great plan of operations was to have laid hold of me. It was my custom, every evening, to bathe in the fresh water. Very often I went alone and always without arms. Expecting me to go as usual this evening, they had determined to seize me, and Captain Clark too, if he had accompanied me. But after confining Orio's family, I thought it prudent to avoid putting myself in their power, and had cautioned Captain Clark and the officers not to go far from the ships. In the course of the afternoon, the chief asked me 3 several times if I would not go to the bathing place. And when he found at last that I could not be prevailed upon, he went off with the rest of his people in spite of all I could do or say to stop him. But as I had no suspicion at this time of their design, I imagined that some sudden fright had seized them, which would, as usual, soon be over. Finding themselves disappointed as to me, they fixed on those who were more in their power. It was fortunate for all parties that they did not succeed, and not less fortunate that no mischief was done on the occasion. For not a musket was fired, except 2 or 3 to stop the canoes. To that firing, perhaps, Messrs. Clark and Gore owed their safety. For at that very instant, a party of the natives, armed with clubs, were advancing toward them, and on hearing the report of the muskets, they dispersed. This conspiracy, as it may be called, was first discovered by a girl, whom one of the officers had brought from Otaheite. She, overhearing some of the Tahitians say that they would seize Captain Clark and Mr. Gore, ran to acquaint the first of our people she met with. Those who were charged with the execution of the design threatened to kill her as soon as we should leave the island for disappointing them. Being aware of this, we contrived that her friends should come some days after and take her out of the ship, to convey her to a place of safety where she might lie concealed till they should have an opportunity of sending her back to Otaheite. Our observatories were taken down, and everything we had ashore carried on board. The moorings of the ships were cast off, and we transported them a little way down the harbour, where they came to anchor again. Toward the afternoon, the natives began to shake off their fears, gathering round and on board the ships as usual, and the awkward transaction of the day before seemed to be forgotten on both sides. The following night, the wind blew in hard squalls from the south to the east, attended with heavy showers of rain. In one of the squalls, the cable by which the Resolution was riding parted just without the hawse. We had another anchor ready to let go, so the ship was presently brought up again. In the afternoon, the wind became moderate, and we hooked the end of the best small bower cable and got it again into the hawse. Orio, The chief, being uneasy as well as myself that no account had been received from Bora-Bora, set out this evening for that island and desired me to follow down the next day with the ships. This was my intention, but the wind which kept us in the harbour brought Oreo back from Bora-Bora with the 2 deserters. They had reached Otaheite the same night they deserted, but finding it impossible to get to any of the islands to the eastward, which was their intention, for want of wind, they had proceeded to Bora-Bora, and from there to the small island Tubuai, where they were taken by the father of Puto, in consequence of the first message sent to Apuni. As soon as they were on board, the 3 prisoners were released. Thus ended an affair which had given me much trouble and vexation. Nor would I have exerted myself so resolutely on the occasion but for the reason before mentioned, and to save the son of a brother officer from being lost to his country. The wind continued constantly between the north and west, and confined us in the harbour until 8 o'clock in the morning, when we took advantage of a light breeze that then sprang up at the northeast, and, with the assistance of all the boats, got out to sea with the Discovery in company. During the last week, we had been visited by people from all parts of the island, who furnished us with a large stock of hogs and green plantains, so that the time we lay windbound in the harbour was not entirely lost, green plantains being an excellent substitute for bread, as they will keep good for a fortnight or 3 weeks. Besides this supply of provisions, we also completed our wood and water. The inhabitants of Otaheite seemed, in general, smaller and darker than those of the other neighbouring islands, and appeared also less orderly, which, perhaps, may be considered as the consequence of their having become subject to the natives of Bora-Bora. Oreo, their chief, is only a sort of deputy of the sovereign of that island, and the conquest seems to have lessened the number of subordinate chiefs resident among them, so that they are less immediately under the inspection of those whose interest it is to enforce due obedience to authority. Otaheite, though now reduced to this humiliating state, was formerly, as we were told, the most eminent of this cluster of islands, and probably the first seat of government, for they say that the present royal family of Otaheite is descended from that which reigned here before the late revolution. Uru, the dethroned monarch of Otaheite, was still alive when we were at Huahine, where he resides, a royal wanderer, furnishing in his person an instance of the instability of power, but, what is more remarkable, of the respect paid by these people to particular families and to the customs which have once conferred sovereignty, for they allow Uru to preserve all the ensigns of majesty, though he has lost his dominions. We saw a similar instance of this while we were at Otaheite. One of the occasional visitors I now had was my old friend Ore, the late chief of Huahine. He still preserved his consequence, came always at the head of a numerous body of attendants, and was always provided with such presents as were very acceptable. This chief looked much better now than I had ever seen him during either of my former voyages. I could account for his improving in health as he grew older only from his drinking less copiously of the Ava in his present station as a private gentleman than he had been accustomed to do when he was regent. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 8. Arrival at Bora-Bora. Interview with Apuni. Reasons for purchasing Monsieur Bougainville's anchor. Departure from the Society Islands. Particulars about Bora-Bora. History of the conquest of Otaheite and Otaheite. High reputation of the Bora-Bora men. Animals left there and at Otaheite. Plentiful supply of provisions and manner of salting pork on board. Various reflections relative to Otaheite and the Society Islands. Astronomical and nautical observations made there. As soon as we had got clear of the harbour, we took leave of Otaheite and steered for Bora-Bora. The chief, if not sole, object I had in view by visiting that island was to procure from its monarch, Apuni, one of the anchors which Monsieur de Bougainville had lost at Otaheite. This, having afterward been taken up by the natives there, had, as they informed me, been sent by them as a present to that chief. My desire to get possession of it did not arise from our being in want of anchors, but having expended all the hatchets and other iron tools which we had brought from England in purchasing refreshments, we were now reduced to the necessity of creating a fresh assortment of trading articles by fabricating them out of the spare iron we had on board. In such conversions, and in the occasional uses of the ships, a great part of that had already been expended. I thought that Mr. de Bougainville's anchor would supply our want of this useful material, and I made no doubt that I should be able to tempt Apuni to part with it. Orio and 6 or 8 men more from Ulietea took passage with us to Bora-Bora. Indeed, most of the natives in general, except the chief himself, would have gladly taken passage with us to England. At sunset, being the length of the south point of Bora-Bora, we shortened sail and spent the night making short boards. At daybreak, on the 8th, we made sail for the harbour, which is on the west side of the island. The wind was scant, so that we had to ply up, and it was 9 o'clock before we got near enough to send away a boat to sound the entrance. For I had thoughts of running the ships in and anchoring for a day or two. When the boat returned, the master, who was in her, reported that though, at the entrance of the harbour, the bottom was rocky, there was good ground within, and the depth of water 27 and 25 fathoms, and that there was room to turn the ships in, the channel being 1/3 of a mile broad. In consequence of this report, we attempted to work the ships in. But the tide, as well as the wind, being against us, after making 2 or 3 trips, I found that it could not be done until the tide should turn in our favour. Upon this, I gave up the design of carrying the ships into the harbour, and having ordered the boats to be got ready, I embarked in one of them, accompanied by Orio and his companions, and was rowed in for the island. We landed where the natives directed us, and soon after I was introduced to Apuni in the midst of a great concourse of people. Having no time to lose, as soon as the necessary formality of compliments was over, I asked the chief to give me the anchor and produce the present I had prepared for him, consisting of a linen nightgown, a shirt, some gauze handkerchiefs, a looking-glass, some beads and other toys, and 6 axes. At the sight of these last, there was a general outcry. I could only guess the cause, by Apuni absolutely refusing to receive my present until I should get the anchor. He ordered 3 men to go and deliver it to me, and, as I understood, I was to send by them what I thought proper in return. With these messengers, we set out in our boats for an island, lying at the north side of the entrance into the harbour, where the anchor had been deposited. I found it to be neither so large nor so perfect as I expected. It had originally weighed 700 pounds according to the mark that was upon it, but the ring, with part of the shank and the 2 points, were now wanting. I was no longer at a loss to guess the reason for Apuni's refusing my present. He doubtless thought that it so much exceeded the value of the anchor in its present state that I should be displeased when I saw it. Be this as it may, I took the anchor as I found it, and sent him every article of the present that I had at first intended. Having thus completed my negotiation, I returned on board in the boats, made sail from the island to the north. While the boats were hoisting in, some of the natives came off in 3 or 4 canoes to see the ships, as they said. They brought with them a few coconuts and 1 pig, which was the only one we got at the island. I make no doubt, however, that if we had stayed until the next day, we should have been plentifully supplied with provisions, and I think the natives would feel themselves disappointed when they found that we were gone. But, as we had already a very good stock, both of hogs and fruit, on board, and very little of anything left to purchase more, I could have no inducement to defer any longer the prosecution of our voyage. The harbour of Bora-Bora, called Otaheite, situated on the west side of the island, is one of the most capacious that I ever met with. And though we did not enter it, it was a satisfaction to me. that I had an opportunity of employing my people to ascertain its being a proper place for the reception of ships. The high double-peaked mountain, which is in the middle of the island, appeared to be barren on the east side. But on the west side, it has trees or bushes on its most craggy parts. The lower grounds, all around toward the sea, are covered with coconut palms and breadfruit trees, like the other islands of this ocean. And the many little islets that surround it on the inside of the reef add both to the amount of its vegetable productions and to the number of its inhabitants. But still, when we consider its very small extent, being not more than 8 leagues in compass, it is rather remarkable that its people should have attempted, or have been able to achieve, the conquest of Ulietea and Otaheite, the former of which islands is of itself at least double its size. In each of my 3 voyages, we had heard much of the war that produced this great revolution. The result of our inquiries as to the circumstances attending it may amuse the reader, and I give it as a specimen of the history of our friends in this part of the world, as related to us by themselves. Ulietea and Otaheite, which adjoins it, lived long in friendship, or, as the natives express it, were considered as 2 brothers, inseparable by any interested views. They also admitted the island of Huaheine as their friend, though not so intimate. Otaheite, however, like a traitor, leagued with Bora-Bora, and they resolved jointly to attack Ulietea, whose people called in their friends of Huaheine to assist them against these 2 powers. The men of Bora-Bora were encouraged by a priestess, or rather prophetess, who foretold that they should be successful, and, as proof of the certainty of her prediction, she desired that a man might be sent to the sea at a particular place where, from a great depth, a stone would ascend. He went accordingly in a canoe to the place mentioned, and was going to dive to see where this stone lay, when, behold, it started up to the surface spontaneously into his hand. The people were astonished at the sight. The stone was deposited as sacred in the house of the Eatua, and is still preserved at Bora-Bora as a proof of this woman's influence with the divinity. Their spirits being thus elevated with the hopes of victory, the canoes of Bora-Bora set out to engage those of Ulietea and Huaheine, which, being strongly fastened together with ropes, the encounter lasted long, and would probably, notwithstanding the prediction and the miracle, have ended in the overthrow of the Bora-Bora fleet, if that of Otaheite had not, in the critical moment, arrived. This turned the fortune of the day, and their enemies were defeated with great slaughter. The men of Bora-Bora, prosecuting their victory, invaded Huaheine 2 days after, which they knew must be weakly defended, as most of its warriors were absent. Accordingly, they made themselves masters of that island. But many of its fugitives, having got to Otaheite, they told their lamentable story, which so grieved those of their countrymen and of Ulietea, whom they met with on that island, that they obtained some assistance from them. They were equipped with only 10 fighting canoes, but though their force was so inconsiderable, they conducted the expedition with so much prudence that they landed at Huaheine at night, when dark, and falling upon the Bora-Bora men by surprise, killed many of them, forcing the rest to flee, so that, by this means, they got possession of their island again, which now remains independent under the government of its own chiefs. Immediately after the defeat of the united fleets of Ulietea and Huaheine, a proposal was made to the Bora-Bora men by their allies of Otaheite to be admitted to an equal share of the conquests. The refusal of this broke the alliance, and in the course of the war, Otaheite itself, as well as Ulietea, was conquered, and both now remain subject to Bora-Bora, the chiefs who govern them being only deputies of Apuni, the sovereign of that island. In the reduction of the 2 islands, 5 battles were fought at different places, in which great numbers were slain on both sides. Such was the account we received. I have more than once remarked how very imperfectly these people recollect the exact dates of past events. And with regard to this war, though it happened not many years ago, we could only guess at the time of its commencement and its conclusion from collateral circumstances furnished by our own observation, as the natives could not satisfy our inquiries with any precision. The final conquest of Ulietea, which closed the war, we know, had been made before I was there in the Endeavour, in 1769, but we may infer that peace had not been very long restored, as we could see marks of recent hostilities having been committed upon that island. Some additional light may be thrown upon this inquiry by attending to the age of Tiritaria, the present chief of Huaheine. His looks showed that he was not above 10 or 12 years old, and we were informed that his father had been killed in one of the battles. As to the time when the war began, we had no better rule for judging than this, that the young people of about 20 years of age, of whom we made inquiries, could scarcely remember the first battles. And I have already mentioned that Omai's countrymen, whom we found at Watiu, knew nothing of this war, so that its commencement was subsequent to their voyage. Ever since the conquest of Ulietea and Otaha, the Bora-Bora men have been considered by their neighbours as invincible. And such is the extent of their fame that even at Otaheite, which is almost out of their reach, if they are not dreaded, they are at least respected for their valour. It is said that they never fly in battle, and that they always beat an equal number of the other islanders. But besides these advantages, their neighbours seem to ascribe a great deal to the superiority of their god, who, they believed, detained us at Ulietea by contrary winds, as being unwilling that we should visit an island under his special protection. How high the Bora-Bora men are now in estimation at Otaheite may be inferred from Monsieur de Bougainville's anchor having been conveyed to them. To the same cause we must ascribe the intention of transporting to their island the Spanish bull. And they had already got possession of a third European curiosity, the male of another animal brought to Otaheite by the Spaniards. I had been much puzzled by the imperfect description of the natives to guess what this could be. But Captain Clark's deserters, when brought back from Bora-Bora, told me that the animal had been shown to them, and that it was a ram. It seldom happens, but that some good arises out of evil, and if our two men had not deserted, I should not have known this. In consequence of their information, at the same time that I landed to meet Apuni, I carried ashore a ewe, which we had brought from the Cape of Good Hope, and I hope that by this present I have laid the foundation for a breed of sheep at Bora-Bora. I also left at Ulietea, under the care of Oreo, an English boar and sow, and 2 goats. So that not only Otaheite, but all the neighbouring islands will, in a few years, have their race of hogs considerably improved, and probably be stocked with all the valuable animals which have been transported hither by their European visitors. When once this comes to pass, no part of the world will equal these islands in variety and abundance of refreshments for navigators. Indeed, even in their present state, I know no place that excels them. After repeated trials, in the course of several voyages, we find, when they are not disturbed by intestine broils, but live in amity with one another, which has been the case for some years past, that their productions are in the greatest plenty, and particularly the most valuable of all the articles, their hogs. If we had had a larger assortment of goods, and a sufficient quantity of salt on board, I make no doubt that we might have salted as much pork as would have served both ships for nearly 12 months. But our visiting the Friendly Islands and our long stay at Otaheite and the neighbourhood quite exhausted our trading commodities, particularly our axes, with which alone hogs in general were to be purchased. And we had hardly salt enough to cure 15 puncheons of meat. Of these, 5 were added to our stock of provisions at the Friendly Islands, and the other 10 at Otaheite. Captain Clark also salted a proportionate quantity for his ship. The process was the same that had been adopted by me in my last voyage, and it may be worthwhile to describe it again. The hogs were killed in the evening. As soon as they were cleaned, they were cut up, the bones taken out, and the meat salted while it was hot. It was then laid in such a position as to permit the juices to drain from it till the next morning, when it was again salted, packed into a cask, and covered with pickle. Here it remained for 4 or 5 days or a week, after which it was taken out and examined piece by piece, and if there was any found to be in the least tainted, as sometimes happened, it was separated from the rest, which was repacked into another cask, headed up and filled with good pickle. In about 8 or 10 days' time, it underwent a second examination, but this seemed unnecessary, as the whole was generally found to be perfectly cured. A mixture of bay and of white salt answers the best, but either of them will do alone. Great care should be taken that none of the large blood vessels remain in the meat, nor must too great a quantity be packed together at the first salting, lest the pieces in the middle should heat, and by that means prevent the salt from penetrating them. This once happened to us when we killed a larger quantity than usual. Rainy, sultry weather is unfavourable for salting meat in tropical climates. Perhaps the frequent visits Europeans have lately made to these islanders may be one great inducement to their keeping a large stock of hogs, as they have had experience enough to know that, whenever we come, they may be sure of getting from us what they esteem a valuable consideration for them. At Otaheite, they expect the return of the Spaniards every day, and they will look for the English 2 or 3 years hence, not only there, but at the other islands. It is to no purpose to tell them that you will not return. They think you must, though not one of them knows, or will give himself the trouble to inquire the reason or cause of your coming. I cannot avoid expressing it as my real opinion that it would have been far better for these poor people never to have known our superiority in the accommodations and comforts of life, than, after once knowing it, to be again left and abandoned to their original incapacity of improvement. Indeed, they cannot be restored to that happy mediocrity in which they lived before we discovered them, if the intercourse between us should be discontinued. It seems to me that it has become, in a manner, incumbent on the Europeans to visit them once in 3 or 4 years, in order to supply them with those conveniences which we have introduced among them and have given them a predilection for. The want of such occasional supplies will probably be very heavily felt by them, when it may be too late to go back to their old, less perfect contrivances. For by the time that the iron tools, of which they are now possessed, are worn out, they will have almost lost the knowledge of their own. A stone hatchet is at present as rare a thing among them as an iron one was 8 years ago, and a chisel of bone or stone is not to be seen. Spike nails have supplied the place of the last, and they are weak enough to fancy that they have got an inexhaustible store of them, for these were not now at all sought after. Sometimes, however, nails much smaller than a spike would still be taken in exchange for fruit. Knives happened at present to be in great esteem at Ulietea, and axes and hatchets remained unrivalled by any other of our commodities at all the islands. With respect to articles of mere ornament, these people are as changeable as any of the polished nations of Europe, so that what pleases their fancy, while a fashion is in vogue, may be rejected when another whim has supplanted it. But our iron tools are so strikingly useful that we may confidently pronounce they will continue to prize them highly and be completely miserable if, neither possessing the materials nor trained up to the art of fabricating them, they should cease to receive supplies of what may now be considered as having become necessary to their comfortable existence. Otaheite, though not comprehended in the number of what we have called the Society Islands, being inhabited by the same race of men, agreeing in the same leading features of character and manners, it was fortunate that we happened to discover this principal island before the others, as the friendly and hospitable reception we there met with, of course, led us to make it the principal place of resort in our successive visits to this part of the Pacific Ocean. By the frequency of this intercourse, we have had better opportunities of knowing something about it and its inhabitants than about the other similar but less considerable islands in its vicinity. Of these, however, we have seen enough to satisfy us that all that we observed and have related of Otaheite may, with trifling variations, be applied to them. Too much seems to have been already known and published in our former relations about some of the modes of life that made Otaheite so agreeable an abode to many on board our ships. And if I could add any finishing strokes to a picture, the outlines of which have been already drawn with sufficient accuracy, I should still have hesitated to make this journal the place for exhibiting a view of licentious manners, which could only serve to disgust those for whose information I write. There are, however, many parts of the domestic, political, and religious institutions of these people, which, after all our visits to them, we still but imperfectly understand. The foregoing narrative of the incidents that happened during our stay will probably be thought to throw some additional light. And, for further satisfaction, I refer to Mr. Anderson's remarks. Mr. Anderson's remarks omitted. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 9. Accounts of Otaheite still imperfect. The prevailing winds. Beauty of the country. Cultivation. Natural curiosities. The persons of the natives. Diseases. General character. Love of pleasure. Language. Surgery and physic. Articles of food. Effects of drinking ava. Times and manner of eating. Connections with the females. Circumcision. System of religion. Notions about the soul and a future life. Various superstitions. Traditions about the creation. A historical legend. Honours paid to the king. Distinction of ranks. Punishment of crimes. Peculiarities of the neighbouring islands. Names of their gods. Names of islands they visit. Extent of their navigation. To what has been said of Otaheite, in the accounts of the successive voyages of Captain Wallis, Monsieur de Bougainville, and Captain Cook, it would at first sight seem superfluous to add anything, as it might be supposed that little could now be produced but a repetition of what has been told before. I am, however, far from being of that opinion, and will venture to affirm, though a very accurate description of the country and of the most obvious customs of its inhabitants has been already given, especially by Captain Cook, that much still remains untouched. That in some instances mistakes have been made, which later and repeated observation has been able to rectify, and that even now we are strangers to many of the most important institutions that prevail amongst these people. The truth is, our visits, though frequent, have been but transient. Many of us had no inclination to make inquiries. More of us were unable to direct our inquiries properly, and we all laboured, though not to the same degree, under the disadvantages attending an imperfect knowledge of the language of those from whom alone we could receive any information. The Spaniards had it more in their power to surmount this bar to instruction, some of them having resided at Otaheite much longer than any other European visitors. As, with their superior advantages, they could not but have had an opportunity of obtaining the fullest information on most subjects relating to this island, their account of it would probably convey more authentic and accurate intelligence than, with our best endeavours, any of us could possibly obtain. But, as I look upon it to be very uncertain, if not very unlikely, that we shall ever have any communication from that quarter, I have here put together what additional intelligence about Otaheite and its neighbouring islands I was able to procure either from Omai while on board the ship, or by conversing with the other natives while we remained amongst them. The wind for the greatest part of the year blows from between east-southeast and east-northeast. This is the true trade wind, or what the natives call marai, and it sometimes blows with considerable force. When this is the case, the weather is often cloudy, with showers of rain, but when the wind is more moderate, it is clear, settled, and serene. If the wind should veer farther to the southward and become southeast or south-southeast, it then blows more gently, with a smooth sea, and is called Mawai. In those months, when the sun is nearly vertical, that is in December and January, the winds and weather are both very variable, but it frequently blows from west-northwest or northwest. This wind is what they call tueru, and is generally attended by dark, cloudy weather and frequently by rain. It sometimes blows strong, though generally moderate, but seldom lasts longer than 5 or 6 days without interruption, and is the only wind in which the people of the islands to leeward come to this one in their canoes. If it happens to be still more northerly, it blows with less strength and has the different appellation of Erapotaya, which they feign to be the wife of the tuero male. The wind from southwest and west-southwest is still more frequent than the former, and though it is in general gentle and interrupted by calms or breezes from the eastward, yet it sometimes blows in brisk squalls. The weather attending it is commonly dark, cloudy and rainy, with a close, hot air, and often accompanied by a great deal of lightning and thunder. It is called Etoa, and often succeeds the Toeru, as does also the Farua, which is still more southerly, and, from its violence, blows down houses and trees, especially the cocoa palms, from their loftiness. But it is only of short duration. The natives seem not to have a very accurate knowledge of these changes, and yet pretend to have drawn some general conclusions from their effects. For they say, when the sea has a hollow sound and dashes slowly on the shore, or rather on the reef without, that it portends good weather. But, if it has a sharp sound, and the waves succeed each other fast, that the reverse will happen. Perhaps there is scarcely a spot in the universe that affords a more luxuriant prospect than the southeast part. The hills are high and steep, and in many places craggy, but they are covered to the very and shrubs in such a manner that the spectator can scarcely help thinking that the very rocks possess the property of producing and supporting their verdant clothing. The flat land which bounds those and the interjacent valleys also teem with various productions that grow with the most exuberant vigour, and at once fill the mind of the beholder with the idea that no place upon earth can outdo this in the strength and beauty of vegetation. Nature has been no less liberal in distributing rivulets, which are and as they approach the sea, often deviate into 2 or 3 branches, fertilizing the flatlands through which they run. The habitations of the natives are scattered without order upon the flats, and toward the shore presented a delightful scene, viewed from our ships, especially as the sea within the reef which bounds the coast is perfectly still, and affords a safe navigation at all times for the inhabitants, often seen paddling in their canoes indolently along in passing from place to place or in going to fish. In these charming scenes, I have often regretted my inability to transmit to those who have had no opportunity of seeing them such a description as might, in some measure, convey an impression similar to what must everyone who has been fortunate enough to be upon the spot. It is, doubtless, the natural fertility of the country, combined with the mildness and serenity of the climate, that renders the natives so careless in their cultivation that in many places, though overflowing with the richest productions, the smallest traces of it cannot be observed. The cloth plant, which is raised by seeds brought from the mountains, and the ava, or intoxicating pepper, which they defend from the sun when very young by covering them with leaves of the breadfruit tree, are almost the only things to which they seem to pay any attention, and these they keep very clean. I have inquired very carefully into their manner of cultivating the breadfruit tree, but was always answered that they never planted it. This indeed must be evident to everyone who will examine the places where the young trees come up. It will be always observed that they spring from the roots of the old ones, which run along near the surface of the ground, so that the breadfruit trees may be reckoned those that would naturally cover the plains, even supposing that the island was not inhabited, in the same manner that the white-barked trees found at Van Diemen's Land constitute the forests there. And from this we may observe that the inhabitant of Otaheite, instead of being obliged to plant his bread, will rather be under a necessity of preventing its progress, which I suppose is sometimes done to give room for trees of another sort, to afford him some variety in his food. The chief of these are the coconut and plantain, the first of which can give no trouble after it has raised itself a foot or two above the ground, but the plantain requires a little more care. For after it is planted, it shoots up, and in about 3 months begins to bear fruit, during which time it gives young shoots, which supply a succession of fruit. For the old stocks are cut down as the fruit is taken off. The products of the island, however, are not so remarkable for their variety as for their great abundance, and curiosities of any kind are not numerous. Amongst these, we may reckon a pond or lake of fresh water at the top of one of the highest mountains, to go to and to return from which takes 3 or 4 days. It is remarkable for its depth, and has eels of an enormous size in it, which are sometimes caught by the natives, who go upon this water in little floats of 2 or 3 wild plantain trees fastened together. This is esteemed one of the greatest natural curiosities of the country, insomuch that travellers who come from the other islands are commonly asked amongst the first things by their friends at their return if they have seen it. There is also a sort of water, of which there is only one small pond upon the island as far distant as the lake, and to appearance very good, with a yellow sediment at the bottom. But it has a bad taste, and proves fatal to those who drink any quantity, or makes them break out in blotches if they bathe in it. Nothing could make a stronger impression at first sight on our arrival here than the remarkable contrast between the robust make and dark colour of the people of Tonga-Tabou, and a sort of delicacy and whiteness which distinguish the inhabitants of Otaheite. It was even some time before that difference could preponderate in favour of the Otaheitians, and then only perhaps because we became accustomed to them, the marks which had recommended the others began to be forgotten. Their women, however, struck us as superior in every respect, and as possessing all those delicate characteristics which distinguish them from the other sex in many countries. The beard which the men here wear long, and the hair which is not cut so short as is the fashion at Tonga-Tabou, made also a great difference, and we could not help thinking that on every occasion they showed a greater degree of timidity and fickleness. The muscular appearance, so common amongst the friendly islanders, and which seems a consequence of their being accustomed to much action, is lost here, where the superior fertility of their country enables the inhabitants to lead a more indolent life, and its place is supplied by a plumpness and smoothness of the skin, which, though perhaps more consonant with our ideas of beauty, is no real advantage, as it seems attended with a kind of languor in all their motions, not observable in the others. This observation is fully verified in their boxing and wrestling, which may be called little better than the feeble efforts of children, if compared to the vigour with which these exercises are performed at the friendly islands. Personal endowments being in great esteem amongst them, they have recourse to several methods of improving them, according to their notions of beauty. In particular, it is a practice, especially amongst the erios, or unmarried men of some consequence, to undergo a kind of physical operation to render them fair. This is done by remaining a month or 2 in the house, during which time they wear a great quantity of clothes, eat nothing but breadfruit, to which they ascribe a remarkable property in whitening them, and they also speak as if their corpulence and colour, at other times, depended upon their food, as they are obliged, from the change of seasons, to use different sorts at different times. Their common diet is made up of at least 9/10 of vegetable food, and I believe more particularly the mahi, or fermented breadfruit, which enters almost every meal, has a remarkable effect upon them, preventing a costive habit and producing a very sensible coolness about them, which could not be perceived in us who fed on animal food. And it is perhaps owing to this temperate course of life that they have so few diseases among them. They only reckon 5 or 6, which might be called chronic or national disorders, amongst which are the dropsy and the cephi or indolent swellings before mentioned, as frequent at Tongatabu. But this was before the arrival of the Europeans, for we have added to this short catalogue a disease which abundantly supplies the place of all the others and is now almost universal. For this, they seem to have no effectual remedy. The priests, indeed, sometimes give them a medley of simples, but they own that it never cures them. And yet, they allow that, in a few cases, nature, without the assistance of a physician, exterminates the poison of this fatal disease, and a perfect recovery is produced. They say that, if a man is infected with it, he will often communicate it to others in the same house by feeding out of the same utensils or handling them, and that, in this case, they frequently die while he recovers, though we see no reason why this should happen. Their behaviour on all occasions seems to indicate a great openness and generosity of disposition. Omai, indeed, who, as their countrymen, should be supposed rather willing to conceal any of their defects, has often said that they are sometimes cruel in punishing their enemies. According to his representation, they torment them very deliberately, at one time tearing out small pieces of flesh from different parts, at another taking out the eyes, then cutting off the nose, and lastly, killing them by opening the belly. But this only happens on particular occasions. If cheerfulness argues a conscious innocence, one would suppose that their life is seldom sullied by crimes. This, however, I rather impute to their feelings, which, though lively, seem in no case permanent. For I never saw them, in any misfortune, labour under the appearance of anxiety after the critical moment was past. Neither does care ever seem to wrinkle their brow. On the contrary, even the approach of death does not appear to alter their usual vivacity. I have seen them, when brought to the brink of the grave by disease, and when preparing to go to battle. But, in neither case, ever observed their countenances overclouded with melancholy or serious reflection. Such a disposition leads them to direct all their aims only to what can give them pleasure and ease. Their amusements all tend to excite and continue their amorous passions, and their songs, of which they are immoderately fond, answer the same purpose. But as a constant succession of sensual enjoyments must cloy, we found that they frequently varied them to more refined subjects, and had much pleasure in chanting their triumphs in war and their occupations in peace, their travels to other islands and adventures there, and the peculiar beauties and superior advantages of their own island over the rest, or of different parts of it over other less favourable districts. This marks that they receive great delight from music, and though they rather expressed a dislike to our complicated compositions, yet they were always delighted with the more melodious sounds produced singly on our instruments, as approaching nearer to the simplicity of their own. Neither are they strangers to the soothing effects produced by particular sorts of motion, which in some cases seem to allay any perturbation of mind with as much success as music. Of this I met with a remarkable instance. For on walking one day about Matavai Point, where the tents were erected, I saw a man paddling in a small canoe so quietly and looking about him with such eagerness on each side as to command all my attention. At first, I imagined he had stolen something from one of the ships and was pursued, but on waiting patiently I saw him repeat his amusement. He went out from the shore till he was near the place where the swell begins to take its rise. Watching its first motion very attentively, he paddled before it with great quickness, till he found that it overlooked him, and had acquired sufficient force to carry his canoe before it without passing underneath. He then sat motionless and was carried along at the same swift rate as the wave till it landed him upon the beach. Then he started out, emptied his canoe, and went in search of another swell. I could not help concluding that this man felt the most supreme pleasure while he was driven on so fast and so smoothly by the sea, especially as, though the tents and ships were so near, he did not seem, in the least, to envy or even to take any notice of the crowds of his countrymen collected to view them as objects which were rare and curious. During my stay, 2 or 3 of the natives came up, who seemed to share his felicity, calling out when there was an appearance of a favourable swell, as he sometimes missed it, by his back being turned and looking about for it. By them I understood that this exercise, which is called koroi, was frequent amongst them, and they have probably more amusements of this sort, which afford them at least as much pleasure as skating, which is the only one of ours, with whose effects I could compare it. The language of Otaheite, though doubtless radically the same with that of New Zealand and the Friendly Islands, is destitute of that guttural pronunciation and of some consonants with which those latter dialects abound. The specimens we have already given are sufficient to mark wherein the variation chiefly consists, and to show that, like the manners of the inhabitants, it has become soft and soothing. During the former voyage, I had collected a copious vocabulary which enabled me the better to compare this dialect with that of the other islands, and, during this voyage, I took every opportunity of improving my acquaintance with it by conversing with Omai before we arrived, and by my daily intercourse with the natives while we now remained there. It abounds with beautiful and figurative expressions which, were it perfectly known, would, I have no doubt, put it upon a level with many of the languages that are most in esteem for their warmth and bold images. For instance, the Otaheitians express their notions of death very emphatically by saying that the soul goes into darkness, or rather into night. And if you seem to entertain any doubt in asking the question, if such a person is their mother, they immediately reply with surprise, yes, the mother that bore me. They have one expression that corresponds exactly with the phraseology of the scriptures, where we read of the yearning of the bowels. They use it on all occasions when the passions give them uneasiness, as they constantly refer pain from grief, anxious desire and other affections to the bowels as its seat, where they likewise suppose all operations of the mind are performed. Their language admits of that inverted arrangement of words, which so much distinguishes the Latin and Greek from most of our modern European tongues, whose imperfections require a more orderly construction to prevent ambiguities. It is so copious that for the breadfruit alone, in its different states, they have above 20 names, as many for the taro root and about 10 for the coconut. Add to this that besides the common dialect, they often expostulate in a kind of stanza or recitative, which is answered in the same manner. Their arts are few and simple, yet, if we may credit them, they perform cures in surgery, which our extensive knowledge in that branch has not, as yet, enabled us to imitate. In simple fractures, they bind them up with splints, but if part of the substance of the bone is lost, they insert a piece of wood between the fractured ends, made hollow like the deficient part. In 4 or 5 days, the rapau or surgeon inspects the wound and finds the wood partly covered with the growing flesh. In as many more days, it is generally entirely covered, after which, when the patient has acquired some strength, he bathes in the water and recovers. We know that wounds will heal over leaden bullets, and sometimes, though rarely, over other extraneous bodies. But what makes me entertain some doubt of the truth of such extraordinary skill, as in the above instance, is that in other cases which fell under my own observation, they are far from being so dexterous. I have seen the stump of an arm, which was taken off after being shattered by a fall from a tree, that bore no marks of a skilful operation, though some allowance is to be made for their defective instruments. And I met with a man going about with a dislocated shoulder, some months after the accident, from their being ignorant of a method to reduce it, though this is considered one of the simplest operations of our surgery. They know that fractures or luxations of the spine are mortal, but not fractures of the skull. And they likewise know from experience in what parts of the body wounds prove fatal. They have sometimes pointed out those inflicted by spears, which, if made in the direction they mentioned, would certainly have been pronounced deadly by us. And yet these people have recovered. Their physical knowledge seems more confined, and that probably because their diseases are fewer than their accidents. The priests, however, administer the juices of herbs in some cases, and women who are troubled with afterpains or other disorders after childbearing use a remedy which one would think needless in a hot country. They first heat stones, as when they bake their food. Then they lay a thick cloth over them, upon which is put a quantity of a small plant of the mustard kind, and these are covered with another cloth. Upon this they seat themselves and sweat plentifully to obtain a cure. The men have practiced the same method for the venereal disease, but find it ineffectual. They have no emetic medicines. Notwithstanding the extreme fertility of the island, a famine frequently happens, in which, it is said, many perish. Whether this is owing to the failure of some seasons, to overpopulation, which must sometimes almost necessarily happen, or to wars, I have not been able to determine, though the truth of the fact may be fairly inferred from the great economy that they observe with respect to their food, even when there is plenty. In times of scarcity, after their breadfruit and yams are consumed, they have recourse to various roots, which grow without cultivation upon the mountains. The patara, which is found in vast quantities, is what they use first. It is not unlike a very large potato or yam, and good when in its growing state, but when old is full of hard, stringy fibres. They then eat 2 other roots, one not unlike taro, and lastly, the ahoi. This is of 2 sorts, one of them possessing deleterious qualities, which obliges them to slice and macerate it in water a night before they bake and eat it. In this respect, it resembles the cassava root of the West Indies, but it forms a very insipid moist paste in the manner they dress it. However, I have seen them eat it at times when no such scarcity reigned. Both this and the patara are creeping plants, the last with ternate leaves. Of animal food, a very small portion falls, at any time, to the share of the lower class of people, and then it is either fish, sea eggs, or other marine productions, for they seldom or ever eat pork. The ere de Hoy alone is able to furnish pork every day, and inferior chiefs, according to their riches, once a week, fortnight, or month. Sometimes they are not even allowed that, for when the island is impoverished by war or other causes, the chief prohibits his subjects from killing any hogs. And this prohibition, we were told, is in force sometimes for several months, or even a year or 2. During that restraint, the hogs multiply so fast that there are instances of their changing their domestic state and turning wild. When it is thought proper to take off the prohibition, all the chiefs assemble at the king's place of abode, and each brings with him a present of hogs. The king then orders some of them to be killed, on which they feast, and after that everyone returns home with liberty to kill what he pleases for his own use. Such a prohibition was actually in force on our arrival here, at least in all those districts of the island that are immediately under the direction of Otu. And, lest it should have prevented our going to Matavai after leaving Otaheite, he sent a message to assure us that it should be taken off as soon as the ships arrived there. With respect to us, we found it so, but we made such a consumption of them that, I have no doubt, it would be laid on again as soon as we sailed. A similar prohibition is also sometimes extended to fowls. It is also amongst the better sort that the ava is chiefly used. But this beverage is prepared somewhat differently from that which we saw so much of at the Friendly Islands. For they pour a very small quantity of water upon the root here, and sometimes roast or bake and bruise the stalks without chewing it previously to its infusion. They also use the leaves of the plant here, which are bruised, and water poured upon them, as upon the root. Large companies do not assemble to drink it, in that sociable way which is practiced at Tonga Taboo. But its pernicious effects are more obvious here, perhaps owing to the manner of preparing it, as we often saw instances of its intoxicating or rather stupefying powers in a few who had used it to excess. Some of us, who had been at these islands before, were surprised to find many people who, when we saw them last, were remarkable for their size and corpulency, now almost reduced to skeletons, and, upon inquiring into the cause of this alteration, it was universally allowed to be the use of the ava. The skins of these people were rough, dry, and covered with scales, which, they say, every now and then fall off, and their skin is, as it were, renewed. As an excuse for a practice so destructive, they allege that it is adopted to prevent their growing too fat, but it evidently enervates them and in all probability shortens their days. As its effects had not been so visible during our former visits, it is not unlikely that this article of luxury had never been so much abused as at this time. If it continues to be so fashionable, it bids fair to destroy great numbers. The times of eating at Otaheite are very frequent. Their first meal, or, as it may rather be called, their last, as they go to sleep after it, is about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the next is at 8. At 11 they dine, and again, as Omai expressed it, at 2 and at 5, and they sup at 8. In this article of domestic life, they have adopted some customs which are exceedingly whimsical. The women, for instance, have not only the mortification of being obliged to eat by themselves and in a different part of the house from the men, but, by a strange kind of policy, are excluded from a share of most of the better sorts of food. They dare not taste turtle nor fish of the tunny kind, which is much esteemed, nor some particular sorts of the best plantains, and it is very seldom that even those of the first rank are allowed to eat pork. The children of each sex also eat apart, and the women generally serve up their own victuals, but they would certainly starve before any grown man would do them such an office. In this, as well as in some other customs relative to their eating, there is a mysterious conduct which we could never thoroughly comprehend. When we inquired into the reasons for it, we could get no other answer, but that it is right and necessary it should be so. In other customs respecting the females, there seems to be no such obscurity, especially as to their connections with the men. If a young man and woman from mutual choice cohabit, the man gives the father of the girl such things as are necessary in common life, as hogs, cloth, or canoes, in proportion to the time they are together. And if the father thinks that he has not been sufficiently paid for his daughter, he makes no scruple of forcing her to leave her friend and to cohabit with another person who may be more liberal. The man, on his part, is always at liberty to make a new choice, but should his consort become pregnant, he may kill the child, and after that either continue his connection with the mother or leave her. But if he should adopt the child and suffer it to live, the parties are then considered as in the married state, and they commonly live together ever after. However, it is thought no crime in the man to join a more youthful partner to his first wife and to live with both. The custom of changing their connections is, however, much more general than this last, and it is a thing so common that they speak of it with great indifference. The Erios are only those of the better sort, who, from their fickleness and their possessing the means of purchasing a succession of fresh connections, are constantly roaming about, and from having no particular attachment, seldom adopt the more settled method mentioned above. And so agreeable is this licentious plan of life to their disposition, that the most beautiful of both sexes thus commonly spend their youthful days habituated to the practice of enormities which would disgrace the most savage tribes, but are peculiarly shocking amongst a people whose general character, in other respects, has evident traces of the prevalence of humane and tender feelings. When an area woman is delivered of a child, a piece of cloth, dipped in water, is applied to the mouth and nose, which suffocates it. As in such a life, their women must contribute a very large share of its happiness. It is rather surprising, besides the humiliating restraints they are laid under with regard to food, to find them often treated with a degree of harshness, or rather brutality, which one would scarcely suppose a man would bestow on an object for whom he had the least affection. Nothing, however, is more common than to see the men beat them without mercy. And unless this treatment is the effect of jealousy, which both sexes at least pretend to be sometimes infected with, it will be difficult to admit this as the motive, as I have seen several instances where the women have preferred personal beauty to interest. Though I must own that, even in these cases, they seem scarcely susceptible of those delicate sentiments that are the result of mutual affection. And, I believe, that there is less platonic love in Otaheite than in any other country. Cutting or incising the foreskin should be mentioned here as a practice adopted amongst them from a notion of cleanliness, and they have a reproachful epithet in their language for those who do not observe that custom. When there are 5 or 6 lads pretty well grown up in a neighbourhood, the father of one of them goes to a tahua, or man of knowledge, and lets him know. He goes with the lads to the top of the hills, attended by a servant, and, seating one of them properly, introduces a piece of wood underneath the foreskin, and desires him to look aside at something he pretends is coming. Having thus engaged the young man's attention to another object, he cuts through the skin upon the wood with a shark's tooth, generally at one stroke. He then separates, or rather turns back the divided parts, and, having put on a bandage, proceeds to perform the same operation on the other lads. At the end of 5 days they bathe, and the bandages being taken off, the matter is cleaned away. At the end of 5 days more, they bathe again, and are well, but a thickness of the prepuce, where it was cut, remaining. They go again to the mountains with the tahua and servant, and a fire being prepared, and some stones heated, the tahua puts the prepuce between 2 of them and squeezes it gently, which removes the thickness. They return home, having their heads and other parts of their bodies adorned with odoriferous flowers, and the tahua is rewarded for his services by their fathers, in proportion to their several abilities, with presents of hogs and cloth. And if they are poor, their relations are liberal on the occasion. Their religious system is extensive, and in many instances, singular. But few of the common people have a perfect knowledge of it, that being confined chiefly to their priests, who are pretty numerous. They do not seem to pay any respect to one god as possessing preeminence, but believe in a plurality of divinities, who are all very powerful, and, in this case, as different parts of the island and the other islands in the neighbourhood have different ones. The inhabitants of each, no doubt, think that they have chosen the most eminent, or at least one who is invested with power sufficient to protect them and to supply all their wants. If he should not answer their expectations, they think it no impiety to change, as has very lately happened in Tiarabu, where, in the room of the 2 divinities formerly honoured there, Ora, god of Bora-Bora, has been adopted, I suppose, because he is the protector of a people who have been victorious in war. And as since they have made this change, they have been very successful themselves against the inhabitants of Otaheite, they impute it entirely to Ora, who, as they literally say, fights their battles. Their assiduity in serving their gods is remarkably conspicuous. Not only the wattaz, or offering places of the marae, are commonly loaded with fruit and animals, but there are few houses where you do not meet with a small place of the same sort near them. Many of them are so rigidly scrupulous that they will not begin a meal without first laying aside a morsel for the etua. And we had an opportunity during this voyage of seeing their superstitious zeal carried to a most pernicious height in the instance of human sacrifices, the occasions of offering which, I doubt, are too frequent. Perhaps they have recourse to them when misfortunes occur. For they asked if one of our men, who happened to be confined when we were detained by a contrary wind, was taboo. Their prayers are also very frequent, which they chant, much after the manner of the songs in their festive entertainments. And the women, as in other cases, are also obliged to show their inferiority in religious observances, for it is required of them that they should partly uncover themselves as they pass the mores, or take a considerable circuit to avoid them. Though they have no notion that their God must always be conferring benefits without sometimes forgetting them or suffering evil to befall them, they seem to regard this less than the attempts of some more inauspicious being to hurt them. They tell us that Iti is an evil spirit who sometimes does them mischief, and to whom, as well as to their God, they make offerings. But the mischiefs they apprehend from any superior invisible beings are confined to things merely temporal. They believe the soul to be both immaterial and immortal. They say that it keeps fluttering about the lips during the pangs of death, and that then it ascends and mixes with, or, as they express it, is eaten by the deity. In this state, it remains for some time, after which it departs to a certain place destined for the reception of the souls of men, where it exists in eternal light, or, as they sometimes say, in twilight or dawn. They have no idea of any permanent punishment after death for crimes that they have committed on earth, for the souls of good and bad men are eaten indiscriminately by God. But they certainly consider this coalition with the deity as a kind of purification necessary to be undergone before they enter a state of bliss. For according to their doctrine, if a man refrains from all connection with women some months before death, he passes immediately into his eternal mansion without such a previous union, as if already, by this abstinence, he were pure enough to be exempted from the general lot. They are, however, far from entertaining those sublime conceptions of happiness, which our religion, and indeed reason, gives us room to expect hereafter. The only great privilege they seem to think they shall acquire by death is immortality, for they speak of spirits being in some measure not totally divested of those passions which actuated them when combined with material vehicles. Thus, if souls who were formerly enemies should meet, they have many conflicts, though it should seem to no purpose, as they are accounted invulnerable in this invisible state. There is a similar reasoning with regard to the meeting of man and wife. If the husband dies first, the soul of his wife is known to him on its arrival in the land of spirits. They resume their former acquaintance in a spacious house called Furua, where the souls of the deceased assemble to recreate themselves with the gods. She then retires with him to his separate habitation, where they remain forever and have offspring, which, however, is entirely spiritual, as they are neither married nor are their embraces supposed to be the same as with corporeal beings. Some of their notions about the deity are extravagantly absurd. They believe that he is subject to the power of those very spirits to whom he has given existence, and that in their turn they frequently eat or devour him, though he possesses the power of recreating himself. They, doubtless, use this mode of expression as they seem incapable of conversing about immaterial things without constantly referring to material objects to convey their meaning. And in this manner they continue the account by saying that in the Turua, the deity inquires if they intend or not to destroy him, and that he is not able to alter their determination. This is known to the inhabitants on earth as well as to the spirits. For when the moon is in its wane, it is said that they are then devouring their Irtua, and that as it increases, he is renewing himself. And to this accident, not only the inferior, but the most eminent gods are liable. They also believe that there are other places for the reception of souls at death. Thus, those who are drowned in the sea remain there, where they think that there is a fine country, houses, and everything that can make them happy. But what is more singular, they maintain, that not only all other animals, but trees, fruit, and even stones have souls, which at death, or upon being consumed or broken, ascend to the divinity, with whom they first mix and afterward pass into the mansion allotted to each. They imagine that their punctual performance of religious offices procures for them every temporal blessing. And as they believe that the animating and powerful influence of the divine spirit is everywhere diffused, it is no wonder that they join to this many superstitious opinions about its operations. Accordingly, they believe that hidden deaths and all other accidents are affected by the immediate action of some divinity. If a man only stumbles against a stone and hurts his toe, they impute it to an Iatua, so that they may be literally said agreeable to their system to tread enchanted ground. They are startled in the night on approaching a tupapau, where the dead are exposed, in the same manner that many of our ignorant and superstitious people are with the apprehensions of ghosts and at the sight of a churchyard. And they have an equal confidence in dreams, which they suppose to be communications, either from their God or from the spirits of their departed friends, enabling those favoured with them to foretell future events. But this kind of knowledge is confined to particular people. Omai pretended to have this gift. He told us that the soul of his father had intimated to him in a dream on the 26th of July, 1776, that he should go on shore at some place within 3 days. But he was unfortunate in this first attempt to persuade us that he was a prophet, for it was the 1st of August before we got into Tenerife. Amongst them, however, the dreamers possess a reputation little inferior to that of their inspired priests and priestesses, whose predictions they implicitly believe and are determined by them in all undertakings of consequence. The priestess who persuaded Apuni to invade Uliatea is much respected by him, and he never goes to war without consulting her. They also, in some degree, maintain our old doctrine of planetary influence. At least, they are sometimes regulated, in their public councils, by certain appearances of the moon, particularly when lying horizontally or much inclined on the convex part, on its first appearance after the change. They are encouraged to engage in war, with confidence of success. They have traditions concerning the creation, which, as might be expected, are complex and clouded with obscurity. They say that a goddess having a lump or mass of earth suspended in a cord gave it a swing and scattered about pieces of land, thus constituting Otaheite and the neighbouring islands, which were all peopled by a man and woman originally fixed at Otaheite. This, however, only respects their own immediate creation, for they have notions of a universal one before this, and of lands of which they have now no other knowledge than what is mentioned in the tradition. Their most remote account reaches to Tatunia and Taupa, male and female stones or rocks, who support the congeries of land and water, or our globe, underneath. These produced Totoro, who was killed and divided into land, and after him Otaia and Oru were begotten, who were afterward married and produced, first land, and then a race of gods. Otaia is uplifted, and Oru marries a god, her son, called Teoras, whom she orders to create more land, the animals, and all sorts of food upon the earth, as also the sky, which is supported by men called Tifarai. The spots observed in the moon are supposed to be groves of a sort of trees which once grew in Otaheite, and, being destroyed by some accident, their seeds were carried up thither by doves, where they now flourish. They have also many legends, both religious and historical, one of which, relative to the practice of eating human flesh, I shall give the substance of as a specimen of their method. A long time since, there lived in Otaheite 2 men called Tahiai, the only name they yet have for cannibals. None knew from whence they came or in what manner they arrived at the island. Their habitation was in the mountains, from whence they used to issue and kill many of the natives whom they afterward devoured, and by that means prevented the progress of population. 2 brothers, determined to rid their country of such a formidable enemy, used a stratagem for their destruction with success. These still lived farther upward than the Tahiai, and in such a situation that they could speak with them without greatly hazarding their own safety. They invited them to accept of an entertainment that they should provide for them, to which these readily consented. The brothers then, taking some stones, heated them in a fire, and thrusting them into pieces of mahi, desired one of the Tubuai to open his mouth. On which one of these pieces was dropped in, and some water poured down, which made a boiling or hissing noise in quenching the stone and killed him. They entreated the other to do the same, but he declined it, representing the consequences of his companion's eating. However, they assured him that the food was excellent and its effects only temporary, for that the other would soon recover. His credulity was such that he swallowed the bait and shared the fate of the first. The natives then cut them in pieces, which they buried, and conferred the government of the island on the brothers as a reward for delivering them from such monsters. Their residence was in the district called Wapainu, and to this day there remains a breadfruit tree, once the property of the Tempfs. They had also a woman who lived with them and had 2 teeth of prodigious size. After they were killed, she lived at the island Otaheite, and, when dead, was ranked among their deities. She did not eat human flesh as the men did, but from the size of her teeth, the natives still call any animal that has a fierce appearance or is represented with large tusks Tahiti. They had also a woman who lived with them and had 2 teeth of a prodigious size. After they were killed, she lived at the island Otaheite, and, when dead, was ranked amongst their deities. She did not eat human flesh, as the men did, but, from the size of her teeth, the natives still call any animal that has a fierce appearance or is represented with large tusks Tahiti. Everyone must allow that this story is just as natural as that of Hercules destroying the Hydra, or the more modern one of Jack the Giant Killer, but I do not find that there is any moral couched under it, any more than under most old fables of the same kind, which have been received as truths only during the prevalence of the same ignorance that marked the character of the ages in which they were invented. It, however, has not been improperly introduced as serving to express the horror and detestation entertained here against those who feed upon human flesh. And yet, from some circumstances, I have been led to think that the natives of these isles were formerly cannibals. Upon asking Omai, he denied it stoutly, yet mentioned a fact within his own knowledge which almost confirms such an opinion. When the people of Bora-Bora, one time, defeated those of Voyage, a great number of his kinsmen were slain. But one of his relations had afterward an opportunity of revenging himself when the Bora-Bora men were worsted in their turn, and cutting a piece out of the thigh of one of his enemies, he broiled and ate it. I have also frequently considered the offering of the person's eye, who is sacrificed, to the chief, as a vestige of a custom which once really existed to a greater extent, and is still commemorated by this emblematical ceremony. The being inverted with the maro and the pretending at human sacrifices seem to be the peculiar characteristics of the sovereign. To these, perhaps, may be added the blowing of a conch shell, which produces a very loud sound. On hearing it, all his subjects are obliged to bring food of every sort to his royal residence in proportion to their abilities. On some other occasions, they carry their veneration for his very name to an extravagant and very destructive pitch. For if, on his accession to the Maro, any words in their language be found to have a resemblance to it in sound, they are changed for others. And if any man be bold enough not to comply and continue to use those words, not only he but all his relations are immediately put to death. The same severity is exercised toward those who shall presume to apply this sacred name to any animal. And, agreeably to this custom of his countrymen, Omai used to express his indignation that the English should give the names of prince or princess to their favourite horses or dogs. But while death is the punishment for making free with the name of their sovereign, if abuse be only levelled at his government, the offender escapes with the forfeiture of land and houses. The king never enters the house of any of his subjects, but has, in every district where he visits, houses belonging to himself. And if at any time he should be obliged by accident to deviate from this rule, the house thus honoured with his presence and every part of its furniture is burnt. His subjects not only uncover to him when present, down to the waist, but if he be at any particular place, a pole having a piece of cloth tied to it is set up somewhere near, to which they pay the same honours. His brothers are also entitled to the first part of the ceremony, but the women only uncover to the females of the royal family. In short, they seem even superstitious in their respect to him, and esteem his person little less than sacred. And it is, perhaps, to these circumstances that he owes the quiet possession of his dominions. For even the people of Tiarabou allow him the same honours as his right, though, at the time, they look upon their own chief as more powerful, and say that he would succeed to the government of the whole island should the present reigning family become extinct. This is the more likely, as Waheadua not only possesses Tiarabou, but many districts of Apuria Nu. His territories, therefore, are almost equal in extent to those of Otu, and he has besides the advantage of a more populous and fertile part of the island. His subjects also have given proofs of their superiority by frequent victories over those of Otaheite Nu, whom they affect to speak of as contemptible warriors, easily to be worsted if, at any time, their chief should wish to put it to the test. The ranks of people, besides the Ere de Hoy and his family, are the Eres, or powerful chiefs, the Manahuna, or vassals, and the Teu, or Tutu, servants, or rather slaves. The men of each of these, according to the regular institution, form their connections with women of their respective ranks. But if with any inferior one, which frequently happens, and a child be born, it is preserved and has the rank of the father, unless he happens to be an ere, in which case it is killed. If a woman of condition should choose an inferior person to officiate as a husband, the children he has by her are killed. And if a Teu be caught in an intrigue with a woman of the blood royal, he is put to death. The son of the Ere de Hoy succeeds his father in title and honours as soon as he is born. But if he should have no children, the brother assumes the government at his death. In other families, possessions always descend to the eldest son, but he is obliged to maintain his brothers and sisters, who are allowed houses on his estates. The boundaries of the several districts into which Otaheite is divided are generally either rivulets or low hills, which, in many places, jut out into the sea. But the subdivisions into particular property are marked by large stones, which have remained from one generation to another. The removal of any of these gives rise to quarrels, which are decided by arms, each party bringing his friends into the field. But if anyone complain to the Ere de Hoy, he terminates the difference amicably. This is an offence, however, not common, and long custom seems to secure property here as effectually as the most severe laws do in other countries. In conformity also to ancient practice established amongst them, crimes of a less general nature are left to be punished by the sufferer, without referring them to a superior. In this case, they seem to think that the incurred person will judge as equitably as those who are totally unconcerned, and as long custom has allotted certain punishments for crimes of different sorts, he is allowed to inflict them without being amenable to any other person. Thus, if anyone be caught stealing, which is commonly done in the night, the proprietor of the goods may put the thief instantly to death, and if anyone should inquire of him after the deceased, it is sufficient to acquit him if he only informs them of the provocation he had to kill him. But so severe a punishment is seldom inflicted unless the articles that are stolen are reckoned very valuable, such as breastplates and plaited hair. If only cloth or even hogs be stolen, and the thief escapes upon his being afterward discovered, if he promises to return the same number of pieces of cloth or of hogs, no further punishment is inflicted. Sometimes, after keeping out of the way for a few days, he is forgiven or, at most, gets a slight beating. If a person kill another in a quarrel, the friends of the deceased assemble and engage the survivor and his adherents. If they conquer, they take possession of the house, lands and goods of the other party. But if conquered, the reverse takes place. If a Manahoon kill the tutu, or slave of a chief, the latter sends people to take possession of the lands and house of the former, who flies either to some other part of the island or to some of the neighbouring islands. After some months he returns, of hogs much increased, finding his present of those, with some red feathers and other valuable articles, to the tutu's master, who generally accepts the compensation and permits him to repossess his house and lands. This practice is the height of venality and injustice, and the slayer of the slave seems to be under no further necessity of absconding than to impose upon the lower class of people who are the sufferers. For it does not appear that the chief has the least power to punish this Manahoon, but the whole management marks a collusion between him and his superior to gratify the revenge of the former and the avarice of the latter. Indeed, we need not wonder that the killing of a man should be considered as so venial an offence among a people who do not consider it as any crime at all to murder their own children. When talking to them about such instances of unnatural cruelty and asking whether the chiefs or principal people were not angry and did not punish them, I was told that the chief neither could nor would interfere in such cases, and that everyone had a right to do with his own child what he pleased. Though the productions, the people, and the customs and manners in the neighbourhood may be the same as at Otaheite, there are a few differences that should be mentioned, as this may lead to an inquiry about more material ones hereafter, if such there be, of which we are now ignorant. With regard to the little island Mataya, or Ovnaburg Island, which lies 20 leagues east of Otaheite and belongs to a chief of that place, who gets from thence a kind of tribute, a different dialect from that of Otaheite is there spoken. The men of Mataya also wear their hair very long, and when they fight, cover their arms with a substance which is beset with shark's teeth, and their bodies with a sort of shagreen, being skin of fish. At the same time, they are ornamented with polished pearl shells, which make a prodigious glittering in the sun, and they have a very large one that covers them before, like a shield or breastplate. The language of Otaheite has many words, and even phrases quite unlike those of the islands to the westward of it, which all agree, and it is remarkable for producing great quantities of that delicious fruit we called apples, which are found in none of the others except Aimeo. It has also the advantage of producing an odoriferous wood called eahoi, which is highly valued at the other isles where there is none, nor even in the southeast peninsula or Tiarabu, though joining it. And at Morua there is a particular bird found upon the hills, much esteemed for its white feathers, at which place there is also said to be some of the apples, though it be the most remote of the Society Islands from Otaheite and Aimeo, where they are produced. Though the religion of all the islands be the same, each of them has its particular or tutelar god, whose names, according to the best information I could receive, are set down in the following list. Pantheon omitted. Besides the cluster of high islands from Mataya to Morua inclusive, the people of Otaheite are acquainted with a low uninhabited island, which they name Mopiha, and seems to be Howe's Island, laid down to the westward of Morua in our late charts of this ocean. To this, the inhabitants of the most leeward islands sometimes go. There are also several low islands to the northeastward of Otaheite, which they have sometimes visited but not constantly. And they are said to be Mataiva, Oana, called Oana, in Dalrymple's letter to Hawksworth, Tabuho, Awehi, Kaura, Orutua, Otavu, where there are large pearls. The inhabitants of these isles come more frequently to Otaheite and the other neighbouring high islands, from whose natives they differ in being of a darker colour, with a fiercer aspect, and differently punctured. I was informed that at Mataiva and others of them, it is a custom for the men to give their daughters to strangers who arrive amongst them. But the pairs must be 5 nights lying near each other, without presuming to proceed farther. On the 6th evening, The father of the young woman treats his guest with food and informs his daughter that she must that night receive him as her husband. The stranger, however, must not offer to express the least dislike, though the bedfellow allotted to him should be ever so disagreeable, for this is considered as an unpardonable affront and is punished with death. 40 men of Bora-Bora, who, incited by curiosity, had roamed as far as Mataiva in a canoe, were treated in this manner, one of them having incautiously mentioned his dislike of the woman who fell to his lot in the hearing of a boy who informed her father. The Mataivans fell upon them. These warlike people settled 3 times their own number, though with the loss of all their party except 5. These hid themselves in the woods, took an opportunity, when their dead were being mourned, to enter some houses, where they fed themselves with victuals and water, and escaped on board a canoe in which they made their escape. And, after feasting there, they would not touch any food, at last arriving safely at their destination. The Bora-Borans, however, were unoffended, though their travellers had ventured so far. For a canoe from Matia, arriving some time after at Bora-Bora, so far were they from retaliating upon them for the death of their countrymen, that they acknowledged they had deserved their fate and treated their visitors kindly. These low isles are doubtless the islands of navigation which those of Otaheite perform at present. It is a groundless supposition made by Monsieur de Bougainville that they made voyages of prodigious extent, for I found that it is reckoned a sort of prodigy that a canoe once driven by a storm from Otaheite should have fallen in with Mopiha or Howe's Island, though so near and directly to leeward. The knowledge they have of other distant islands is no doubt traditional, and has been communicated to them by the natives of those islands, driven accidentally upon their coasts, who, besides giving them the names, could easily inform them of the direction in which the places lie from whence they came, and of the number of days they had been upon the sea. In this manner, it may be supposed that the natives of Waitiu have increased their catalogue by the addition of Otaheite and its neighbouring isles, from the people we met with there, and also of the other islands these had heard of. We may thus account for the extensive knowledge attributed by the gentleman of the Endeavour to Tubuai in such matters. And with all due deference to his veracity, I presume that it was, by these means of information, that he was able to direct the ship to Oheteroagau without having ever been there himself, as he pretended, which on many accounts is very improbable. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 10. Progress of the Voyage after leaving the Society Islands. Christmas Island discovered and station of the ships there. Boats sent ashore. Great success in catching turtle. An eclipse of the sun observed. Distress of 2 seamen who had lost their way. Inscription left in a bottle. Account of the island. Its soil. Trees and plants. Birds. Its size. Form. Situation. Anchoring ground. After leaving Bora-Bora, I sailed to the northward, close-hauled with the wind between northeast and east, hardly ever having it to the southward of east, till after we had crossed the line and had got into north latitudes, so that our course, made good, was always to the west of north, and sometimes no better than northwest. Though 17 months had now elapsed since our departure from England, during which we had not, upon the whole, been unprofitably employed, I was sensible that, with regard to the principal object of my instructions, our voyage was at this time only beginning, and therefore my attention to every circumstance that might contribute toward our safety and our ultimate success was now to be called forth anew. With this view, I had examined into the state of our provisions at the last islands, and, as soon as I had left them, and got beyond the extent of my former discoveries, I ordered a survey to be taken of the boatswains' and carpenters' stores that were in the ships, that I might be fully informed of the quantity, state, and condition of every article, and, by that means, know how to use them to the greatest advantage. Before I sailed from the Society Islands, I lost the opportunity of inquiring of the inhabitants if there were any islands in a north or a northwest direction from them, but I did not find that they knew of any. Nor did we meet with anything that indicated the vicinity of land, till we came to about the latitude of 8° south, where we began to see birds, such as boobies, tropic and men-of-war birds, tern, and some other sorts. At this time, our longitude was 205° east. Mendana, in his first voyage in 1568, discovered an island which he named Isla de Jesus, in latitude 6° 45' south, and 1450 leagues from Callao, which is about east longitude from Greenwich. We crossed this latitude near 100 leagues to the westward of this longitude and saw there many of the above-mentioned birds, which are seldom known to go very far from land. In sight, between the 22nd and 23rd, we crossed the line in the longitude of 203° 15 east. Here the variation of the compass was 6°30 east. On the 24th, about half an hour after daybreak, land was discovered bearing northeast by east, half east. Upon a nearer approach, it was found to be one of those low islands so common in this ocean. That is, a narrow bank of land enclosing the sea within. A few coconut trees were seen in 2 or 3 places, but in general the island had a very barren appearance. At noon it appeared from northeast by east to south by east, half east, about 4 miles distant. The wind was at east-southeast, so that we were under a necessity of making a few boards to get to the lee or west side, where we found from 40 to 20 and 14 fathoms water over a bottom of fine sand. The least depth about half a mile from the breakers, and the greatest about 1 mile. The meeting with soundings determined me to anchor, with a view to try to get some turtle, for the island seemed to be a likely place to meet with them and to be without inhabitants. Accordingly, we dropped anchor in 30 fathoms, and then a boat was dispatched to examine whether it was practicable to land, of which I had some doubt, as the sea broke in a dreadful surf all along the shore. When the boat returned, the officer, whom I had entrusted with this examination, reported to me that he could see no place where a boat could land, but that there was great abundance of fish in the shoal water without the breakers. At daybreak, the next morning, I sent 2 boats, one from each ship, to search in a prescribed manner for a landing place, and, at the same time, 2 others to fish at a grappling near the shore. These last returned about 8 o'clock, with upward of 200 weight of fish. Encouraged by this success, they were dispatched after breakfast, and I then went in another boat again after taking a view of the coast and attempted landings, which I found to be wholly impracticable. Toward noon, the 2 boats sent on the same search returned. The master, who was in that belonging to the Resolution, reported to me that he had discovered a breaking lagoon 1.5 leagues to the northward of the land and a channel into it. Consequently, that there was a fit place for landing, and that he had found the same soundings off the entrance as we now lay. In consequence of this report, the ships weighed anchor, and, after 2 or 3 trips, came to again in 20 fathoms water, over a bottom of fine dark sand, before a small island that lies at the entrance of the lagoon, and on each side of which there is a channel leading into it, but only fit for boats. The water in the lagoon itself is all very shallow. On the morning of the 27th, the pinnace and cutter, under the command of Mr. King, were sent to the southeast part of the island, within the lagoon, and the small cutter to the northward, where I had been the day before, both parties being ordered upon the same service to catch turtle. Captain Clark, having had some of his people on shore all night, had been fortunate as to turn between 40 and 50 on the sand, which were brought on board with all expedition this day. And in the afternoon, the party I had sent northward returned with 6. They were sent back again, and remained there till we left the island, having in general pretty good success. On the 28th, I landed, in company with Mr. Bailey, on the island which lies between the two channels leading into the lagoon, to prepare the telescopes for observing the approach of the eclipse of the sun, which was one great inducement to my anchoring here. About noon, Mr. King returned with one boat and 8 turtles, leaving 7 behind to be brought by the other boat, whose people were employed in catching more, and in the evening the same boat was sent with water and provisions for them. Mr. Williamson now went to superintend this duty in the room of Mr. King, who remained on board to attend the observation of the eclipse. The next day, Mr. Williamson dispatched 2 boats back for the ship, laden with turtle. At the same time, I sent up a message desiring that the boats might be ordered round by sea, as he had found a landing place on the southeast side of the island where most of the turtles were caught, so that, by sending the boats thither, the trouble would be saved of carrying them across the lagoon, as had been hitherto done. The boats were, accordingly, dispatched to the place which he pointed out. On the morning of the 30th, the day when the eclipse was to happen, Mr. King, Mr. Bailey and myself went ashore, on the small island above mentioned, to attend the observation. The sky was overcast till past 9 o'clock, when the clouds began to disperse sufficiently to take an altitude, together with the watch we made use of. After this, it was again obscured about 30 minutes, just 9, and then we found that the eclipse was begun. We now applied the instruments to the telescopes and observed a part of the sun's disk. At these observations I continued about half the time, but was obliged to discontinue them longer on account of the great heat of the sun, increased by the reflection of the sea. The sun was clouded at times, but it was clear, and we observed the eclipse to be more than half gone, when the boats and returning party at the southeast part of the island all returned on board, except one man belonging to the Discovery, who had been missing 2 days. There were 2 of them at first, who had lost their way, but disagreeing about the most probable track to return to their companions, they had separated, and one of them joined the party after having been absent 24 hours and been under great distress. Not a drop of fresh water could he had, for there was none upon the whole island, nor was there a single fruit tree on that part of it. In order to allay his thirst, he had recourse to the singular expedient of killing turtle and drinking their blood, a mode of refreshing himself, when weary, of which he said he felt the good effects, was equally whimsical. He stretched himself and lay down for some time in the shallow surf upon the beach. It was a matter of surprise to everyone how these 2 men could contrive to lose themselves. The land over which they had to travel, from the sea coast to the lagoon, where the boats lay, was not more than 3 miles across. Nor was there anything to obstruct their view, for the country was flat, with a few shrubs scattered upon it, and, from many parts of it, the masts of the ships could easily be seen. But this was a rule of direction they never once thought of, nor did they recollect in what quarter of the island the ships had anchored, and they were as much at a loss how to get back to them, or to the party they had struggled from, as if they had just dropped from the clouds. Considering how strange a set of beings the generality of seamen are when on shore, it is rather to be wondered at that these 2 should thus lose their way, as no more of the party were missing. Indeed, one of those who landed with me was in a similar situation, but he had gained the shore instead of being lost, and got on board almost as soon as he discovered that he had been left behind. As soon as Captain Clark knew that one of the stragglers was still in this awkward situation, he sent a party in search of him. But neither the man nor the party having come back, the next morning I ordered 2 boats into the lagoon to go different ways in prosecution of the search. Not long after, Captain Clark's party returned with their lost companion, and my boats having now no object left, I called them back by signal. This poor fellow must have suffered far greater distress than the other straggler, not only as having been lost a longer time, but as we found that he was too squeamish to drink turtle's blood. Having some cocoa nuts and yams on board, in a state of vegetation, I ordered them to be planted on the little island where we had observed the eclipse, and some melon seeds were sown in another place. I also left, on the little island, a bottle containing this inscription: Georgius Tertius, Rex, 31st Decembris, 1777. ATC Resolution, J. Cook, PR Discovery, Car, Clark, PR. On the 1st of January 1778, I sent boats to bring on board all our parties from the land and the turtle they had caught. Before this was completed, it was late in the afternoon, so that I did not think proper to sail till next morning. We got from this island to both ships about 300 turtle, weighing one with another about 90 or 100 pounds. They were all of the green kind, and perhaps as good as any in the world. We also caught with hook and line as much fish as we could consume during our stay. They consisted principally of cavallies, of different sizes, large and small snappers, and a few of two sorts of rockfish, one with numerous spots of blue and the other with brown streaks scattered about. The soil of this island in some places is light and black, evidently composed of decayed vegetables, the dung of birds and sand. There are other places again, where nothing but marine productions, such as broken coral stones and shells, are to be seen. These are deposited in long, narrow ridges, lying in a parallel direction with the seacoast, not unlike a ploughed field, and must have been thrown up by the waves, though at this time they do not reach within a mile of some of these places. This seems to furnish an incontestable proof that the island has been produced by accessions from the sea, and is in a state of increase, for not only the broken pieces of coral, but many of the shells are too heavy and too large to have been brought by any birds from the beach to the places where they now lie. Not a drop of fresh water was anywhere found, though frequently dug for. We met with several ponds of salt water, which had no visible communication with the sea, and must therefore, in all probability, be filled by the water filtrating through the sand in high tides. One of the lost men found some salt on the southeast part of the island, but though this was an article of which we were in want, a man who could lose himself, as he did, and not know whether he was travelling east, west, north or south, was not to be depended upon as a fit guide to conduct us to the place. There were not the smallest traces of any human being having ever been here before us, and indeed, should anyone be so unfortunate as to be accidentally driven upon the island or left there, it is hard to say that he could be able to prolong existence. There is indeed abundance of birds and fish, but no visible means of allaying thirst, nor any vegetable that could supply the place of bread or correct the bad effects of an animal diet, which in all probability would soon prove fatal alone. On the few cocoa trees upon the island, the number of which did not exceed 30, very little fruit was found, and, in general, what was found was either not fully grown or had the juice salt or blackish, so that a ship touching here must expect nothing but fish and turtle, and of these an abundant supply may be depended upon. On some parts of the land were a few low trees. Mr. Anderson gave me an account also of 2 small shrubs and of 2 or 3 small plants, all which we had seen on Palmerston's Island and Otaheite. There was also a species of cedar or Indian mallow, a sort of purslane, and another small plant that seemed from its leaves a mesembryanthemum with 2 species of grass. But each of these vegetable productions was in so small a quantity and grew with so much languor that one is almost surprised that the species do not become extinct. Under the low trees above mentioned sat infinite numbers of tern or eggbird. These are black above and white below, with a white arch on the forehead, and are rather larger than the common noddy. Most of them had lately hatched their young, which lay under the old ones, upon the bare ground. The rest had eggs, of which they only lay one, larger than that of a pigeon, bluish and speckled with black. There were also a good many common boobies, a sort that are almost like a gannet, and a sooty or chocolate-coloured one, with a white belly. To this list we must add men-of-war birds, tropic birds, curlews, sandpipers, a small land bird like a hedge sparrow, land crabs, small lizards, and rats. As we kept our Christmas here, I called this discovery Christmas Island. I judge it to be about 15 or 20 leagues in circumference. It seemed to be of a semicircular form, or like the moon in the last quarter, the two horns being the north and south points, which bear from each other nearly north by east and south by west, 4 or 5 leagues distant. This west side, or the little isle at the entrance into the lagoon upon which we observed the eclipse, lies in the latitude of 11° north and in the longitude of 200° the 30s east, determined by a considerable number of lunar observations, which differed only 7 from the timekeeper, it being so much less. The variation of the compass was 6°54'. Christmas Island, like most others in this ocean, is bounded by a reef of coral rocks, which extends but a little way from the shore. Farther out than this reef, on the west side, is a bank of sand, extending a mile into the sea. On this bank is good anchorage, in any depth between 18 and 30 fathoms. In less than the first mentioned depth, the reef would be too near, and in more than the last, the edge of the bank would not be at a sufficient distance. During the time we lay here, the wind blew constantly, a fresh gale at east or east by south, except 1 or 2 days. We had, always, a great swell from the northward, which broke upon the reef with a prodigious surf. We had found this swell before we came to the island, and it continued for some days after we left it. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 11. Some Islands Discovered, Account of the Natives of Tubuai, who come off to the ships and their behaviour on going on board, one of them killed. Precautions used to prevent intercourse with the females, a watering place found, reception upon landing, excursion into the country, a morai visited and described, graves of the chiefs and of the human sacrifices there buried, another island called Wanihau visited, ceremonies performed by the natives who go off to the ships, reasons for believing that they are cannibals, a party sent ashore who remain 2 nights, account of what passed on landing. The ships leave the islands and proceed to the north. Friday the 2nd of January at daybreak we weighed anchor and returned our course to the north, having fine weather and a gentle breeze at east and east-southeast till we got into the latitude of 7°45' north and the longitude of 205° east, where we had 1 calm day. This was succeeded by a northeast by east and northeast wind. At first it blew faint, but freshened as we advanced to the north. We continued to see birds every day of the sorts last mentioned, sometimes in greater numbers than others, and between the latitude of 10° and 11° we saw several turtle. All these are looked upon as signs of the vicinity of land. However, we discovered none till daybreak, in the morning of the 18th, when an island made its appearance, bearing northeast by east. And soon after we saw more land bearing north, and entirely detached from the former. Both had the appearance of being high land. At noon, the first bore northeast by east half-east, by estimation about 8 or 9 leagues distant, and an elevated hill, near the east end of the other, bore north, half-west. Our latitude, at this time, was 0°12' north, and longitude 200°1' east. We had now light airs and calms, by turns, so that at sunset we were not less than 9 or 10 leagues from the nearest land. On the 19th, at sunrise, the island first seen bore east several leagues distant. This being directly to windward, which prevented our getting near it, I stood for the other, which we could reach, and, not long after, discovered a third island in the direction of west-northwest, as far distant as land could be seen. We had now a fine breeze at east by north, and I steered for the east end of the second island, which at noon extended from north half-east to west-northwest, a quarter west, the nearest part being about 2 leagues distant. At this time, we were in some doubt whether or not the land before us was inhabited, but this doubt was soon cleared up by seeing some canoes coming off from the shore toward the ships. I immediately brought to give them time to join us. They had from 3 to 6 men each, and on their approach, we were agreeably surprised to find that they spoke the language of Otaheite and of the other islands we had lately visited. It required but very little address to get them to come alongside, but no entreaties could prevail upon any of them to come on board. I tied some brass medals to a rope and gave them to those in one of the canoes, who, in return, tied some small mackerel to the rope as an equivalent. This was repeated, and some small nails or bits of iron, which they valued more than any other article, were given them. For these they exchanged more fish and a sweet potato, a sure sign that they had some notion of bartering, or at least of returning one present for another. They had nothing else in their canoes except some large gourd shells and a kind of fishing net, but one of them offered for sale the piece of cloth that he wore round his waist, after the manner of the other islands. These people were of a brown colour, and though of the common size, were stoutly made. There was little difference in the east of their colour, but considerable variation in their features, some of their visages not being very unlike those of Europeans. The hair of most of them was cropped pretty short, others had it flowing loose, and, with a few, it was tied in a bunch on the crown of the head. In all, it seemed to be naturally black, but most of them had stained it, as is the practice of the friendly islanders, with some stuff which gave it a brown or burnt colour. In general, they wore their beards. They had no ornaments about their persons, nor did we observe that their ears were perforated, but some punctured on the hands or near the groin, small degree. And the bits of cloth which they wore were curiously stained with red, black, and white colours. They seemed very mild, and had no arms of any kind, if we except some small stones, which they had evidently brought for their own defence, and these they threw overboard when they found that they were not wanted. Seeing no signs of an anchoring place at this eastern extreme of the island, I bore away to leeward, and ranged along the southeast side, at the distance of 1/2 league from the shore. As soon as we made sail, the canoes left us, but others came off as we proceeded along the coast, bringing with them roasting pigs and some very fine potatoes, which they exchanged, as the others had done, for whatever was offered to them. Several small pigs were purchased for a 6-penny nail, so that we again found ourselves in a land of plenty, and just at the time when the turtle, which we had so fortunately procured at Christmas Island, were nearly expended. We passed several villages, some seated near the sea and others farther up the country. The inhabitants of all of them crowded to the shore and collected themselves on the elevated places to view the ships. The land upon this side of the island rises in a gentle slope from the sea to the foot of the mountains, which occupy the centre of the country, except at one place near the east end, where they rise directly from the sea and seem to be formed of nothing but stone or rocks lying in horizontal strata. We saw no wood, but what was up in the interior part of the island, except a few trees about the villages, near which, also, we could observe several plantations of sweet potatoes and sugar canes, and spots that seemed cultivated for roots. We continued to sound, without striking ground, with a line of 50 fathoms, till we came abreast of a low point, which is about the middle of this side of the island, or rather nearer the northwest end. Here we met with 12 and 14 fathoms, over a rocky bottom. Being past this point, from which the coast trended more northerly, we had 20, then 16, 12, and at last 5 fathoms over a sandy bottom. The last soundings were about a mile from the shore. Night now put a stop to any further research, and we spent it standing off and on. The next morning we stood in for the land, and were met with several canoes filled with people, some of whom took courage and ventured on board. In the course of my several voyages, I never before met with the natives of any place so much astonished as these people were upon entering a ship. Their eyes were continually flying from object to object, the wildness of their looks and gestures fully expressing their entire ignorance about everything they saw, and strongly marking to us that till now they had never been visited by Europeans, nor been acquainted with any of our commodities, except iron, which, however, it was plain they had only heard of or had known it in some small quantity, brought to them at some distant period. They seemed only to understand that it was a substance much better adapted to the purposes of cutting or of boring of holes than anything their own country produced. They asked for it by the name of hamete, probably referring to some instrument, in the making of which iron could be usefully employed, for they applied that name to the blade of a knife, though we could be certain that they had no idea of that particular instrument, nor could they at all handle it properly. For the same reason, they frequently called iron by the name of tow, which in their language signifies a hatchet, or rather a kind of adze. On asking them what iron was, they immediately answered, "We do not know. You know what it is, and we only understand it as tow or hamate." When we showed them some birds, they asked first what they were, and then whether they should eat them. But on their being told that they were to be hung by their ears, they returned them as useless. They were equally indifferent as to a looking-glass, which was offered them, and returned it for the same reason, but sufficiently expressed their desire for hamete and tow, which they wished might be very large. Plates of earthenware, china cups, and other such things were so new to them that they asked if they were made of wood, but wished to have some that they might carry them to be looked at on shore. They were in some respects naturally well bred, or at least fearful of giving offence, asking where they should sit down, whether they might spit upon the deck and the like. Some of them repeated a long prayer before they came on board, and others afterward sung and made motions with their hands, such as we had been accustomed to see in the dances of the islands we had lately visited. There was another circumstance in which they also perfectly resembled those other islanders. At first, on their entering the ship, they endeavoured to steal everything they came near, or rather to take it openly as what we either should not resent or not hinder. We soon convinced them of their mistake, and if they, after some time, became less active in appropriating to themselves whatever they took a fancy to, it was because they found that we kept a watchful eye over them. At 9 o'clock, being pretty near the shore, I sent 3 armed boats, under the command of Lieutenant Williamson, to look for a landing place and for fresh water. I ordered him that if he should find it necessary to land in search of the latter, not to suffer more than 1 man to go with him out of the boats. Just as they were putting off from the ship, one of the natives, having stolen the butcher's cleaver, leaped overboard, got into his canoe, and hastened to the shore, the boats pursuing him in vain. The order not to permit the crews of the boats to go on shore was issued, that I might do everything in my power to prevent the importation of a fatal disease into this island, which I knew some of our men laboured under, and which, unfortunately, had been already communicated by us to other islands in these seas. With the same view, I ordered all female visitors to be excluded from the ships. Many of them had come off in the canoes. Their size, colour and features did not differ much from those of the men, and though their countenances were remarkably open and agreeable, there were few traces of delicacy to be seen, either in their faces or other proportions. The only difference in their dress was their having a piece of cloth about the body, reaching from near the middle to halfway down the thighs, instead of the maro worn by the other sex. They would as readily have favoured us with their company on board as the men, but I wished to prevent all connection, which might too probably convey an irreparable injury to themselves, and, through their means, to the whole nation. Another necessary precaution was taken by strictly enjoining that no person known to be capable of propagating the infection should be sent upon duty out of the ships. Whether these regulations, dictated by humanity, had the desired effect or no, time only can discover. I had been equally attentive to the same object when I first visited the Friendly Islands, yet I afterward found with real concern that I had not succeeded, and I am much afraid that this will always be the case in such voyages as ours, whenever it is necessary to have a number of people on shore. The opportunities and inducements to an intercourse between the sexes are then too numerous to be guarded against. And however confident we may be of the health of our men, we are often undeceived too late. It is even a matter of doubt with me, if it be always in the power of the most skilful of the faculty to pronounce, with any certainty, whether a person who has been under their care in certain stages of this malady is so effectually cured as to leave no possibility of his being still capable of communicating the taint. I think I could mention some instances which justify my presuming to hazard this opinion. It is likewise well known that, amongst a number of men, there are generally to be found some so bashful as to endeavour to conceal their labouring under any symptoms of this disorder. And there are others, again, so profligate as not to care to whom they communicate it. Of this last, we had an instance at Tonga Taboo, in the gunner of the Discovery, who had been stationed on shore to manage the trade for that ship. After he knew that he had contracted this disease, he continued to have connections with different women who were supposed not to have already contracted it. His companions expostulated with him without effect, till Captain Clark, hearing of this dangerous irregularity of conduct, ordered him on board. While the boats were occupied in examining the coast, we stood on and off with the ships, waiting for their return. About noon, Mr. Williamson came back and reported that he had seen a large pond behind a beach near one of the villages, which the natives told him contained fresh water, and that there was anchoring ground before it. He also reported that he had attempted to land in another place, but was prevented by the natives who, coming down to the boats in great numbers, attempted to take away the oars, raskets, and, in short, everything that they could lay hold of, and pressed so thick upon him January. That Jay was obliged to fire, by which one man was killed. But this unhappy circumstance I did not know till after we had left the island, so that all my measures were directed as if nothing of the kind had happened. Mr. Williamson told me that, after the man fell, his countrymen took him up, carried him off, and then retired from the boat. But still they made signals for our people to land, which he declined. It did not appear to Mr. Williamson that the natives had any design to kill or even to hurt any of his party, but they seemed excited by mere curiosity to get from them what they had, being at the same time ready to give in return anything of their own. After the boats were on board, I dispatched one of them to lie in the best anchoring ground, and as soon as she had got to this station, I bore down with the ships and anchored in 25 fathoms water, the bottom a fine grey sand. The east point of the road, which was the low point before mentioned, bore south 55 degrees east, the west point, north 65 degrees west, and the village, behind which the water was said to be, northeast by east, distant 1 mile. But, little more than a quarter of a mile from us, there were breakers, which I did not see till after the Resolution was placed. The Discovery anchored to the eastward of us, and farther from the land. The ships being thus stationed between 3 and 4 o'clock, I went ashore with 3 armed boats and 12 marines to examine the water and to try the disposition of the inhabitants, several hundred of whom were assembled on a sandy beach before the village. Behind it was a narrow valley, the bottom of which was occupied by the piece of water. The very instant I leaped on shore, the collected body of the natives all fell flat upon their faces and remained in that very humble posture, till, by expressive signs, I prevailed upon them to rise. They then brought a great many small pigs, which they presented to me, with plantain trees, using much the same ceremonies that we had seen practised on such occasions at the Society and other islands, and a long prayer being spoken by a single person, in which others of the assembly sometimes joined. I expressed my acceptance of their proffered friendship by giving them, in return, such presents as I had brought with me from the ship for that purpose. When this introductory business was finished, I stationed a guard upon the beach and got some of the natives to conduct me to the water, which proved to be very good, and in a proper situation for our purpose. It was so considerable that it may be called a lake, and it extended farther up the country than we could see. Having satisfied myself about this very essential point and about the peaceable disposition of the natives, I returned on board, and then gave orders that everything should be in readiness for landing and filling our water casks in the morning, when I went ashore with the people employed in that service, having a party of mariners with us for a guard who were stationed on the beach. As soon as we landed, a trade was set on foot for hogs and potatoes, which the people of the island gave us in exchange for nails and pieces of iron, formed into something like chisels. We met with no obstruction in watering. On the contrary, the natives assisted our men in rolling the casks to and from the pool, and readily performed whatever we required. Everything thus going on to my satisfaction, and considering my presence on the spot as unnecessary, I left the command to Mr. Williamson, who had landed with me and made an excursion into the country, up the valley, accompanied by Mr. Anderson and Mr. Webber, the former of whom was as well qualified to describe with the pen as the latter was to represent with his pencil everything we might meet with worthy of observation. A numerous train of natives followed us, and one of them, whom I had distinguished for his activity in keeping the rest in order, I made choice of as our guide. This man, from time to time, proclaimed our approach, and everyone whom we met fell prostrate upon the ground and remained in that position till we had passed. This, as I afterward understood, is the mode of paying their respect to their own great chiefs. As we ranged down the coast from the east in the ships, we had observed at every village one or more elevated white objects, like pyramids or rather obelisks, and one of these, which I guessed to be at least 50 feet high, was very conspicuous from the ship's anchoring station, and seemed to be at no great distance up this valley. To have a nearer inspection of it was the principal object of my walk. Our guide perfectly understood that we wished to be conducted to it, but it happened to be so placed that we could not get at it, being separated from us by the pool of water. However, there being another of the same kind within our reach, about half a mile off upon our side of the valley, we set out to visit that. The moment we got to it, we saw that it stood in a burying ground, or morai, the resemblance of which, in many respects, to those we were so well acquainted with at other islands in this ocean, and particularly Otaheite, could not but strike us. And we also soon found that the several parts that compose it were called by the same names. It was an oblong space of considerable extent, surrounded by a wall of stone about 4 feet high. The space enclosed was loosely paved with smaller stones, and at one end of it stood what I call the pyramid, but, in the language of the island, is named Henananu, which appeared evidently to be an exact model of the larger one, observed by us from the ships. It was about 4 feet square at the base and about 20 feet high. The 4 sides were composed of small poles interwoven with twigs and branches, thus forming an indifferent wickerwork, hollow or open within, from bottom to top. It seemed to be rather in a ruinous state, but there were sufficient remaining marks to show that it had originally been covered with a thin, light grey cloth, which these people, it should seem, consecrate to religious purposes, as we could see a good deal of it hanging in different parts of the morai, and some of it had been forced upon me when I first landed. On each side of the pyramid were long pieces of wicker work, called hirani, in the same ruinous condition, with 2 slender poles inclining to each other at one corner, where some plantains were laid upon a board fixed at the height of 5 or 6 feet. This they called hererami, and informed us that the fruit was an offering to their god, which makes it agree exactly with the wata of Otaheite. Before the Henananu were a few pieces of wood carved into something like human figures, which, with a stone near 2 feet high, covered with pieces of cloth, called hoho, and consecrated to Tongarua, who is the god of these people, still more and more reminded us of what we used to meet with in the maraes of the islands we had lately left. Adjoining to these, on the outside of the marae, was a small shed, no bigger than a dog kennel, which they called haripahu. And before it was a grave, where, as we were told, the remains of a woman lay. On the farther side of the area of the marae stood a house or shed, about 40 feet long, 10 broad in the middle, each end being narrower and about 10 feet high. This, which though much longer, was lower than their common dwelling places, we were informed was called Hemana. The entrance into it was at the middle of the side, which was in the marae. On the farther side of this house, opposite the entrance, stood 2 wooden images cut out of one piece with pedestals in all about 3 feet high, neither very indifferently designed nor executed. These were said to be Eatua no Vahena, or representations of goddesses. On the head of one of them was a carved helmet, not unlike those worn by the ancient warriors, and on that of the other a cylindrical cap resembling the headdress at Otaheite, called tomu, and both of them had pieces of cloth tied about the loins and hanging a considerable way down. At the side of each was also a piece of carved wood on which bits of the cloth hung on them in the same manner, and between or before the pedestals lay a quantity of fern in a heap. It was obvious that this had been deposited there, piece by piece, and at different times, for there was of it in all states, from what was quite decayed to what was still fresh and green. In the middle of the house, and before the 2 images, was an oblong space, enclosed by a low edging of stone and covered with shreds of the cloth so often mentioned. This, on inquiry we found, was the grave of 7 chiefs whose names were enumerated, and the place was called Hanin. We had met already with so many striking instances of resemblance between the burying place we were now visiting and those of the islands we had lately come from in the South Pacific that we had little doubt in our minds that the resemblance existed also in the ceremonies practiced here, and particularly in the horrid one of offering human sacrifices. Our suspicions were too soon confirmed by direct evidence. For, on coming out of the house, just on one side of the entrance, we saw a small square place, and another still less near it, and on asking what these were, our guide immediately informed us that in the one was buried a man who had been sacrificed, a Tatar, Tanata or Tangata in this country, Tabu, Tafu, as here pronounced, and in the other, a hog, which had also been made an offering to the divinity. At a little distance from these, near the middle of the marae, were 3 more of these square enclosed places, with 2 pieces of carved wood at each, and upon them a heap of fern. These, we were told, were the graves of 3 chiefs, and before them was an oblong enclosed space to which our conductor also gave the name of Tangata Tabu, telling us so explicitly that we could not mistake his meaning that 3 human sacrifices had been buried there, that is, 1 at the funeral of each chief. It was with most sincere concern that I could trace on such undoubted evidence the prevalence of these bloody rites throughout this immense ocean, amongst people disjoined by such a distance and even ignorant of each other's existence, though so strongly marked as originally of the same nation. It was no small addition to this concern to reflect that every appearance led us to believe that the barbarous practice was very general here. The island seemed to abound with such places of sacrifice as this which we were now visiting, and which appeared to be one of the most inconsiderable of them, being far less conspicuous than several others which we had seen as we sailed along the coast, and particularly than that on the opposite side of the water in this valley. The white Henananu, or pyramid, of which we were now almost sure, derived its colour only from pieces of the consecrated cloth laid over it. In several parts, within the enclosure of this burying ground, were planted trees of the Cordia sebestina, some of the Morinda citrifolia, and several plants of the iti, or jeji, of Tonga Tabu, with the leaves of which the hemina was thatched. And as I observed, that this plant was not made use of in thatching their dwelling houses, probably it is referred entirely for religious purposes. Our road to and from the marae, which I have described, lay through the plantations. The greatest part of the ground was quite flat, with ditches full of water intersecting different parts, and roads that seemed artificially raised to some height. The interspaces were, in general, planted with taro, which grows here with great strength, as the fields are sunk below the common level, so as to contain the water necessary to nourish the roots. This water probably comes from the same source which supplies the large pool from which we filled our casks. On the drier spaces were several spots where the cloth mulberry was planted in regular rows, also growing vigorously and kept very clean. The cocoa trees were not in so thriving a state and were all low, but the plantain trees made a better appearance, though they were not large. In general, the trees round the village, and which were seen at many of those which we passed before we anchored, are the Cordia sebestina, but of a more diminutive size than the product of the southern isles. The greatest part of the village stands near the beach and consists of above 60 houses there, but perhaps about 40 more stand scattered about farther up the country toward the burying place. After we had examined very carefully everything that was to be seen about the Morai, and Mr. Webber had taken drawings of it and of the adjoining country, we returned by a different route. I found a great crowd assembled at the beach, and a brisk trade for pigs, fowls and roots going on there with the greatest good order, though I did not observe any particular person who took the lead amongst the rest of his countrymen. At noon, I went on board to dinner, and then sent Mr. King to command the party on shore. He was to have gone upon that service in the morning, but was then detained in the ship to make lunar observations. In the afternoon, I landed again, accompanied by Captain Clark, with a view to make another excursion up the country. But before this could be put in execution, the day was too far spent, so that I laid aside my intention for the present, and it so happened that I had not another opportunity. At sunset, I brought everybody on board, having procured, in the course of the day, 9 tons of water, and, by exchanges chiefly for nails and pieces of iron, about 70 or 80 pigs, a few fowls, a quantity of potatoes, and a few plantains and taro roots. These people merited our best commendations in this commercial intercourse, never once attempting to cheat us, either ashore or alongside the ships. Some of them indeed, as already mentioned at first, betrayed a thievish disposition, or rather they thought that they had a right to everything they could lay their hands upon, but they soon laid aside a conduct which we convinced them they could not persevere in with impunity. Amongst the articles which they brought to barter this day, we could not help taking notice of a particular sort of cloak and cap, which, even in countries where dress is more particularly attended to, might be reckoned elegant. The first are nearly of the size and shape of the short cloaks worn by the women of England and by the men in Spain, reaching to the middle of the back and tied loosely before. The ground of them is network, upon which the most beautiful red and yellow feathers are so closely fixed that the surface might be compared to the thickest and richest velvet, which they resemble both as to the feel and the glossy appearance. The manner of varying the mixture is very different, some having triangular spaces of red and yellow alternately, others a kind of crescent, and some that were entirely red had a broad yellow border, which made them appear at some distance exactly like a scarlet cloak edged with gold lace. The brilliant colours of the feathers in those that happened to be new added not a little to their fine appearance, and we found that they were in high estimation with their owners, for they would not at first part with one of them for anything that we offered, asking no less a price than a musket. However, some were afterward purchased for very large nails. Such of them as were of the best sort were scarce, and it should seem that they are only used on the occasion of some particular ceremony or diversion, for the people who had them always made some gesticulations which we had seen used before by those who sung. The cap is made almost exactly like a helmet, with the middle part, or crest, sometimes of a hand's breadth, and it fits very close upon the head, having notches to admit the ears. It is a frame of twigs and of osiers, covered with a network, into which are wrought feathers, in the same manner as upon the cloaks, though rather closer and less diversified. The greater part being red, with some black, yellow or green stripes, on the sides, following the curved direction of the crest. These, probably, complete the dress, with the cloaks, for the natives sometimes appeared in both together. We were at a loss to guess from whence they could get such a quantity of these beautiful feathers, but we soon informed as to one sort, for they afterward brought great numbers of skins of small red birds for sale, which were often tied up in bunches of 20 or more, or had a small wooden skewer run through their nostrils. At the first, those that were bought consisted only of the skin from behind the wings forward, but we, afterward, got many with the hind part, including the tail and feet. The first, however, struck us at once with the origin of the fable formerly adopted, of the birds of paradise wanting legs, and sufficiently explained that circumstance. Probably the people of the islands east of the Moluccas, from whence the skins of the birds of paradise are brought, cut off their feet, for the very reason assigned by the people of Tubuai, for the like practice, which was that they hereby can preserve them with greater ease, without losing any part which they reckon valuable. The red bird of our island was judged by Mr. Anderson to be a species of merops, about the size of a sparrow, of a beautiful scarlet colour, with a black tail and wings, and an arched bill, twice the length of the head, which, with the feet, was also of a reddish colour. The contents of the heads were taken out, as in the birds of paradise, but it did not appear that they used any other method to preserve them than by simple drying for the skins. In the night and all the morning on the 22nd, it rained almost continually. The wind was at southeast, south-southeast, and south, which brought in a short, chopping sea, and as there were breakers little more than 2 cables' length from the stern of our ship, her situation was none of the safest. The surf broke so high against the shore that we could not land in our boats, but the day was not wholly lost, for the natives ventured in their canoes to bring off to the ship's hogs and roots, which they bartered as before. One of our visitors, on this occasion, who offered some fish hooks for sale, was observed to have a very small parcel, to the stirring of one of them, which he separated with great care, and reserved for himself when he parted with the hook. Being asked what it was, he pointed to his belly and spoke something of its being dead, at the same time saying it was bad, as if he did not wish to answer any more questions about it. On seeing him so anxious to conceal the contents of this parcel, he was requested to open it, which he did with great reluctance and some difficulty, as it was wrapped up in many folds of cloth. We found that it contained a thin bit of flesh, about 2 inches long, which, to appearance, had been dried, but was now wet with salt water. It struck us that it might be human flesh, and that these people might, perhaps, eat their enemies, as we knew that this was the practice of some of the natives of the South Sea Islands. The question being put to the person who produced it, he answered that the flesh was part of a man. Another of his countrymen who stood by him was then asked whether it was their custom to eat those killed in battle, and he immediately answered in the affirmative. There were some intervals of fair weather in the afternoon, and the wind then inclined to the east and northeast, but in the evening it veered back again to the south-southeast, and the rain also returned and continued all night. Very luckily, it was not attended with much wind. We had, however, prepared for the worst by dipping the small bower anchor and striking our top-gallant yards. At 7 o'clock the next morning, a breeze sprang up at northeast, took up the anchors, with a view of removing the ship farther out. The moment that the last anchor was up, the wind veered to the east, which made it necessary to set all the sail we could in order to clear the shore, so that, before we had tolerable sea room, we were driven some distance to leeward. We made a stretch off, with a view to regain the road, but having very little wind and a strong current against us, I found that this was not to be effected. I therefore dispatched Messrs. King and Williamson ashore with 3 boats for water and to trade for refreshments. At the same time, I sent an order to Captain Clark to put to sea after me if he should see that I could not recover the road. Being in hopes of finding one, or perhaps a harbour, at the west end of the island, I was the less anxious about getting back to my former station. But as I had sent the boats thither, we kept to windward as much as possible, notwithstanding which, at noon, we were 3 leagues to leeward. As we drew near the west end of the island, we found the coast to round gradually to the northeast, without forming a creek or cove to shelter a vessel from the force of the swell, which rolled in from the north and broke upon the shore in a prodigious surf, so that all hopes of finding a harbour here vanished. Several canoes came off in the morning and followed us as we stood out to sea, bartering their roots and other articles. Being very averse to believe these people to be cannibals, notwithstanding the suspicious circumstance which had happened the day before, we took occasion now to make some more inquiries about this. A small wooden instrument, beset with shark's teeth, had been purchased, and from its resemblance to the saw or knife used by the New Zealanders to dissect the bodies of their enemies, it was suspected to have the same use here. One of the natives, being asked about this, immediately gave the name of the instrument and told us that it was used to cut out the fleshy part of the belly when any person was killed. This explained and confirmed the circumstance above mentioned, the person pointing to his belly. The man, however, from whom we had this information, being asked if his countrymen eat the part thus cut out, denied it strongly, but, upon the question being repeated, showed some degree of fear and swam to his canoe. Just before he reached it, he made signs, as he had done before, expressive of the use of the instrument. And an old man, who sat foremost in the canoe, being then asked whether they eat the flesh, answered in the affirmative, and laughed, seemingly at the simplicity of such a question. He affirmed the fact on being asked again, and also said it was excellent food, or, as he expressed it, savoury eating. At 7 o'clock in the evening the boats returned, with 2 tons of water, a few hogs, a quantity of plantains, and some roots. Mr. King informed me that a great number of the inhabitants were at the watering or landing place. He supposed that they had come from all parts of the island. They had brought with them a great many fine fat hogs to barter, but my people had not commodities with them equal to the purchase. This, however, was no great loss, for we had already got as many on board as we could well manage for immediate use, and, weighting the materials, we could not have salted them. Mr. King also told me that a great deal of rain had fallen ashore, whereas out at sea we had only a few showers, and that the surf had run so high that it was with great difficulty our men landed and got back into the boats. We had light airs and calms by turns, with showers of rain all night. And at daybreak, the morning of the 24th, we found that the currents were setting to the southwest and north, so that, having stood to the eastward, we had passed the island called Atui by the natives distant east, 1 league, another island called Wanihau, from southwest by west to west-southwest. Shortly after, a breeze coming up at northeast, I steered for Wanihau, intending to anchor there if I should find a convenient place. I continued to steer till past 11 o'clock, at which time we were about 2 leagues from it. But not seeing the Discovery, and being in doubt whether she would clear, I was therefore obliged to give up the design of visiting the islands for the present, and stood back to Atui with a design to anchor again in the road to complete our water. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, The Resolution was soon after, followed by variable light airs and calms that continued till night, with which we stretched to the southeast, till daybreak in the morning of the 25th, when we tacked and stood in for a Tubuai about north from its distant land, and soon after we were joined by the Discovery. We set our course to run within 3 leagues to leeward of the road, which, though heavy, we never could recollect, and if we lost it at one time, we should never regain it. So that, by the morning of the 26th, the currents had carried us westward, within 3 leagues of Otaheite. Being tired with plying so uselessly, I gave up all thoughts of getting back to a Tubuai and came to the resolution of trying whether we could not procure what we wanted at the other island, which was within our reach. With this view, I sent the master in a boat to sound the coast, to look out for a standing place, and if he should find one, to examine if fresh water could be conveniently got in its neighbourhood. To give him time to execute his commission, we followed, under an easy sail, with the ships. As soon as we were aback, or to the westward of the south point of Otaheite, we found 30, 25, and 20 fathoms water over a bottom of coral sand, a mile from the shore. At 10 o'clock, the master returned and reported that he had landed in one place, but could find no fresh water, and that there was anchorage all along the coast. Seeing a village a little farther to leeward, and some of the islanders who had come off to the ships informing us that fresh water might be got there, I ran down and came to anchor before it in 23 fathoms water, about 3/4 of a mile from the shore. The southeast point of the island bore south 65° east, 3 miles distant. The other extreme of the island bore north by east, about 2 or 3 miles distant. A peaked hill, inland, northeast, a quarter east, and another island called Tahura, which was discovered the preceding evening, bore south 64° west, distant 7 leagues. 6 or 7 canoes had come off to us before we anchored, bringing some small pigs and potatoes and a good many yams and mats. The people in them resembled those of a Tubuai, and seemed to be equally well acquainted with the use of iron, which they asked for also by the names of hamate and tow, parting readily with all their commodities for pieces of this precious metal. Several more canoes soon reached the ships after they had anchored, but the natives in these seemed to have no other object than to pay us a formal visit. Many of them came readily on board, crouching down upon the deck and not quitting that humble posture till they were desired to get up. They had brought several females with them, who remained alongside in the canoes, behaving with far less modesty than their countrywomen of a Tubuai, and at times all joining in a song, not remarkable for its melody, though performed in very exact concert, by beating time upon their breasts with their hands. The men who had come on board did not stay long, and before they departed, some of them requested our permission to lay down on the deck locks of their hair. These visitors furnished us with an opportunity of agitating again, this day, the curious inquiry, whether they were cannibals, and the subject did not take its rise from any questions of ours, but from a circumstance that seemed to remove all ambiguity. One of the islanders, who wanted to get in at the gun-room port, was refused, and at the same time asked whether, if he should come in, we would kill and eat him. Accompanying this question with signs so expressive that there could be no doubt about his meaning. This gave a proper opening to retort the question as to this practice, and a person behind the other, in the canoe, who paid great attention to what was passing, immediately answered that if we were killed on shore, they would certainly eat us. He spoke with so little emotion that it appeared plainly to be his meaning that they would not destroy us for that purpose, but that their eating us would be the consequence of our being at enmity with them. I have availed myself of Mr. Anderson's collections for the demon of this matter, and am sorry to say that I cannot see the least reason to hesitate in pronouncing it to be certain, that the horrid banquet of human flesh is as much relished here amidst plenty as it is in New Zealand. In the afternoon, I sent Lieutenant Gore, with 3 armed boats, to look for the most convenient landing place, and, when on shore, to search for fresh water. In the evening he returned, having landed at the village above mentioned, and acquainted me that he had been conducted to a well half a mile up the country, but by his account, the quantity of water it contained was too inconsiderable for our purpose, and the road leading to it exceedingly bad. On the 30th, I sent Mr. Gore ashore again, with a guard of mariners and a party to trade with the natives for refreshments. I intended to have followed soon after, and went from the ship with that design. But the surf had increased so much by this time that I was fearful. If I got ashore, I should not be able to get off again. This really happened to our people who had landed with Mr. Gore, the communication between them and the ships by our own boats being soon stopped. In the evening, they made a signal for the boats, which were sent accordingly, and not long after, they returned with a few yams and some salt. A tolerable quantity of both had been procured in the course of the day. But the surf was so great that the greatest part of both these articles had been lost in conveying them to the boats. The officer and 20 men, deterred by the danger of surf, left ashore all night, and coming on board by this unfortunate circumstance, the very thing happened which I have already mentioned I wished so heartily to prevent, and vainly imagined I had effectually guarded against. The violence of the surf, which our own boats could not act against, did not hinder the natives from coming off to the ships in their canoes. They brought refreshments with them, which were purchased in exchange for nails and pieces of iron hoops, and I distributed a good many pieces of ribbon and some buttons as bracelets amongst the women in the canoes. One of the men had the figure of a lizard punctured upon his breast, and upon those of others were the figures of men badly imitated. These visitors informed us that there was no chief or heri of this island, but that it was subject to Tenioniu, a chief of Atui, which island, they said, was not governed by a single chief, but that there were many to whom they paid the honour of mock or prostration, and among others they named Otaheite and Terarotoa. Amongst other things which these people now brought off was a small drum, almost like those of Otaheite. About 10 or 11 o'clock at night, the wind veered to the south, and the sky seemed to forebode a storm. With such appearances, thinking that we were rather too near the shore, I ordered the anchors to be taken up, and having carried the ships into 42 fathoms, came to again in that safer station. The precaution, however, proved to be unnecessary, for the wind soon after veered to north-northeast, from which quarter it blew a fresh gale, with squalls, attended with very heavy showers of rain. This weather continued all the next day, and the sea ran so high that we had no means of communication with our party on shore, and even the natives themselves durst not venture out to the ships in their canoes. In the evening, I sent the master in a boat up to the southeast head, or point of the island, to try if he could land under it. He returned with a favourable report, but it was too late now to send for our party from the next morning, and thus they had another night to improve their intercourse with the natives. Encouraged by the master's report, I sent a boat to the southeast point as soon as daylight returned, with an order to Mr. Gore that if he could not embark his people from the spot where they now were, to march them up to the point. As the boat could not get to the beach, one of the crew swam ashore and carried the order. On the return of the boat, I went myself with the pinnace and launch up to the point to bring the party on board, taking with me a ram goat and 2 ewes, a boar and sow pig of the English breed, and the seeds of melons, pumpkins and onions, being very desirous of beneficing these poor people by furnishing them with some additional articles of food. I landed with the greatest ease under the west side of the point, and found my party already there, with some of the natives in company. To one of them, whom Mr. Gore had observed affirming some command over the rest, I gave the goats, pigs and seeds. I should have left these well-intended presents at Atui, had we not been so unexpectedly driven from it. While the people were engaged in filling 4 water casks, from a small stream occasioned by the late rain, I walked a little way up the country, attended by the man above mentioned, and followed by 2 others carrying the 2 pigs. As soon as we got upon a rising ground, I stopped to look round me, and observed a woman on the other side of the valley where I landed, calling to her countrymen who attended me. Upon this, the chief began to mutter something which I supposed was a prayer, and the 2 men who carried the pigs continued to walk round me all the time, making, at least, a dozen circuits before the other had finished his oration. This ceremony being performed, we proceeded, and presently met people coming from all parts, who, on being called to by the attendants, threw themselves prostrate on their faces, till I was out of sight. The ground through which I passed was in a state of nature, very stony, and the soil seemed poor. It was, however, covered with shrubs and plants, some of which perfumed the air, with a more delicious fragrancy than I had met at any other of the islands visited by us in this ocean. Our people, who had been obliged to remain so long on shore, gave me the same account of those parts of the island which they had traversed. They met with several salt ponds, some of which had a little water remaining, but others had none. And the salt that was left in them was so thin that no great quantity could have been procured. There was no appearance of any running stream, and though they found some small wells, in which the fresh water was tolerably good, it seemed scarce. The habitations of the natives were thinly scattered about, and it was supposed that there could not be more than 500 people upon the island, as the greatest part were seen at the marketing place of our party, and few found about the houses by those who walked up the country. They had an opportunity of observing the method of living amongst the natives, and it appeared to be decent and cleanly. They did not, however, see any instance of the men and women eating together, and the latter seemed generally associated in companies by themselves. It was found that they burnt here the dry nuts of the doidu for lights in the night, as at Otaheite, and that they baked their hogs in ovens, but contrary to the practice of the Society and Friendly Islands, spilt their ear cases through their whole length. They met with positive proof of the existence of the taboo, they pronounce it the tafu, for one woman fed another who was under that interdiction. They also observed some other mysterious ceremonies, one of which was performed by a woman who took a small pig and threw it into the surf till it was drowned, and then tied up a bundle of wood, which she also disposed of in the same manner. The same woman, at another time, beat with a stick upon a man's shoulders, who sat down for that purpose. A particular veneration seemed to be paid here to owls, which they have very tame, and it was observed to be a pretty general practice amongst them to pull out one of their teeth, for which old custom, when asked the reason, the only answer that could be got was that it was tiha, which was also the reason assigned for another of their practices, the giving a lock of their hair. After the water casks had been filled and conveyed into the boat, and we had purchased from the natives a few roots, a little salt and some salted fish, I returned on board with all the people, intending to visit the island the next day. But about 7 o'clock in the evening, the anchor of the Resolution started, and she drove off the bank. As we had a whole cable out, it was some time before the anchor was at the bows, and then we had the launch to hoist up alongside before we could make sail. By this unlucky accident, we found ourselves at daybreak next morning 3 leagues to the leeward of our last station, and foreseeing that it would require more time to recover it than I chose to spend, I made the signal for the Discovery to weigh and join us. This was done about noon, and we immediately stood away to the northward in prosecution of our voyage. Thus, after spending more time about these islands than was necessary to have answered all our purposes, we were obliged to leave them before we had completed our water, and got from them such a quantity of refreshments as their inhabitants were both able and willing to have supplied us with. But, as it was, our ship procured from them provisions sufficient for 3 weeks at least, and Captain Clark, more fortunate than us, got of their vegetable productions a supply that lasted his people upward of 2 months. The observations I was enabled to make, combined with those of Mr. Anderson, who was a very useful assistant on all such occasions, will furnish materials for the next chapter. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 12. The situation of the islands now discovered, their names, called the Sandwich Islands. Tubuai described, the soil, climate, vegetable productions, birds, fish, domestic animals, persons of the inhabitants, their disposition, dress, ornaments, hair, food, cookery, amusements, manufactures, working tools, knowledge of iron accounted for, canvasso, agriculture, account of one of their chiefs, weapons, customs agreeing with those of Tonga and Otaheite, their language. It is worthy of observation that the islands in the Pacific Ocean, which our late voyages have added to the geography of the globe, have been generally found lying in groups or clusters, the single intermediate islands, as yet discovered, being few in proportion to the others. Though probably there are many more of them still unknown, which serve as steps between the several masters. Of what number this newly discovered archipelago consists must be left for future investigation. We saw 5 of them, whose names, as given to us by the natives, are Wahu, Tubuai, Onihau, Orihua, and Tahura. The last is a small, elevated island, lying 4 or 5 leagues from the southeast point of Onihau in the direction of south 69° west. We were told that it abounds with birds, which are its only inhabitants. We also got some information of the existence of a low, uninhabited island in the neighbourhood, whose name is Tamata Papa. Besides these 6, which we can distinguish by their names, it appeared that the inhabitants of those with whom we had intercourse were acquainted with some other islands both to the eastward and westward. I named the whole group the Sandwich Islands, in honour of the Earl of Sandwich. Those that I saw are situated between the latitude of 20°30° and 22°15° north, and between the longitude of 199°20° and 201°30° the east. Of Wohu, the most easterly of these islands seen by us, which lies in the latitude of 21°36°, we could get no other intelligence but that it is high land and is inhabited. We had opportunities of knowing some particulars about Onihau, which have been mentioned already. It lies several leagues to the westward of our anchoring place at Tubuai, and is not above 15 leagues in circuit. Its chief vegetable produce is yams, if we may judge from what was brought to us by the natives. They have salt, which they call patai, and it is produced in salt ponds. With it, they salt both fish and pork, and some salt fish, which we got from them, kept very well, and were found to be very good. The island is mostly low land, except the part facing Tubuai, which rises directly from the sea to a good height, as does also the southeast point of it, which terminates in a round hill. It was on the west side of this point where our ships anchored. Of Orihua, we know nothing more than that it is a small, elevated island lying close to the north side of Onihau. Tubuai, which is the largest, being the principal scene of our operations, I shall now proceed to lay before my readers what information I was able to collect about it, either from actual observation while on shore or from conversation with its inhabitants, who were perpetually on board the ships while we lay at anchor, and who, in general, could be tolerably well understood by those of us who had acquired an acquaintance with the dialects of the South Pacific Islands. It is, however, to be regretted that we should have been obliged so soon to leave a place which, as far as our opportunities of knowing reached, seemed to be highly worthy of a more accurate examination. Tubuai, from what we saw of it, is at least 10 leagues in length from east to west, from whence its circuit may nearly be guessed, though it appears to be much broader at the east than at the west point, if we may judge from the double range of hills which appeared there. The road, or anchoring place which we occupied, is on the southwest side of the island, about 6 miles from the west end, before a village which has the name of Wimoa. As far as we found that the bank has a fine grey sand at the bottom and is free from rocks, except a little to the eastward of the village, where there spits out a shoal, on which are some rocks and breakers, but they are not far from shore. This road would be entirely sheltered from the trade wind, if the height of the land, over which it blows, did not alter its direction and make it follow that of the coast, so that it blows at northeast on one side of the island and at east-southeast or southeast on the other, falling obliquely upon the shore. Thus the road, though situated on the lee side of the island, is a little exposed to the trade wind, but, notwithstanding this defect, is far from being a bad station, and much superior to those which necessarily oblige us to use in regions where the winds are both more variable and more boisterous, as at Tenerife, Madeira, the Azores, and elsewhere. The landing too is more easy than at most of those places, and, unless the weather be very bad, always practicable, and water to be got in the neighbourhood is excellent and easy to be conveyed to the boats. But no wood can be cut at any distance convenient enough to bring it from, unless the natives could be persuaded to part with the few itua trees, for some call the kunti plant, that grow about their villages, or a sort called doo-doo, that grow farther up the country. The land, as to its general appearance, does not, in the least, resemble any of the islands we have hitherto visited within the tropic on the south side of the equator. If we except its hills, near the centre, which are high but slope gently to the sea or lower lands. Though it be destitute of the delightful borders of Otaheite and of the luxuriant plains of Tongatabu, covered with trees, which at once afford a friendly shelter from the scorching sun and an enchanting prospect to the eye, and food for the housewife, which may be truly said to drop, as if by providence, into their mouths without the laborious task of rearing. Though a tui be destitute of these advantages, its possessing a greater quantity of gently rising land renders it, in some measure, superior to the above favourite islands, as being more capable of improvement. The height of the land, with the quantity of clouds which we saw during the whole time we stayed, hanging over us and shortly on the outer appearances, puts it beyond all doubt that there is a sufficient supply of water, and that there are some running streams which we did not see, especially in the deep valleys, at the entrance of which the villages commonly stand. From the wooded part to the sea, the ground is covered with an excellent sort of grass, about 2 feet high, which grows sometimes in tufts, and, though not very thick at the place where we were, seemed capable of being converted into plentiful crops of fine hay. But not even a shrub grows naturally on this extensive space. In the break, or narrow valley, through which we made our road to the Morai, the soil is of a brownish-black colour, somewhat loose, but as we advanced upon the high ground, it changed to a reddish-brown, more stiff and clayey, though, at this time, brittle from its dryness. It is most probably the same all over the cultivated parts, for what adhered to most of the potatoes, bought by us, which, no doubt, came from very different spots, was of this sort. Its quality, however, may be better understood from its products than from its appearance. For the vale, or moist ground, produces taro, of a much larger size than any we had ever seen, and the higher ground furnishes sweet potatoes that often weigh 10 and sometimes 12 or 14 pounds, very few being under 2 or 3. The temperature of the climate may be easily guessed from the situation of the island. Were we to judge of it from our experience, it might be said to be very variable, for, according to the generally received opinion, it was now the season of the year when the weather is supposed to be pretty settled, the sun being at his greatest annual distance. The heat was, at this time, very moderate, and few of those inconveniences which many tropical countries are subject to, whether from heat or moisture, seem to be experienced here, as the habitations of the natives are quite close, and they salt both fish and pork, which keep well, contrary to what has usually been observed to be the case when this operation is attempted in hot countries. Neither did we find any dews of consequence, which may in some measure be accounted for by the lower part of the country being destitute of trees. The rock that forms the sides of the valley, and which seems to be the same with that seen by us at different parts of the coast, is a greyish-black, ponderous stone, but honeycombed with some very minute mining particles and some spots of a rusty colour interspersed. The last gives it often a reddish cast when at a distance. It is of an immense depth, but seems divided into strata, though nothing is interposed. For the large pieces always broke off to a determinate thickness, without appearing to have adhered to those below them. Other stones are probably much more various than in the southern islands. For, during our short stay, besides the lapis lidius, which seems common all over the South Sea, we found a species of cream-coloured whetstone, sometimes variegated with blacker or whiter veins, as marble, or in pieces as breccia, and common writing slate, as well as a coarser sort. But we saw none of them in their natural state, and the natives brought some pieces of a coarse whitish pumice stone. We got also a brown sort of hematites, which, from being strongly attracted by the magnet, discovered the quantity of metal that it contained, and seems to belong to the second species of Kronstedt, though Linnaeus has placed it amongst his intractabilia. But its variety could not be discovered, for what we saw of it, as well as the slates and whetstones, was cut artificially. Besides the vegetable articles, brought as refreshments, among which were at least 5 or 6 varieties of plantains, the island produced breadfruit, though it seems to be scarce, as we saw only one tree, which was large and had some fruit upon it. There are also a few cocoa palms, yams as we were told, for we saw none. The cape of the Friendly Islands, or Virginian arum, the etua tree, and sweet-smelling gardenia, or Cape jasmine. We saw several trees of the doo-doo, so useful at Otaheite as bearing the oily nuts, which are stuck upon a kind of shower and burnt as candles. Our people saw them used in the same manner at Otaheite. We were not on shore at Tubuai, but in the daytime, and then we saw the natives wearing these nuts hung on strings round the neck. There is a species of cedar, or Indian mallow, somewhat altered by the climate, from what we saw at Christmas Island. The Morinda citrifolia, which is called nun, a species of convolvulus, the ava or intoxicating pepper, and great numbers of gourds. These last grow to a very large size and are of a vast variety of shapes, which probably is affected by art. Upon the dry sand, about the village, grew a plant that we had never seen in these seas, of the size of a common thistle and prickly like that, but bearing a fine flower, almost resembling a white poppy. This, with another small one, were the only uncommon plants which our short excursion gave us an opportunity of observing. The scarlet birds, already described, which were brought for sale, were never met with alive, but we saw a single small crimson bird about the size of a canary bird, of a deep crimson colour, a large owl, 2 large brown hawks or kites, and a wild duck. The natives mentioned the names of several other birds, among which we knew the otu, or bluish heron, and the tarata, a sort of whimbrel, which are known by the same names at Otaheite, and it is probable that there are a great many sorts, judging by the quantity of fine yellow, green, and very small velvet-like black feathers used upon the cloaks and other ornaments worn by the inhabitants. Fish and other marine productions were, to appearance, not various, as besides the small blacker eel, we only saw common mullet, a sort of a dead white or chalky colour, a small brownish rockfish spotted with blue, a turtle which was penned up in a pond, and 3 or 4 sorts of fish salted. The few shellfish that we saw were chiefly converted into ornament, though neither had beauty nor novelty to recommend them. The hogs, dogs, and fowls, which were the only tame or domestic animals that we found here, were all of the same kind that we met with at the Ryseth Pacific Islands. These were also small lizards, and some rats resembling those seen at every island at which we had, as yet, touched. The inhabitants are of a middling stature, firmly made, with some exceptions. Neither remarkable for a beautiful shape, nor for striking features, which express an openness and good-natured, intelligent disposition. Their visage, especially amongst the women, is sometimes round, but others have it long, nor can we say that they are distinguished, as in any general cast of countenance. Their colour is nearly of a nut brown, and it may be difficult to make a nearer comparison if we take in all the different shades of that colour. But some individuals are darker. The women have been already mentioned as being much more delicate than the men in their formation. And I may say that, with very few exceptions, they have little claim to those peculiarities that distinguish the sex in other countries. There is indeed a more remarkable equality in the size, colour and figure of both sexes than in most places I have visited. However, upon the whole, they are far from being ugly, and appear to have few natural deformities of any kind. Their skin is not very soft, nor shining, perhaps for want of oiling which is practised at the southern islands, but their eyes and teeth are in general very tolerable. The hair for the greatest part is straight, though in some frizzling, and though its natural colour be commonly black, it is stained, as at the Friendly and other islands. We saw but few instances of corpulence, and these oftener among the women than the men. But it was chiefly amongst the latter that personal defects were observed, though if any of them can claim a share of beauty, it was most conspicuous amongst the young men. They are vigorous, active, and most expert swimmers, leaving their canoes upon the most trifling occasion, diving under them and swimming to others, though at a great distance. It was very common to see women with infants at the breast when the surf was so high that they could not land in the canoes, leap overboard, and without endangering their little ones, swim to the shore through a sea that looked dreadful. They seemed to be blessed with a frank, cheerful disposition, and were I to draw any comparisons, I should say that they are equally free from the fickle levity which distinguishes the natives of Otaheite and the sedate ease observable amongst many of those of Tongatabu. They seem to live very sociably in their intercourse with one another, and except the propensity to thieving, which seems innate in most of the people we have visited in this ocean, they were exceedingly friendly to us. And it does their sensibility no little credit, without flattering ourselves, that when they saw the various articles of our European manufacture, they could not help expressing their surprise by a mixture of joy and concern that seemed to apply the case as a lesson of humility to themselves, and, on all occasions, they appeared deeply impressed with a consciousness of their own inferiority, a behaviour which equally exempts their national character from the preposterous pride of the more polished Japanese and of the ruder Greenlander. It was a pleasure to observe with how much affection the women managed their infants, and how readily the men lent their assistance to such a tender office, thus sufficiently distinguishing themselves from those savages who esteem a wife and child as things rather necessary than desirable, or worthy of their notice. From the numbers which we saw collected at every village as we sailed past, it may be supposed that the inhabitants of this island are pretty numerous. Any computation that we make can be only conjectural, but that some notion may be formed which shall not greatly err on either side. I should suppose that, including the straggling houses, there might be, upon the whole island, 60 such villages, as that before which we anchored, and that, allowing 5 persons to each house, there would be in every village 500, or 30,000 upon the island. This number is certainly not exaggerated, for we had sometimes 3,000 persons at least upon the beach, when it could not be supposed that above a 10th part of the inhabitants were present. The common dress, both of the women and of the men, has been already described. The first have often much larger pieces of cloth wrapped round them, reaching from just below the breasts to the hams, or lower, and several were seen with pieces thrown loosely about the shoulders, which covered the greatest part of the body. But the children, when very young, are quite naked. They wear nothing upon the head, but the hair, in both sexes, is cut in different forms. And the general fashion, especially among the women, is to have it long before and short behind. The men often had it cut or shaved on each side in such a manner that the remaining part, in some measure, resembles the crest of their caps or helmets formerly described. Both sexes, however, seem very careless about their hair and have nothing like combs to dress it with. Instances of wearing it in a singular manner were sometimes met with among the men, who twist it into a number of separate parcels, like the tails of a wig, each about the thickness of a finger, though the greatest part of these, which are so long that they reach far down the back, we observed, were artificially fixed upon the head, over their own hair. It is remarkable that, contrary to the general practice of the islands we had hitherto discovered in the Pacific Ocean, the people of the Sandwich Islands have not their ears perforated, nor have they the least idea of wearing ornaments in them. Both sexes, nevertheless, adorn themselves with necklaces made of bunches of small black cord, like our hat string, often above 100-fold, exactly like those of Watiyu. Only that instead of the two little balls on the middle before, they fix a small bit of wood, stone or shell, about 2 inches long, with a broad hook turning forward at its lower part, well polished. They have, likewise, necklaces of many strings of very small shells, or of the dried flowers of the Indian mallow, and sometimes a small human image of bone, about 3 inches long, neatly polished, is hung round the neck. The women also wear bracelets of a single shell, pieces of black wood, with bits of ivory interspersed and well polished, fixed by a string drawn very close through them, or others of hog's teeth, laid parallel to each other, with the concave part outward, and the points cut off, fastened together as the former. Some of which, made only of large boar's tusks, are very elegant. The men sometimes wear plumes of the tropic birds' feathers stuck in their heads, or those of cocks fastened round neat polished sticks, 2 feet long, commonly at the lower part, with ura, and, for a pose, the skin of a white dog's fur over a stick, with its tuft at the end. They also frequently wear on the head a kind of ornament of a finger's thickness or more, covered with red and yellow feathers, curiously varied and tied behind, and on the arm, above the elbow, a kind of broad shell work, grounded upon network. The men are frequently punctured, though not in any particular part, as the Otaheitians and those of Tongatabu. Sometimes there are a few marks upon their hands or arms, and near the groin, but frequently we could observe none at all. Though a few individuals had more of this sort of ornament than we had usually seen at other places, decorated at the same time in a great variety of lines and figures on the arms and forepart of the body, on which latter some of them had the figure of the teame or breastplate of Otaheite, though we did not meet with the thing itself amongst them. Contrary to the custom of the Society and Friendly Islands, they do not slit or cut off part of the prepuce, but have it universally drawn over the glands and tied with a string, as practiced by some of the natives of New Zealand. Though they seem to have adopted the mode of living in villages, there is no appearance of defence or fortification near any of them, and the houses are scattered about without any order, either with respect to their distances from each other or their position in any particular direction. Neither is there any proportion as to their size, some being large and commodious, from 40 to 50 feet long, and 20 or 30 broad, while others of them are mere hovels. Their figure is not unlike oblong corn or hay-hacks, or perhaps a better idea may be conceived of them if we suppose the roof of a barn placed on the ground in such a manner as to form a high acute bridge with 2 very low sides, hardly discernible at a distance. The gable, at each end corresponding to the sides, makes these habitations perfectly close all round, and they are well thatched with long grass, which is laid on slender poles, disposed with some regularity. The entrance is made indifferently in the end or side, and is an oblong hole so low that one must rather creep than walk in, and is often shut up by a board of planks fastened together, which serves as a door, but having no hinges, must be removed occasionally. No light enters the house but by this opening, and though such close habitations may afford a comfortable retreat in bad weather, they seem but ill adapted to the warmth of the climate. They are, however, kept remarkably clean, and their floors are covered with a large quantity of dried grass, over which they spread mats to sit and sleep upon. At one end stands a kind of bench, about 3 feet high, on which their household utensils are placed. The catalogue is not long. It consists of gourd shells, which they convert into vessels that serve as bottles to hold water and as baskets to contain their victuals, and other things with covers of the same, and of a few wooden bowls and trenchers of different sizes. Judging from what we saw growing, and from what was brought to market, there can be no doubt that the greatest part of their vegetable food consists of sweet potatoes, taro, and plantains, and that breadfruit and yams are rather to be esteemed rarities. Of animal food they can be in no want, as they have abundance of hogs, which run without restraint about the houses. And if they eat dogs, which is not improbable, their flock of these seem to be very considerable. The great number of fishing hooks found among them showed that they derive no inconsiderable supply of animal food from the sea. But it should seem, from their practice of salting fish, that the openness of their coast often interrupts the business of catching them, as it may be naturally supposed that no set of people would ever think of preserving quantities of food artificially if they could depend upon a daily regular supply of it in its fresh state. The sort of reasoning, however, will not account for their custom of salting their pork as well as their fish, which are preserved in gourd shells. The salt, of which they use a great quantity for this purpose, is of a red colour, not very coarse, and seems to be much the same with what our stragglers found at Christmas Island. It has its colour, doubtless, from a mixture of the mud at the bottom of the part where it is formed, for some of it that had adhered in lumps was of a sufficient whiteness and purity. They bake their vegetable food with heated stones, as at the southern islands, and from the vast quantity which we saw dressed at one time, we suspected that the whole village, or at least a considerable number of people, joined in the use of a common oven. We did not see them dress any animal food at this island, but Mr. Gore's party, as already mentioned, had an opportunity of satisfying themselves that it was dressed in unihau in the same sort of ovens, which leaves no doubt of this being also the practice in a tui, especially as we met with no utensil there that could be applied to the purpose of stewing or boiling. The only artificial dish we met with was a taro pudding, which, though a disagreeable mess from its sourness, was greedily devoured by the natives. They eat off a kind of wooden plates or trenchers, and the women, as far as we could judge from one instance, if restrained from feeding at the same dish with the men, as at Otaheite, are at least permitted to eat in the same place near them. Their amusements seem pretty various, for during our stay several were discovered. The dances, at which they used the feathered cloaks and caps, were not seen, but from the motions which they made with their hands, on other occasions when they sung, we could form some judgment that they are, in some degree at least, similar to those we had met with at the southern islands, though not executed so skilfully. Neither had they, amongst them, either flutes or reeds, and the only 2 musical instruments which we observed were of an exceedingly rude kind. One of them does not produce a melody exceeding that of a child's rattle. It consists of what may be called a conic cap inverted, but scarcely hollowed at the base above a foot high, made of a coarse ledge-like plant, the upper part of which and the edges are ornamented with beautiful red feathers, and to the point, or lower part, is fixed a gourd shell larger than the fist. Into this is put something to rattle, which is done by holding the instrument by the small part and shaking, or rather moving it, from place to place briskly, either to different sides or backward and forward just before the face, striking the breast with the other hand at the same time. The other musical instrument, if either of them deserved that name, was a hollow vessel of wood, like a platter, combined with the use of 2 sticks, on which one of our gentlemen saw a man performing. He held one of the sticks, about 2 feet long, as we do a fiddle, with one hand, and struck it with the other, which was smaller, and resembled a drumstick in a quicker or slower measure. At the same time beating with his foot upon the hollow vessel that lay inverted upon the ground, and thus producing a tune that was by no means disagreeable. This music was accompanied by the vocal performance of some women, whose song had a pleasing and tender effect. We observed great numbers of small polished pieces of the whetstone about 4 or 5 feet thick than the rammer of a tuft of long white dog's hair fixed on the small end. These are probably used in their diversions. We saw a person take one of them in his hand and, holding it up, give a smart stroke. Then he brought it into a horizontal position, striking with the foot on the same side upon the ground and with his breast at the same time. They play at bowls with those mentioned before, of a shape somewhat like a small cheese, but rounded at the sides and edges, which are very nicely polished. And they have other bowls of the same sort, made of a heavy reddish-brown clay, neatly glazed over with a composition of the same colour, or of a tubass, dark grey slate. They also use, in the manner that we throw quoits, small, flat, rounded pieces of the writing slate, of the diameter of the bowls, but scarcely 1/4 of an inch thick, also well polished. From these circumstances, one would be induced to think that their games are rather trials of skill than of strength. In everything manufactured by these people, there appears to be an uncommon degree of neatness and ingenuity. Their cloth, which is the principal manufacture, is made from the Morus papyrifera, and, doubtless, in the same manner as at Otaheite and Tongatabu, for we bought some of the grooved sticks with which it is beaten. Its texture, however, though thicker, is rather inferior to that of the cloth of either of the other places, but in colouring, or flaming it, the people of Tubuai display a superiority of skill by the endless variation of figures which they execute. One would suppose, on seeing a number of their pieces, that they had borrowed their patterns from some mercer's shop in which the most elegant productions of China and Europe are collected, besides some original patterns of their own. Their colours, indeed, except the red, are not very bright, but the regularity of the figures and strokes is truly surprising, for as far as we knew, they have nothing like stamps or prints to make the impressions. In what manner they produce their colours, we had not opportunities of learning, but besides the party-coloured sorts, they have some pieces of plain white cloth, and others of a single colour, particularly dark brown and slight blue. In general, the pieces which they brought to us were about 2 feet broad and 4 or 5 feet long, being the form and quantity that they use for their common dress, or maro. And even these, we sometimes found, were composed of pieces sewed together. An art which we did not find to the southward, but is strongly, though not very neatly, performed here. There is also a particular sort that is thin, much resembling oilcloth, and which is actually either oiled or soaked in some kind of varnish, and seems to resist the action of water pretty well. They fabricate a great many white mats, which are strong, with many red stripes, rhombuses, and other figures interwoven on one side, and often pretty large. These, probably, make a part of their dress occasionally, for they put them on their backs when they offered them to sail. But they make others coarser, plain and strong, which they spread on their floors to sleep upon. They stain their gourd shells prettily with undulated lines, triangles, and other figures of a black colour, instances of which we saw practised at New Zealand. And they seem to possess the art of varnishing. For some of these stained gourd shells are covered with a kind of lacquer, and on other occasions they use a strong size or gluey substance to fasten their things together. Their wooden dishes and bowls, out of which they drink their ava, are of the atua tree or cordia, as neat as if made in our turning lathe and perhaps better polished. And amongst their articles of handicraft may be reckoned small square fans of mat or wickerwork, with handles tapering from them of the same, or of wood, which are neatly wrought with small cords of hair and fibres of the coconut coir intermixed. The great variety of fishing hooks are ingeniously made, some of bone, others of wood pointed with bone, and many of pearl shell. Of the latter, some are like a sort that we saw at Tongatabu, and others simply curved as the common sort at Otaheite, as well as the wooden ones. The bones are mostly small and composed of 2 pieces, and all the different sorts have a barb, either on the inside like ours, or on the outside, opposite the same part, but others have both, the outer one being farthest from the point. Of this last sort, one was procured 9 inches long, of a single piece of bone, which doubtless belonged to some large fish. The elegant form and polish of this could not certainly be outdone by any European artist ere he should apply all his knowledge in design to the number and convenience of his tools. They polish their stones by constant friction with pumice stone in water, and such of their working instruments or tools as I saw resembled those of the southern islands. Their hatchets, or rather adzes, were exactly of the same pattern, being either made of the same sort of blackish stone or of a clay-coloured one. They have also little instruments made of a single shark's tooth, some of which are fixed to the forepart of a dog's jawbone, and others to a thin wooden handle of the same shape. And at the other end, there is a bit of string fastened through a small perforation, knives occasionally, and are perhaps used in carving. The only iron tools, or rather bits of iron, seen among them, and which they had before our arrival, were a piece of iron hoop about 2 inches long, fitted into a wooden handle, and another edge tool, which our people guessed to be made of the point of a broadsword. Their having the actual possession of these, and their so generally knowing the use of this metal, inclined some on board to think that we had not been the first European visitors of these islands. But it seems to me that the very great surprise expressed by them on seeing our ships and their total ignorance of the use of firearms cannot be reconciled with such a notion. There are many ways by which such people may get pieces of iron or acquire the knowledge of the existence of such a metal, without ever having had an immediate connection with nations that use it. It can hardly be doubted that it was unknown to all the inhabitants of this sea before Magellan led the way into it. For no discoverer, immediately after his voyage, ever found any of this metal in their possession. Though in the course of our late voyages, it has been observed that the use of it was known at several islands, to which no former European ships had ever, as far as we know, found their way. At all the places where Mendana touched in his 2 voyages, it must have been seen and left. And this would extend the knowledge of it no doubt to all the various islands with which those whom he had visited had any immediate intercourse. It might even be carried farther, and where specimens of this article could not be procured, descriptions might, in some measure, serve to make it known when afterwards seen. The next voyage to the southward of the line, in which any intercourse was had with the natives of this ocean, was that of Quiros, who landed at Sagittaria, the island of handsome people, and at Tierra del Espiritu Santo, at all which places, and at those with whom they had any communication, it must, of consequence, have been made known. To him succeeded in this navigation Lemaire and Schouten, whose connections with the natives commenced much farther to the eastward and ended at Cocos and Horn Islands. It was not surprising that when I visited Tongatabu in 1773, I should find a bit of iron there, as we knew that Tasman had visited it before me. But let us suppose that he had never discovered the Friendly Islands. Our finding iron amongst them would have occasioned much speculation, though we have mentioned before the method by which they had gained a renewal of their knowledge of this metal, which confirms my hypothesis. For Niutabutabu, or Bibisawan's Island, where Captain Wallace's ships left it, and from whence Pauloho received it, lies some degrees to the northwest of Tongatabu. It is well known that Roggeveen lost one of his ships on the Pernicious Islands, which, from their situation, are probably not unknown to, though not frequently visited by, the inhabitants of Otaheite and the Society Islands. It is equally certain that these last people had a knowledge of iron and purchased it with the greatest avidity when Captain Wallis discovered Otaheite, and this knowledge could only have been acquired through the mediation of those neighbouring islands where it had been originally left. Indeed, knowledge that this was actually the case, and they have told us since that they held it in such estimation before Captain Wallis's arrival that the chief of Otaheite, who had got 2 nails into his possession, received no small emolument by letting out the use of these to his neighbours for the purpose of boring holes when their own methods failed or were thought too tedious. The men of the Society Islands, whom we found at Waitiu, had been driven thither long after the knowledge and use of iron had been introduced amongst their countrymen, and though, probably, they had no specimen of it with them, they would naturally and with ease communicate at that island their knowledge of this valuable material by description. From the people of Waitiu, the people of Hervey's Island might derive that desire to possess some of it, of which we had proofs from our short intercourse with them. The consideration of these facts sufficiently shows how the knowledge of iron has been conveyed throughout this ocean to islands which never have had an immediate intercourse with Europeans. And it may easily be conceived that wherever the history of it only has been reported, or a very small quantity of it has been left, the greater eagerness will be shown by the natives to get copious supplies of it. The application of these particulars to the instance now under consideration is obvious. The people of Atui and Onihau, without having ever been visited by Europeans before us, might have received it from intermediate islands lying between them and the Ladrones, which have been frequented by the Spaniards almost ever since the date of Magellan's voyage. Or, if the distant western relation of the Ladrones should render this supposition less probable, is there not the extensive continent of America to windward, where the Spaniards have been settled for more than 200 years, during which long period of time wrecks must have frequently happened on its coasts? It cannot be thought at all extraordinary that part of such wrecks containing iron should be thrown or may fall overboard during a long passage, and thus find their way to islands scattered about this vast ocean. The distance of a Tubuai from America is no argument against this supposition. But even if it were, it would not destroy it. This ocean is traversed every year by Spanish ships, and it is obvious that besides the accident of losing a mast and its appendages, casks with iron hoops and many other things containing iron may be thrown or may fall overboard during a long passage and thus find their way to islands. These are not mere conjectures and possibilities, for one of my people actually discovered some within one of the 2 canoes at Waitiu, which he judged to be iron. It was reported to him that it had been driven ashore by the waves of the sea, and we had their own express testimony that they had received some inconsiderable specimens of iron found amongst them from some place to the eastward. From this digression, I must return to the observations made during our stay at Tubuai, and some account must now be given of their canoes. These, in general, are about 24 feet long, and have the bottom, for the most part, formed of a single piece or log of wood, hollowed out to the thickness of an inch or an inch and a half, and brought to a point at each end. The sides consist of 3 boards, each about an inch thick, and neatly fitted and lashed to the bottom part. The extremities, both at head and stern, are a little raised, and both are made somewhat like a wedge, but they are not symmetrical, so that the 2 sideboards join rather more than a foot. But a rough drawing will explain their construction more accurately than my description in words, as they are not more than 15 or 16 inches broad. Those that go single, for many times they join them, as at the other islands, have outriggers, which are shaped and fitted with more judgment than any I had before seen. They are rowed by paddles, such as we had generally met with, and some of them had a sail, like those of the Friendly Islands, extended to a mast and boom. The ropes for their boats and the smaller cords for fishing tackle are strong and well made. Their agriculture furnished proof that they are not novices in that art, and it has already been mentioned as constituted primarily of taro and a few other things which have the appearance of being well arranged. The potato fields and lots of aigatascain, ornamentals on the higher grounds, have been planted with much regularity and always in some determined figure, generally round, but neither these nor the others bear any kind of fence unless we except the ditches in the low grounds, such as those intended to convey water. The great quantity and goodness of the taro may also perhaps be as much attributed to skillful culture as to natural fertility of soils, but that is a consideration which must hereafter be made. Though I did not see a chief of any note, there were, however, several, as the natives informed us, who reside upon a tui, and to whom they prostrate themselves as a mark of submission, which seems equivalent to the moia, paid to the chiefs of the Friendly Islands, and is called here hamoia, or mo. Whether they were at first afraid to show themselves, or happened to be absent, I cannot say. But after I had left the island, one of these great men made his appearance, and paid a visit to Captain Clark on board the Discovery. He came off in a double canoe, and like the king of the Friendly Islands, paid no regard to the small canoes that happened to lie in his way, but ran against, or over them, without endeavouring, in the least, to avoid them. And it was not possible for these poor people to avoid him, for they could not manage their canoes, it being a necessary mark of their submission that they should lie down till he had passed. His attendants helped him into the skin, and placed him on the G-way. Their care of him did not cease then, for they stood round him, holding each other by the hands, nor would they suffer anyone to come near him but Captain Clark himself. He was a young man, clothed from head to foot, and accompanied by a young woman, supposed to be his wife. His name was said to be Tamahano. Captain Clark made him some suitable presents, and received from him in return a large bowl, supported by 2 figures of men, the carving of which, both as to the design and execution, showed some degree of skill. This bowl, as our people were told, used to be filled with the kava, or ava, as it is called at Otaheite, which liquor they prepare and drink here, as at the other islands in this ocean. Captain Clark could not prevail upon this great man to go below, nor to move from the place where his attendants had first seated him. After staying some time in the ship, he was carried again into his canoe and returned to the island, receiving the same honours from all the natives as when he came on board. The next day, several messages were sent to Captain Clark, inviting him to return the visit ashore, and acquainting him that the chief had prepared a large present on that occasion. But being anxious to get to sea and join the Resolution, the captain did not think it advisable to accept. The very short and imperfect intercourse which we had with the natives put it out of our power to form any accurate judgment of the mode established amongst them. But, from the several resemblance of customs, and particularly from what we observed of the honours paid to their chief, it seems reasonable to conclude that it is of the same nature with that which prevails throughout all the islands we had hitherto visited, and probably their wars amongst themselves are equally frequent. This, indeed, might be inferred from the number of weapons which we found them possessed of, and from the excellent order these were kept in. But we had direct proof of the fact from their own confession, and, as we understood, these wars are between the different districts of their own island, as well as between it and their neighbours at Onihau and Orahoa. We need scarcely assign any other cause besides this to account for the appearance already mentioned of their population bearing no proportion to the extent of their ground capable of cultivation. Besides their spears or lances, made of a fine chestnut-coloured wood, beautifully polished, some of which are barbed at one end and flattened to a point at the other, they have a sort of weapon which we had never seen before, and not mentioned by any navigator as used by the natives of the South Sea. It is somewhat like a dagger. in general about 1.5 feet long, sharpened at one or both ends, and secured to the hand by a string. Its use is to stab at close fight, and it seems well adapted to the purpose. Some of these may be called double daggers, having a handle in the middle, with which they are better enabled to strike different ways. They have also bows and arrows, but, both from their apparent scarcity and their slender make, it may almost be presumed that they never use them in battle. The knife or saw formerly mentioned, with which they dissect the dead bodies, may also be ranked amongst their weapons, as they both strike and cut with it when closely engaged. It is a small flat wooden instrument of an oblong shape, about 1 foot long, rounded at the corners, with a handle almost like one sort of the patoas. New Zealand, but its edges are entirely surrounded with shark's teeth strongly fixed to it and pointing outward, having commonly a hole in the handle through which passes a long string which is wrapped several times round the wrist. We also suspected that they use slings on some occasions, for we got some pieces of the hematites or bloodstone artificially made of an oval shape, divided longitudinally with a narrow groove in the middle of the convex part. To this, the person, who had one of them, applied a cord of no great thickness, but would not part with it, though he had no objection to part with the stone, which must prove fatal when thrown with any force, as it weighed 1 pound. We likewise saw some oval pieces of whetstone well polished, but somewhat pointed toward each end, nearly resembling in shape some stones which we had seen at New Caledonia in 1774 and used there in their slings. What we could learn of their religious institutions and the manner of disposing of their dead, which may properly be considered as closely connected, has been already mentioned. And as nothing more strongly points out the affinity between the manners of these people and of the Friendly and Society Islands, I must just mention some other circumstances to place this in a stronger point of view, and at the same time to show how a few of the infinite modifications of which a few leading principles are capable may distinguish any particular nation. The people of Tonga Tabou inter their dead in a very decent manner, and they also inter their human sacrifices. But they do not offer or expose any other animal or even vegetable to their gods as far as we know. Those of Otaheite do not inter their dead, but dispose of them to waste by time and putrefaction, though the bones are afterward buried. And, as this is the case, it is very remarkable that they would inter the entire bodies of their human sacrifices. They also offer other animals and vegetables to their gods, but are by no means attentive to the state of the sacred places where those solemn rites are performed, most of their maraes being in a ruinous condition and bearing evident marks of neglect. The people of Atui, again, inter both their common dead and human sacrifices as at Tonga Tabou, but they resemble those of Otaheite in the slovenly state of their religious places and in offering animals to their gods. The taboo also prevails in Atui in its full extent, and seemingly with much more rigour than even at Tonga Tabou. For the people here always asked, with great eagerness and signs of fear to offend, whether any particular thing which they desired to see or we were unwilling to show was taboo, or, as they pronounce the word, tafu. The maya, raya, or forbidden articles at the Society Islands, though doubtless the same thing, did not seem to be so strictly observed by them, except with respect to the dead, about whom we thought them more superstitious than any of the others were. But these are circumstances with which we are not as yet sufficiently acquainted to be decisive about, and I shall only just observe, to show the similitude in other matters connected with religion, that the priests or tahunas here are as numerous as at the other islands, if we may judge from our being able during our stay to distinguish several saying their prayers or prayer. But whatever resemblance we might discover in the general manners of the people of Atui to those of Otaheite, these of course were less striking than the coincidence of language. Indeed, the languages of both places may be said to be almost word for word the same. It is true that we sometimes remarked particular words to be pronounced exactly as we had found at New Zealand and the Friendly Islands. But though all the four dialects are indisputably the same, these people in general have neither the strong guttural pronunciation of the former nor a less degree of it, which also distinguishes the latter. And they have not only adopted the soft mode of the Otaheitians in avoiding harsh sounds, but the whole idiom of their language, using not only the same affixes and suffixes to their words, but the same measure and cadence in their songs, though in a manner somewhat less agreeable. There seems indeed at first hearing some disagreement to the ear of a stranger, but it ought to be considered that the people of Otaheite, from their frequent connections with the English, had learnt in some measure to adapt themselves to our scanty knowledge of their language, by using not only the most common, but even corrupted expressions in conversation with us, whereas, when they conversed among themselves and used the several parts necessary to propriety of speech, they were scarcely at all understood by those amongst us who had made the greatest proficiency in their vocabulary. A catalogue of words was collected at a Tubuai by Mr. Anderson, who lost no opportunity of making our voyage useful to those who amused themselves in tracing the migrations of the various tribes or families that have peopled the globe by the most convincing of all arguments, that drawn from affinity of language. How shall we account for this nation's having spread itself in so many detached islands, so widely disjoined from each other, in every quarter of the Pacific Ocean? We find it from New Zealand in the south as far as the Sandwich Islands to the north, and in another direction from Easter Island to the Hebrides. That is, over an extent of 60 degrees of latitude, or 1,200 leagues, north and south, and 83 degrees of longitude, or 1,660 leagues east and west. How much farther in either direction its colonies reach is not known. But what we know already, in consequence of this and our former voyage, warrants our pronouncing it to be, though perhaps not the most numerous, certainly by far, the most extensive nation upon earth. Had the Sandwich Islands been discovered at an early period by the Spaniards, there is little doubt that they would have taken advantage of so excellent a situation, and have made use of a Tubuai or some other of the islands as a refreshing place in the ships that sail annually from Acapulco for Manila. They lie almost midway between the first place and Guam, one of the Ladrones, which is at present their only port in traversing this vast ocean. And it would not have been a week's sail out of their common route to have touched at them, which could have been done without running the least hazard of losing the passage, as they are sufficiently within the verge of the easterly trade wind. An acquaintance with the Sandwich Islands would have been equally favourable to our buccaneers, who used sometimes to pass from the coast of America to the Ladrones, with a flock of food and water scarcely sufficient to preserve life. Here they might always have found plenty, and have been within a month's sure sail of the very part of California which the Manila ship is obliged to make, or else have returned to the coast of America thoroughly refitted after an absence of 2 months. How happy would Lord Anson have been, and what hardships would he have avoided, if he had known that there was a group of islands halfway between America and Tinian, where all his wants could have been effectually supplied, and in describing which the elegant historian of that voyage would have presented his reader with a more agreeable picture than I have been able to draw in this chapter. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 13. Observations made at the Sandwich Islands on the longitude, variation of the compass and tides. Prosecution of the voyage. Remarks on the mildness of the weather as far as the latitude 44 degrees north. Paucity of seabirds in the northern hemisphere. Small sea animals described. Arrival on the coast of America. Appearance of the country. unfavourable winds and boisterous weather. Remarks on Martin de Aguilar's river and Juan de Fuca's pretended strait. An inlet discovered, where the ships anchor. Behaviour of the natives. After the Discovery had joined us, we stood away to the northward, close-hauled, with a gentle gale from the east, and nothing occurring in this situation worthy of a place in my narrative. The reader will permit me to insert here the nautical observations which I had opportunities of making relative to the islands we had left, and which we had been fortunate enough to add to the geography of this part of the Pacific Ocean. The longitude of the Sandwich Islands was determined by 72 sets of lunar observations, some of which were made while we were at anchor in the road of Wimoa, others before we arrived and after we left it, and reduced to it by the watch or timekeeper. By the mean result of these observations, the longitude of the road is 200 degrees west 13.0 east. The latitude of the road, by the mean of 2 meridian observations of the sun, is 20°56'15" north. The observations for the variation of the compass did not agree very well among themselves. It is true, they were not all made exactly in the same spot. The different situations, however, could make very little difference, but the whole will be best seen by casting an eye on the following table. Table omitted. On January 18th, at the north end of the Needle dipped 42 degrees and 17. The tides at the Sandwich Islands are so inconsiderable that with the great surf which broke against the shore, it was hardly possible to tell, at any time, whether we had high or low water, or whether it ebbed or flowed. On the south side of Tubuai, we generally found a current setting to the westward, or northwestward. But when we were at anchor off Wanihau, the current set nearly northwest and southeast, 6 hours one way and 6 the other, and so strong as to make the ships tend, though the wind blew fresh. This was certainly a regular tide, and as far as I could judge, the flood came from the northwest. I now return to the progress of our voyage. On the 7th, being in the latitude of 29 degrees north and in the longitude of 200 degrees east, the wind veered to southeast. This enabled us to steer northeast and east, which course we continued till the 12th, when the wind had veered round by the south and west to northeast and east-northeast. I then tacked and stood to the northward, our latitude being 30 degrees north and our longitude 206 degrees 15' east. Notwithstanding our advanced latitude and its being the winter season, we had only begun for a few days past to feel a sensation of cold in the mornings and evenings. This is a sign of the equal and lasting influence of the sun's heat, at all seasons, to 30 degrees on each side of the line. The disproportion is known to become very great after that. This must be attributed almost entirely to the direction of the rays of the sun, independent of the bare distance, which is by no means equal to the effect. On the 19th, being now in the latitude of 37 degrees north and in the longitude of 206 degrees east, the wind veered to southeast, and I was enabled again to steer to the east, seeing to the north. We had, on the 25th, reached the latitude of 40 Kudiga 30 and the longitude of 219, and then we began to meet with the rockweed, mentioned by the writer of Lord Anson's Voyage under the name of sea-keck, which the Manila ships generally fall in with. Now and then, a piece of wood also appeared. But, if we had not known that the continent of North America was not far distant, we might, from the few signs of the vicinity of land hitherto met with, have concluded that there was none within some 1,000 leagues of us. We had hardly seen a bird or any other oceanic animal since we left Sandwich Islands. On the 1st of March, our latitude being now 44°49' north and our longitude 228° east, we had one calm day. This was succeeded by a wind from the north, with which I stood to the east close-hauled in order to make the land. According to the charts, it ought not to have been far from us. It was remarkable that we should still be attended with such moderate and mild weather, so far to the northward, and so near the coast of an extensive continent at this time of the year. The present season either must be uncommon for its mildness, or we can assign no reason why Sir Francis Drake should have met with such severe cold about this latitude in the month of June. Vizcaino, indeed, who was near the same place, in the depth of water, says little of the cold, and speaks of a ridge of snowy mountains somewhere on the coast as a thing rather remarkable. Our seeing so few birds, in comparison of what we met with in the same latitudes to the south of the line, is another singular circumstance, which must either proceed from a scarcity of the different sorts, or from a deficiency of places to rest upon. From hence we may conclude that beyond 40 granges in the southern hemisphere, the species are much more numerous, and the isles where they inhabit also more plentifully scattered about, than anywhere between the coast of California and Japan, in or near that latitude. During a calm, on the morning of the 2nd, some parts of the sea seemed covered with a kind of slime, and some small sea animals were swimming about, the most conspicuous of which were of gelatinous or medusa kind, almost globular, and another sort smaller that had a white or shining appearance, and were very numerous. Some of these last were taken up and put into a glass cup with some salt water, in which they appeared like small scales or bits of silver when at rest in a prone situation. When they began to swim about, which they did with equal ease upon their back, sides or belly, they emitted the brightest colours of the most precious gems according to their position with respect to the light. Sometimes they appeared quite pellucid, at other times assuming various tints of blue, from a pale sapphirine to a deep violet colour, which were frequently mixed with a ruby or opaline redness, and glowed with a strength sufficient to illuminate the vessel and water. These colours appeared most vivid when the glass was held to a strong light, and mostly vanished on the subsiding of the animals to the bottom when they had a brownish cast. But with candlelight the colour was chiefly a beautiful pale green, tinged with a burnished gloss, and in the dark it had a faint appearance of glowing fire. They proved to be a new species of aniscus, and from their properties were by Mr. Anderson, to whom we owe this account of them, called Oniscus fulgens, being probably an animal which has a share in producing some sorts of that lucid appearance often observed near ships at sea in the night. On the same day, 2 large birds settled on the water near the ship. One of these was the Procellaria maxima, the quebrantahuesos, and the other, which was little more than half the size, seemed to be of the albatross kind. The upper part of the wings and tip of the tail were black, with the rest white, the bill yellowish, upon the whole not unlike the seagull, though larger. On the 6th, at noon, being in the latitude of 44° north and the longitude of 234° east, we saw 2 sails and several whales, and at daybreak the next morning the long-looked-for coast of New Albion was seen, extending from northeast to southeast, distant 10 or 12 leagues. At noon, our latitude was 44°33' north, and our longitude 235°20' east, and the land extended from northeast half-north to southeast by south, about 8 leagues distant. In this situation we had 73 fathoms water over a muddy bottom, and about a league farther off found 90 fathoms. The land appeared to be of a moderate height, diversified with hills and valleys, and almost everywhere covered with wood. There was, however, no very striking object on any part of it, except one hill, whose elevated summit was flat. This bore east from us at noon. At the northern extreme the land formed a point, which I called Cape Foulweather, from the very bad weather that we soon after met with. I judge it to lie in the latitude of 44°35' north, and in the longitude of 235°54' east. We had variable light airs and calms till 8 o'clock in the evening, when a breeze sprung up at southwest. With it, I stood to the northwest, under an easy sail, waiting for daylight to range along the coast. But at 4 next morning, the wind shifted to northwest and blew in squalls with rain. Our course was northeast till near 10 o'clock, when, finding that I could make no progress on this tack and seeing nothing like a harbour, I tacked and stood off southwest. At this time, Cape Foulweather bore northeast by north, about 8 leagues distant. Toward noon, the wind veered more to the westward, and the weather became fair and clear, so that we were enabled to make lunar observations. Having reduced all those that we had made since the 19th of last month to the present ones by the timekeeper, amounting in the whole to 72 sets, their mean result determined the longitude to be 235 degrees 15'26" east, which was 14'11" less than what the timekeeper gave. This longitude is made use of for settling that of the coast, and I have not a doubt of its being within a very few miles of the truth. Our difficulties now began to increase. In the evening the wind came to the northwest, blowing in squalls with hail and sleet, and the weather being thick and hazy, I stood out to sea till near noon the next day, when I tacked and stood in again for the land, which made its appearance at 2 in the afternoon, bearing east-northeast. The wind and weather continued the same, but in the evening the former veered more to the west, and the latter grew worse, which made it necessary to tack and stand off till 4 the next morning, when I ventured to stand in again. At 4 in the afternoon we saw the land, which at 6 extended from northeast half-east to southeast by south, about 8 leagues distant. In this situation we tacked and sounded, but a line of 160 fathoms did not reach the ground. I stood off till midnight, then stood in again, and at 6:30 we were within 3 leagues of the land, which extended from north by east, half-east, to south, half-east, and a small round hill, which had the appearance of being an island, bore north 3/4 east, distant 6 or 7 leagues, as I guessed. It appears to be of a tolerable height, and was but just to be seen from the deck. Between this island or rock and the northern extreme of the land, there appeared to be a small opening which flattered us with the hopes of finding a harbour. These hopes lessened as we drew nearer, and at last we had some reason to think that the opening was closed by low land. On this account, I called the point of land to the north of it Cape Flattery. It lies in the latitude of 48 degrees 15 north, and in the longitude of 235 degrees 3 east. There is a round hill of a moderate height over it, and all the land upon this part of the coast is of a moderate and pretty equal height, well covered with wood, and had a very pleasant and fertile appearance. It is in this very latitude where we now were that geographers have placed the pretended strait of Juan de Fuca. We saw nothing like it, nor is there the least probability that ever any such thing existed. I stood off to the southward till night, when I tacked and steered to the northwest, with a gentle breeze at southwest, intending to stand in for the land as soon as daylight should appear. But by that time we were reduced to 2 courses and close-reefed topsails, having a very hard gale with rain right on shore, so that instead of running in for the land, I was glad to get an offing, or to keep that which we had already got. The southwest wind was, however, but of short continuance, for in the evening it veered again to the west. Thus we had perpetually strong west and northwest winds to encounter. Sometimes in an evening the wind would become moderate and veer to the southward, but this was always a sure prelude to a storm, which blew the hardest at south-southeast and was attended with rain and sleet. It seldom lasted above 4 or 6 hours before it was succeeded by another gale from the northwest, which generally brought with it fair weather. It was, by the means of these southerly blasts, that we were enabled to get to the northwest at all. At length, at 9 o'clock in the morning of the 29th, as we were standing to the northeast, we again saw the land, which at noon extended from northwest by west to east-southeast, the nearest part about 6 leagues distant. Our latitude was now 49°29' north, and our longitude 202°20' east. The appearance of the country differed much from that of the parts which we had before seen, being full of high mountains whose summits were covered with snow. But the valleys between them and the grounds on the sea coast, high as well as low, were covered to a considerable breadth with high, straight trees that formed a beautiful prospect as of one vast forest. The southeast extreme of the land formed a low point, off which are many breakers occasioned by sunken rocks. On this account, it was called Point Breakers. It lies in the latitude of 49°15' north and in the longitude of 203°20' east, and the other extreme in about the latitude of 50° and the longitude of 202°. I named this last woody point. It projects pretty much out to the southwest and is high land. Between these 2 points, the shore forms a large bay, which I called Hope Bay, hoping, from the appearance of the land, to find in it a good harbour. The event proved that we were not mistaken. As we drew nearer the coast, we perceived the appearance of 2 inlets, one in the northwest and the other in the northeast corner of the bay. As I could not fetch the former, I bore up to the latter and passed some breakers or sunken rocks that lay a league or more from the shore. We had 19 and 20 fathoms water half a league without them, but as soon as we had passed them, the depth increased to 30, 40 and 50 fathoms with a sandy bottom. And further in, we found no ground with the greatest length of line. Notwithstanding appearances, we were not yet sure that there were any inlets. But as we were in a deep bay, I resolved to anchor with a view to endeavour to get some water, of which by this time we were in great want. At length, as we advanced, the existence of the inlet was no longer doubtful. At 5 o'clock we reached the west point of it, where we were becalmed for some time. While in this situation, I ordered all the boats to be hoisted out to tow the ships in. But this was hardly done before a fresh breeze sprung up again at northwest, with which we were enabled to stretch up into an arm of the inlet that was observed by us to run into the northeast. There we were again becalmed and obliged to anchor in 85 fathoms water, and so near the shore as to reach it with a hawser. The wind failed the Discovery before she got within the arm, where she anchored, and found only 70 fathoms. We no sooner drew near the inlet than we found the coast to be inhabited, and at the place where we were first becalmed, 3 canoes came off to the ship. In one of these were 2 men, in another 6, and in the third 10. Having come pretty near us, a person in one of the 2 last stood up and made a long harangue, inviting us to land, as we guessed, by his gestures. At the same time, he kept strewing handfuls of feathers towards us, and some of his companions threw handfuls of red dust or powder in the same manner. The person who played the orator wore the skin of some animal, and held in each hand something which rattled as he kept shaking it. After tiring himself with his repeated exhortations, of which we did not understand a word, he was quiet, and then others took it by turns to say something, though they acted their part neither so long nor with so much vehemence as the other. We observed that 2 or 3 had their hair quite strewed over with small white feathers, and others had large ones stuck into different parts of the head. After the tumultuous noise had ceased, they lay at a little distance from the ship and conversed with each other in a very easy manner. Nor did they seem to show the least surprise or distrust. Some of them, now and then, got up and said something after the manner of their first harangues, and one sung a very agreeable air with a degree of softness and melody which we could not have expected, the word Haila being often repeated as the burden of the song. The breeze which soon after sprung up, bringing us nearer to the shore, the canoes began to come off in greater numbers, and we had at one time 32 of them near the ship, carrying from 3 to 7 or 8 persons each, both men and women. Several of these stood up in their canoes, haranguing and making gestures after the manner of our first visitors. One canoe was remarkable for a singular head, which had a bird's eye and bill of an enormous size painted on it. And a person who was in it, who seemed to be a chief, was no less remarkable for his uncommon appearance, having many feathers hanging from his head and being painted in an extraordinary manner. He held in his hand a carved bird of wood as large as a pigeon, with which he rattled as the person first mentioned had done, and was no less vociferous in his harangue, which was attended with some expressive gestures. Though our visitors behaved very peaceably and could not be suspected of any hostile intention, we could not prevail upon any of them to come on board. They showed great readiness, however, to part with anything they had, and took from us whatever we offered them in exchange, but were more desirous of iron than of any other of our articles of commerce, appearing to be perfectly acquainted with the use of that metal. Many of the canoes followed us to our anchoring place, and a group of about 10 or a dozen of them remained alongside the Resolution most part of the night. These circumstances gave us a reasonable ground of hope that we should find this a comfortable station to supply all our wants, and to make us forget the hardships and delays experienced during a constant succession of adverse winds and boisterous weather almost ever since our arrival upon the coast of America. End of Captain Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, Book 1. Thank you for listening.